hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive News at 11 p.m. starts now.
And good evening, and thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. If you are just joining us tonight, we are tracking Hurricane Helene. Right now, we are just hours from the strongest impacts that we expect to hit us here in Metro Atlanta. Let's take you outside right now for a live look in Tampa, Florida, where Helene is close to making landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast.
11Alive Weather Impact Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb and meteorologist Melissa Nord are both tracking the system for you tonight, really second by second.
We really are, and we just got new information in at 11 o'clock. Melissa, looking at this storm, you can see here that landfall is almost there. They're not calling this official landfall yet at 11 o'clock, but this is as close as you can get to landfall without an official landfall because we have that center of circulation really close to the line. We've been talking earlier about this northern eye wall that has moved in over land, but it's not official till that center comes in, and we expect that at any moment.
Any moment. And where that center's moving in, that eye wall, the winds are at their most extreme. So that's where they've issued an extreme wind warning. This only happens during landfalls of really significant major hurricanes. They've got one of those there, and that wind path is headed straight up into Georgia afterwards.
We just got that new track in. I'm going to show everybody that in just a moment. Melissa's checking on our local flood advisories and warnings. She'll have more on that in just a bit too. But I want to take you in closer there so you can see there is the coast, the storm moving inland. This is what we have been tracking for days. Before this storm even developed in the northwestern Caribbean, we were anticipating this moment. It is happening now, and now that it's moving into Florida, the next target is going to be Georgia, as this storm is going to keep moving up toward the north. We have tornado warnings in effect into parts of South Georgia, into southeast Georgia, and into South Carolina. Look at these tornado warnings lining up right there, just north of Savannah on the Georgia and South Carolina line. What happens is the pinwheel effect around this counterclockwise flow takes these bands over land, and that's where we sometimes get some of that rotation, and that's happening now. Also, look how from the south and east we're seeing this influence here of that moisture all feeding in, and we're all covered up at least with light rain, but we also have pockets of moderate to heavy rain, and that's going to be the case overnight, where you might have a little bit of light rain and then it gets heavy, it gets lighter. But during the overnight hours, we're going to see more of those pockets of persistent heavy rain that will be happening from time to time. Here's the latest that we just got in at 11 o'clock. With that storm, the center of it right there, about to make official landfall really any moment now. But look at these winds, 140 miles an hour. That is a Category 4 hurricane. It was upgraded to a Cat 4 around 620, 625 tonight with 130 mile an hour winds. Then we watched the winds increase to 140, but this will not make a Category 5. It won't make it up to 156 or above. Here is the track. We just got this new track in, and you can see it barreling through Georgia. Once it gets over to Atlanta, this is at 8 o'clock in the morning. It will be a tropical storm. This is showing winds at 65 miles an hour over Atlanta, and even some higher gusts possible here. And a hurricane strength is 74 miles an hour or greater, or above 74 miles an hour. So this is going to be just about 10 degrees lower than hurricane strength once it moves into the Atlanta area. It'll keep weakening as it moves up toward the north there, and then kind of stall out as it just kind of hangs out over areas of Kentucky. So here's what we're watching with those hurricane warnings that are in effect. Of course, we've got a hurricane warning there along the coast where that landfall is taking place. But look how far north these hurricane warnings extend. It's not just North Florida. It goes into South Georgia. It goes into Central Georgia, and it includes counties really just to the south of Atlanta. This is the northern edge of that hurricane warning in Spalding, Pike, Lamar, Upson County, Butts County, and Jasper County. A hurricane warning. They are going to be having winds 75 miles an hour or greater overnight and in the morning on the south side. We'll have 65 mile an hour winds here. Then it goes down to maybe 50, 40 mile an hour winds up in North Georgia as that weakening process continues. We are also watching the threat for severe weather. I showed you those tornado warnings lining up on the Georgia and South Carolina line. We do think that most of the severe weather is going to be east of the track of the center there. So we showed you that track moving up like this through Atlanta. To the east of that, or the right-hand side, that is where we are going to see the more of a threat for severe storms, where there's a level 1 risk pretty much east of Atlanta, level 2 from Augusta southward, level 3 along the coastline where they are experiencing those tornado warnings right now. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through the timeline for just the last few minutes of the evening hours here, overnight and into the morning. We have been seeing this evening and continue to see rain continuing, some of that heavy. The wind isn't really bad out there yet. We're just seeing those breezes start to kick up. We're just kind of transitioning now to those stronger winds that are coming in. We've got winds now gusting up to about 25 miles an hour, but it's not a persistent wind. And then some standing water and flooding. We're seeing more and more reports of flooding coming in. For the overnight hours, this is when it gets more active. We have been on all night long, and we will be on with you for the overnight hours, because these overnight hours, while you are trying to sleep, is going to be the time when things are going to be a little more active out there with heavy rain and flooding. In the areas where there's the tropical storm, including the metro area, we're talking wind gusts of 50 to 70 miles an hour. Those counties on the south side where we have the hurricane warning, 80-mile-an-hour winds. We have that low tornado risk, again, over to the east of us. Then on Friday, mainly in the morning hours, is when it will also be very active. We're talking about heavy rain and flooding early in the morning. In the tropical storm warning, again, those winds 50 to 70, the hurricane warning 80 miles an hour. Then we have some light at the end of the tunnel where we see things ending by lunchtime. The rain's going to be out of here, but we're still going to be dealing with pretty breezy conditions here for those lunchtime hours. Let's head over to Melissa Nord right now. She has been tracking all the flood warnings. Do you have anything new out there, Melissa?
Yes, we actually have brand new video in of flooding at the North Fork of Peachtree Creek. This is in Beaufort, not far from North Druid Hills Road, just south of there. And our photojournalist John Samuels was out and captured video of that flooding. Let me know if we can go ahead and show that on the monitor. Here it is. So we're watching the water going over the roadway, and at this flood stage where it is right now, it's not far off the record for that gauge, which was from the September 2009 record floods we had here in North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. So this is flooding of the North Fork of Peachtree Creek, and we're also seeing other river gauges here in Metro Atlanta that are reaching moderate flood stage and minor flood stage. I want to show you kind of what we're looking at moving forward, because the rain tonight could lead to more flooding like you're seeing there. So again, if you come across flooding like that tonight, if you've absolutely got to drive into work, let's say you work at a hospital or something, do not drive on a flooded roadway. Do not drive on a flooded roadway. It only takes a foot of swiftly moving water to sweep your small car away. 2 feet. If you got a big pickup truck, 2 feet is going to sweep the big pickup truck away if that water's moving swiftly enough. Here's we call it a hydrograph. It shows us where the water levels have been. And you see how the line, this blue line, skyrockets up this evening. The latest measurement we had, which was from about 10:15 tonight, was 18.38 feet. The record is only 18.67, so we're basically at the record flood stage there of that particular point of Peachtree Creek. And this is North Druid Hills Road right here. This is 85. This is Beaufort Highway. It's right in here where that creek passes near Beaufort Highway. So that is the flooding that's ongoing there. I also want to show you, if my maps will keep up with me, I was finally able to download the current river gauge levels, okay? This is another, it's called Peachtree Creek in Atlanta, that is now in moderate flood stage. Also want to point out here, as we get into, this is near Six Flags, okay? So this is out near Six Flags, near the kind of corner of Cobb County and Douglas County. We're starting to reach a few other moderate flood stages here in the metro area. And Chris, with all the rain continuing to push in, my maps are really struggling here. We're going to have a lot more flooding issues to come. Rainfall amounts so far have been 4 to 6 inches, some spots even over 7 inches. You see that right there near Pike and Lamar counties. And the rain just keeps coming. So we've got a lot more rain to come. Flash flood warning for Atlanta continues until 3:15 overnight tonight. And Chris, as we see the rain continuing, then the winds pick up, and that leads to a bigger power outage risk moving forward, especially as we get closer to 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we've got all the flooding already out there now. The wind is going to be kicking up for the rest of the overnight hours. Take a look at our projections of these wind gusts for the overnight hours. This takes us to 4:30 in the morning, where you see that center of circulation pretty much right over the Eatonton area, and wrapping all around it, we've got those strong winds. 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Eatonton at 4:30. 5:30. Look at Athens at 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then once we get to around 6:30 in the morning, 39-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Atlanta. We'll see some wind gusts that'll be 40-plus miles an hour at times. 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Athens at 6:30. There you see some of those 46-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is at about 7:30 in the morning tomorrow. Also in Marietta, Peachtree City, 37. It's just going to be really, really windy there. And with that saturated ground, we're going to see trees coming down, and that's what's going to cause the power outages. By later in the afternoon on Friday, we will see the rain moving out around lunchtime. The wind speeds start to come down a little bit, but it doesn't totally go away. We will still see breezy conditions. I want everybody to be aware of that, though, because on Friday, when you see the rain end, you're going to want to go out and start cutting up trees that have fallen. You're going to want to be picking up limbs. You're going to want to be outside cleaning things up a little bit. But just know it is still going to be rather gusty, and these winds could be strong enough to bring down additional trees in the saturated ground, as well as tree limbs possibly coming down. So you have to be careful when you get out to clean on Friday. That's why we are holding on to the weather impact alert throughout the entire day on Friday. Things will be getting better for the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, absolutely important to remember. Chris, Melissa, thank you both so much. We also have a team of reporters out covering the storm, so let's check in now with 11Alive's Grace King.
Yeah, she is live tonight for us out of Brookhaven. And Grace, you're seeing some of the impacts already out there.
Absolutely. We're on Buford Highway in Brookhaven, the south portion where some of the road has started to wash away. Now, this isn't part of the normal road. Usually it's filled with these rocks because it's under construction and this is where the utilities go. But when the rain started, it moved in so quickly that it started washing away all of these rocks. If you look here, it's about a foot down where the road usually goes, covered with those rocks so people can get in and out. Back this way, you can see one of the apartment complexes. It's blocked off. A crews came and fixed the road earlier so that cars can't get in and out because some of them had flat tires. Some of them just crashed down and had to have tow trucks come pull them out because there's no safe way to really get in or out of this complex or any of the other ones for a couple blocks. We spoke with one resident who lives here, Daisy Perez. She told us she's worried about what she's going to do tomorrow.
My boyfriend came to visit me and he texted me he was outside and his tire got flat because of this. There's no way we can exit. And I work at a clinic. I have to be there tomorrow, so I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
And this isn't the only problem we've seen tonight. We've gone to a couple different places in metro Atlanta, like the northeast corner of Chastain Park. The road over there, they said part of the pipes underneath the road has started to give out, maybe because of the rain before Helene, but that has caused enough problems that they closed that for safety. We've seen water just filling up on the roads in metro Atlanta, in some cases 6 inches, piling up, making it unsafe and dangerous to drive in. So if you're out there on these roads, be sure to be careful and watch for sections like this where some of those temporary fixes might have already washed away. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, and we do have much more rain on the way. Thank you so much. Well, tonight, DeKalb County is urging residents to stay off the roads to allow emergency vehicles to safely and quickly respond to the effects of the storm tonight. The county says it has now activated its Emergency Operations Center. DeKalb County schools, libraries, businesses, and municipalities will all be closed tomorrow. Well, right now, about an hour south of Grace in Brookhaven, Spalding County Emergency Management, they are now, their fire in chief, Glenn Polk, is joining us right now on Zoom.
Mr. Polk, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us tonight. What kind of impacts are y'all already seeing there?
Right now, we've just had a lot of excessive rainfall that's causing some flooding issues on our secondary streams and ponds. So we got our partners together in our Emergency Operations Center, and we're addressing roadways right now, anticipating the winds coming later on tonight.
We're also understanding that you all have closed a number of roads already, trying to get things better. What resources do you have in place to respond, as we know that the worst of the storm has yet to come?
That's right. Yeah, we have great partners between the City of Griffin and Spalding County, and our public works officials are working hard with us in our Emergency Operations Center to coordinate with any efforts we need to, if we need to close off roads or redirect with the help of our law enforcement. So great teamwork going on right here.
as our meteorologists have been saying, we are anticipating the worst of the effects of this storm to come to us overnight. Do you have any messages or words or information that you want to pass along to families in Spalding County tonight?
Absolutely. Yeah. Please do not get out unless you have to. And if you run across any issues that you need assistance, please don't hesitate to call 911 and let us, give us that extra minute to get out and assist you. And also sign up for any early notifications so you have that extra time that you may need to address any issues that may be in your neighborhood. So time is always of the essence.
Let me ask you about all of you. What precautions are you all taking to make sure that the first responders and everyone that's working to be a part of this response effort are making sure that they stay safe as well?
Absolutely. We've had all our guys and personnel working hard to have everything's ready to go, all the equipment. We've let them have some downtime, anticipating a long night. And we've been helping, and we have a team that actually go out and help check on families should they have any issues, to give them peace of mind so they can keep on working hard for our community.
I'm sure they appreciate that, and we certainly appreciate the work that all of you all are doing across our region tonight during this storm. Glenn Polk with Spalding County, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all for the opportunity.
All right, we are continuing to check in with our reporters who are all across the metro area and really across Georgia as we continue to see the effects of the storm. I know 11Alive's Joe Ripley is one of our reporters who's been out as well today.
Yeah, he is in Griffin, in Spalding County, which we were just talking about. Joe, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so photojournalist Anthony Shepard and I have been traversing the roads across Spalding County all evening long for hours now, and we just noticed the rain start to pick up, the winds especially starting to pick up here. Right now we're on the North Expressway here in Spalding County heading towards the city of Griffin, and you can see not a lot of activity going on the roads here, and that's a good thing because we can quickly notice a lot of the water pooling up as we go, especially on back roads in rural communities and neighborhoods. We're starting to see that water pool up, especially if you live near a body of water, a creek, stream, a river, anything like that. The water will quickly overflow and it will move swiftly once it does get out into the roadway. So if you don't have to get out and about tonight, please stay home, stay off the roads, because this is something that is extremely dangerous. It can pose a serious risk to you and possibly others who may be out and about on the roads here. We did speak earlier with Spalding County's manager. His name is Steve Ledbetter. He was saying that crews have already responded tonight to so many calls of downed trees or maybe flooded roadways. They have done their best to try and communicate with each other, try to get there as quickly as possible to try and either close those roads off or clean up those trees and debris that remain lying in the roadway. They invested a lot of money to try and upgrade their communication systems at their Emergency Operations Center, working with all different types of agencies across the county of Spalding County, across the city of Griffin, to try and make it easier for crews to get out and respond to those danger spots. Of course, he also stressed the importance of people staying at home, sheltering in place, especially as Helene makes its way further into the state of Georgia. Those winds are going to get even worse. The rain is going to get even worse. So you think conditions are bad now. This area knows a thing or two about severe weather. They had those tornadoes back in 2023, bracing now for even more severe weather headed their way.
All right, Joe, thank you so much for that update. We want to get you to some breaking news now out of South Georgia. 2 people have died after a possible tornado that hit the city of Alamo. This is just to the southeast of Warner Robins in central Georgia. The sheriff says the possible tornado is a result of Hurricane Helene, and that is really why we are just encouraging everyone to take every single precaution that they can tonight.
Right now, we want to check in with 11Alive's Angelina Salcido.
She is live for us this evening in Valdosta. And Angelina, we know that you will be among some of the first to see some of the conditions from Hurricane Helene.
And those conditions continuing to deteriorate. Just about 20 minutes ago, we got an extreme wind warning sent to our phones as an emergency alert, letting us know that it was not going to be safe for anybody to be out on the roads or be outside because of the hurricane force winds that they are expecting. Some of those winds coming in right now, the rain also starting to increase as well. We have literally seen sheets and sheets of rain continue to pound the Valdosta area, and this is really what they were expecting. This area not necessarily prone to flooding, but they are prone to power lines being knocked down because of the winds. I will tell you, just a few hours ago, we heard a few pops far enough away from us, and we are safe where we are. But that was either a power line coming down or transformer that blew, and that is what emergency management here tells me that they're concerned about. Take a listen to what they said a few hours ago.
Catastrophic severe wind damage all across the county, widespread power outages for several days, could be weeks. So that's our two main concerns. Our residents are really nervous, but we are resilient. And so we are praying that we make it through this storm with everyone staying safe and their homes being safe. And we're just really praying that Hurricane Helene spares our community.
Now, the one thing that they wanted to stress is that this community is extremely resilient. They're talking about Lowndes County just in general. They had 3 different storms hit this area since last August. Idalia was the very first one. That one caused some pretty significant damage, and that is similar to some of the damage that they're expecting with a Category 2 storm with Hurricane Helene coming through this area as well. The conditions are going to continue to deteriorate here in Valdosta. We do have a curfew in place from 8 p.m. until the sun rises. Power crews are in place. They will head out the door right at 6 a.m. trying to get power back online here in Valdosta. We're live in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11Alive News.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. Right now, we are taking a live look at power outages across Metro Atlanta. This is the Georgia power outage map. 11Alive's Zach Merchant is in studio tonight taking a closer look at some of our hardest hit areas.
Well, boy, you heard the wind whipping in Angelina's live shot there. We know that this storm and the wind and the rain, it is coming our way, but let's start with some good news and let's look at the statewide map. This is a map of all of Georgia Power's customers and their outages across the state. Green is good, red is bad. And you look at this map, that is a lot of green, and that's really good news right now. Let's put some numbers on it. Stay with me here. Take a look right here. There are about 500 outages across the state and about 26,000 customers affected. I want to jump back in front of the light here if we can, and let's go deep into our core metro counties here. Let's zoom in a little bit. If the touch screen's going to work with me, yes it is. So our biggest county that's feeling the biggest impacts of the outages right now, right here in blue. It's going to be DeKalb County, but still roughly 340,000 customers are Georgia Power customers in DeKalb. Only about 9,000 are out of power right now. That's a good sign. We know that this probably isn't going to stay like this, but for now, that means most folks in DeKalb County, which is our hardest hit area in terms of power outages, most folks there still have their power. Let's take a look over here. We're in Fulton County now. You see about 420,000 Georgia Power customers in Fulton County. It's one of our biggest counties. We know there are a lot of people there, a lot of Georgia Power customers. But good news, only about 2,600 folks there are out of power right now. We take a look now a little bit out to our east here. We see some other counties in yellow. That means they're tipping towards more of a 500 to 5,000 folks who are out of power, but still those numbers are really low. We know that this isn't going to stay like this. So take this opportunity right now. Get the chargers out, charge the electronics you need, your flashlights, your cell phones, anything you think you might need for the next, and you haven't charged it, you're going to regret it. You want that stuff. You want it to be accessible. We're going to be tracking this all night long, guys.
All right, we know you will. Zach Merchant, thanks so much. And if you are in the dark tonight, Georgia Power says it has 10,000 employees ready to respond to power problems and communicating with customers.
CEO Kim Green telling us it could take days, but crews are working around the clock to best get power back on quickly and safely.
Unfortunately, it may be multiple days, but I want to make sure that everybody hears me, that our company and our resources are committed to getting the power back on quickly and safely.
All right, so a reminder tonight, if you see a down power line, do not go near it. Georgia Power says to always assume down power lines are live and life-threatening. You should always call 911 to have the line barricaded so no one else is hurt either. Well, tonight, as we brace for the strongest impacts from Helene, Fulton County has signed a declaration of emergency.
This is a new photo from Atlanta Fulton County's Emergency Management Agency. You can see Fulton County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts there signing the declaration, and now enables Fulton County to be eligible for additional resources from the state and federal governments.
Well, tonight we know Children's Hospital of Atlanta is now under a code white status. That's in case of the bad weather that we are all expecting. The hospital says all elective surgeries for tomorrow are canceled. Also, an important note to those in Atlanta whose trash pickup day is tomorrow. That service has also been suspended. The city is asking you to not put your trash, recycling, or yard debris bins out on the curb, and said pickup day will be Saturday, weather permitting. We're getting you back to Chris Holcomb in just a moment. Now, Chris, are you ready with the latest on Helene? I understand you have some breaking news here.
We do have a breaking update just in from the National Hurricane Center. This is what we've been waiting on all night long. We now have official landfall. Helene made landfall just a few moments ago officially. They're about just a little bit to the west of Perry, Florida. And you can see the center of the circulation now is continuing to move over the land right now. Now that it's made that landfall, the next focus is going to be it's moving into Georgia, and we're breaking down those impacts as conditions are only going to worsen during the overnight hours. Stay with us. We'll have much more on this breaking development and that latest forecast track coming up next.
Cure life better on 11Alive.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks,
the nightlife,
the people.
We left you with that breaking news a moment ago about official landfall taking place right now. It just happened over the past few minutes along that Big Bend region. Another bit of new breaking news right now is we have a brand new flash flood warning that's in effect. We had been telling you about this one, this green polygon that you see right here that covers multiple counties that goes from North Fulton County, South Forsyth County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, Fulton, on down to the south into parts of Clayton County, Fayette County, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, Upson County. A large area of a flash flood warning. Now, a new flash flood warning has been issued to the west of us, where you can see it going down to areas of Coweta County, South Fulton, Douglas, Paulding County, Cobb County, also into Bartow County, Cherokee County, going up into areas of Pickens County, and even into Gilmer County and parts of Gordon County. All of those counties are included in a new flash flood warning. We're going to see more flash flood warnings happening overnight. Take a look at these bands of rain that are pushing through through our area where you see the yellows and oranges indicating the moderate and heavy rain, where you see the reds in there. That's even heavier rain that's continuing to move on through. And you can see those bands just keep moving in, and that is going to be the case for the rest of the overnight hours. There's another one here on the east side from Henry County, southeast of us, pushing up into parts of DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, and we're not finished with it yet. Doppler radar can estimate how much rain has fallen, and look at this swath here from North Fulton through DeKalb County, parts of central Fulton County, down to Clayton, Henry County, down towards Spalding County. Look at the Doppler radar estimates just over the past 24 hours here. 4+ inches of rain down in parts of Henry County and southern areas of Clayton County. 3 inches here in parts of Clayton, DeKalb County, 3.5. We've got almost 3 up in Fulton County, and these totals are only going to get higher during the overnight hours when Helene then moves through Georgia. So here's what we're watching. That official landfall right there just to the west of Perry, Florida is where we had that landfall there. And then that's moving up toward the north. To the right side of that, we do have these tornado warnings that are in effect. This one just outside of our viewing area, we're going to be watching on the east side any of those bands coming in for some possible tornado warnings through those overnight hours. That's why we have been on with you all night. That's why we're going to be on with you for the rest of the overnight hours as well. Stay with us. We'll keep monitoring these latest developments that we have with these new flood warnings and the landfall. The next target for Helene is going to be Georgia, and that'll be coming soon. Let's go to Cody right now, Cody Alcorn up in Athens, Georgia, where you have been seeing the rain that's kind of kicking up a little bit more. Cody, you're on the more active side of this system. How are folks reacting there, and what are you seeing in the Athens area?
Well, of course, we are in a college town. UGA is out today and tomorrow. Kids out here actually enjoying, I would say, probably a few hurricane parties at some of the local bars. It is as usual on a Thursday night here, but hopefully these college students will be taking this thing more seriously, as we do expect these winds to be picking up later this evening when most of them are going home. But I believe a lot of them hopefully are going to be walking back to their areas. But again, just a warning, these kids have been going for a while, so just want to warn you guys on that. We are live on the air right now, so you guys might want to keep walking. But again, we're going to send it back to you guys for now. We'll come back out here and check in you, but I can tell you the wind is picking up a little bit up here and the rain as well. So I will be staying here in Athens and monitoring these conditions throughout the evening.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. Well, this just in, a shelter is now open in Newton County. The shelter is located at Cousins Middle School on Geiger Street and Covington. Again, at Cousins Middle School on Geiger Street and Covington, in case anyone needs shelter in Newton County.
Right now, let's take you to some new video in tonight shared by hurricane hunters of Helene as it is approaching Florida. This is brand new video being shared with us.
Well, this video comes from Tampa, Florida today that you're looking at now. A lot of you may have seen this one online. A lot of folks talking about it. This is where high winds and storm surge close the Howard Franklin Bridge. You can see those waves going over the side of the bridge there, crashing onto it, and still cars are moving across. The Florida Highway Patrol did close the bridge. That was shortly before 4 o'clock. Many bridges in Tampa and other parts of Florida closed tonight. But again, as you see these conditions, when we begin to see more and more of the effects of Helene here, don't forget, turn around, don't drown. If you see floodwaters, any of that water coming into the roadway, that is not where you want to go.
Surprised they didn't close that earlier.
I know,
just considering
a lot of folks saying that.
The conditions. All right, this is also some video tonight from Cedar Key, Florida. The storm surge and flooding we have seen there. As I mentioned earlier, this is a small community right there, kind of jets out into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see the flooding is pretty intense there. In fact, that area is one of the areas that people really left. I understand from some reporting, only about 50 people in that entire town decided to stick around. As you can see, the debris, the flooding, and all those tree limbs down as well. As I mentioned, we do have reporters spread across the area covering the storm tonight. We want to check back in with 11Alive's Grace King.
She is live for us tonight in Brookhaven along Buford Highway. And Grace, some people there are already concerned about how they're going to operate tomorrow because of the effects of Helene already.
Right. You know, we've talked about flooding, we've talked about trees down, but there are a couple different problems that we've seen here. Along here in Buford Highway, you can see that this is where the utility construction typically is. It's covered with gravel so that cars can go back and forth. But because of the rain that's been raining all day, it started to wash away, leaving about a foot down here. Cars can't get through. Some people told us they have flat tires. They told us that they damaged their cars so badly tow trucks had to come pull them out. And now you can see that there are cones and caution tape blocking a couple blocks of Buford Highway so people can't get in or out of their apartment complexes. They're worried about how to get places tomorrow. Some of them work at clinics or hospitals. They don't know how they're going to get anywhere. Live in Buford Highway, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much.
All right, we are continuing to see reports of flooding all across the area. We've heard of reporting in Six Flags area, also Sandy Springs. You just posted some information about that as well.
Yeah, there's really a lot of this that we are continuing to see, and our meteorologists have been telling us it's only going to get worse as we go through the overnight hours. Let's get you back to Chris.
We're going to see more flood warnings. We're going to see more wind damage. We're going to see trees down. We're going to see power outages. That is just the reality of this system and what's going to be happening for the overnight hours. It has already been very active with rain. We've already had flooding. The wind hasn't started kicking up that much yet. It's starting to get a little breezy, but it is only going to get worse during the overnight hours. Here's a look at what we're watching. We mentioned earlier a very large flash flood warning here that covers numerous counties in Atlanta, and now additional counties to the west of us are included, and also down to the south as well. So really all of us need to be prepared for that flooding possible during these overnight hours as we see these bands of rain moving in. At least the light rain has been persistent. Then you'll have a band of moderate to heavy rain. It'll turn light again. Then another band moves in, and that's really going to be the process for the rest of the overnight hours. We have another one of those bands of heavy rain coming from Henry County, Rockdale County, Gwinnett County, into areas of DeKalb County. This is about to close in on the city out there right now. I want to take you down just outside of our viewing area, but many of you are familiar. Here's Eatonton. Milledgeville is in the Macon viewing area, but over here from Wrightsville to Sandersville, there is a tornado warning there. We think this will fall apart before it moves up closer to Putnam County. I don't think it would hold together, but we are going to keep watching this, and if it does, we will let you know about that if any additional tornado warnings are issued or sent up closer to our area. Here is a look right now at what we're watching with Helene and that center of circulation. We told you earlier, breaking news, that the landfall has happened, and you can see the evidence of that right now with the center of that circulation moving in over land now. We expect it to start weakening a little bit over land, but the deal is it's moving so fast, the forward motion at about 20 plus miles an hour. It's still going to be a Cat 2 moving into parts of southwest Georgia. So there's that center of circulation about to cross over I-10. Here's Tallahassee here. There's St. Mark's. It moved in just to the west, the official landfall, just to the west of Perry, Florida, and now it's about to cross over I-10, then move toward Valdosta. I know Angelina Salcedo is in Valdosta right now. They're about to get rocked with a lot of wind and rain there, and then continuing to move up toward the north, and then we'll see that move through our area. Melissa, I just saw you scurrying over there. Just got some new information in.
Yes, and you might have heard in the background, I don't know if you all can hear me.
Yeah, I don't think your mic's there. I thought they had you ready to go. There we go.
Okay, is my mic on? Okay, great. Your phone might have gone off. You might have heard phones going off here in our studio while Chris was talking. They have upped the flash flood warning for Atlanta and Fulton County, Eastern Cobb County, DeKalb County, Clayton County, and they have these thresholds as the flooding gets worse. And when the flooding gets worse, they can issue these flood warnings that will alert your phone if you've turned on the wireless emergency alert. So what the National Weather Service is saying, that the flood warning that is ongoing for those counties, the flooding is going to get a lot worse. So that's why they're saying life-threatening flash flooding, heavy rain-producing flash flooding is going to be going on. This includes Atlanta, Marietta, Decatur, Jonesboro, Peachtree Cornels, City of South Fulton, Sandy Springs. And a lot of that flooding is not just going to be streets, but it's creeks and rivers. I want to show you video coming in from our 11Alive photojournalist, John Samuels, and he has been out. There we go. This is a live look, okay? This is the North Fork of Peachtree Creek. This is not far from Buford Highway. and North Druid Hills Road. And you notice here, you see that center line at the bottom? That is actually a road that is completely, and if you guys can get in my ear, remind me which road it was. Peachtree. This is Peachtree Road? Peachtree Creek. Oh, it's Peachtree Creek. Okay. And it's covered up by water. So this is a flash flooding scenario where these smaller creeks and rivers in Atlanta can't take enough water. They're taking in water faster than it can go down the river. Right there we go. Woodward Way along Peachtree Creek. So the flooding at the flood stage that it's at right now, it's in major flood stage. It's nearing the all-time record, which was from the September 2009 floods. And at this point, the water starts going into the backyards of homes. And if the water keeps rising more than that, we get to unprecedented levels. So that's a live look at the North Fork of Peachtree Creek. You can see there is a spotlight, so you can see a little bit better. If you guys can talk to me again, I think they're trying to give me more information. Oh, we're going to go to break next. Okay, so that's flooding ongoing right now. If your phone went off, you're in a flash flood warning, and we've got more coverage coming up right after this.
And it's break. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with the
Team 11.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
Welcome back. It is now 11:42. Let's check back in with 11Alive's Angelina Salcido.
She is live tonight in Valdosta. And Angelina, we can just see that rain and those winds whipping you around down there.
Definitely continuing to increase for sure. And I was listening to Chris, and I was also listening to Melissa, and Chris was saying that we were pretty close to being rocked here, and that has been abundantly clear as the wind gusts continue to increase. Now, while we're doing this live shot, you may see behind me that the sky starts to light up. You might see some colors behind me. Those are the transformers that have been blowing as the winds from Hurricane Helene continue to pick up. Now, Tyson is my photographer. If you walk with me this way, we're going to pan you this way so that you can see that this neighborhood right here is pitch black. They had light just a little bit ago, but now this has virtually no light there, and that is what I was talking about. If you started to see the sky lighting up, those are the transformers in the county that are starting to blow. I looked up power outages in this area and in this county. So far, 10,000 people have been affected, but those numbers are going to continue to go up as the hurricane force winds continue to come through here. And from what I understand, the storm, or the eye of the storm, has not even come close to this area, so we know that that's going to be getting worse worse, we're, of course, making sure that we stay safe, away from the power lines, away from trees, away from anything that could be flying in our direction. And we just lost power right now. So you can tell it dramatically changed. And this is exactly why they have been telling people to stay off of the roads. We, of course, are going to make sure that we assess the situation out here and, of course, stay safe while we bring you the information here from Valdosta. We're live in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11Alive News.
All right, Angelina, we see that power flickering out there. We see that rain coming in sideways. Y'all stay safe out there. Well, speaking of power, right now we are taking a live look at power outages across Metro Atlanta. This is Georgia Power's outage map.
Let's check in with 11Alive's Zach Merchant here in studio tonight. Zach, you have been tracking the outages county by county. What are we seeing right now?
Well, this map sort of tells the story of the storm in its own way, too. And I actually want to start at a statewide look here. If you've just tuned in right now, pretty self-explanatory. Green is good on this map. Red is bad. Blue is not so good either. If you see a county in blue, it means there are between 5,000 and 15,000 Georgia Power customers who are out of power right now. And let's actually start where we just saw Angelina. We're going to zoom into South Georgia here. If the touchscreen stays with us, there we go. This is Valdosta. We're in Lowndes County. About 6,500 customers, 6,500 Georgia Power customers there who are out of power. Now let's zoom back out and then let's go in to the metro here, because this is another area we're starting to see these numbers of power outages starting to climb up. They're still pretty low, all things considered, but the numbers are starting to rise. Let's take a look right here. We see DeKalb County, almost 10,000 folks in DeKalb are now out of power. We take a look right across the border now. We're in Fulton County. About 3,200 customers in Fulton County are out of power at this moment. We expect these numbers to rise, but still, most Georgians have power. Most Georgia Power customers have power. And to put it in perspective, let's look at the statewide numbers here. I'm just watching because I want to make sure I stay on screen here. And we just saw this tally go up just as we hit this button. If you can see these figures here, right now across Georgia, about 720 active outages inside the Georgia Power system. Roughly 50,000 Georgia Power customers are now out of power. When we started looking at this map at about 10:40 this evening, about an hour ago, there were only about 20,000 customers with outages. So this number is going up. It's going up fast. But still, 2.7 million Georgia Power customers in the state. The vast majority still have power. Take advantage of that power while you still have it. Charge everything you need. You don't know how long this power is going to last tonight.
Zach Merchant, we'll check back with you shortly. Thanks so much. And tonight, as we brace for the strongest impacts from Helene, Fulton County has declared a declaration of emergency. You're taking a look right now at some of the effects. This is on Ivy Mill Way in Roswell.
Yeah, that tree down, just like we are hearing so many other reports across our area. And we are anticipating additional trees to come down when these winds continue to pick up. And that ground is already so saturated. So we will, of course, continue to follow those outages and the other damages and remnants left behind from Helene as we do. All right, so we also want to take you now to some other images. Is that correct? Yeah, this one is a photo from Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management Agency. And you can see there Fulton County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts signing the declaration that you just heard Jonathan mention a short time ago. This will enable Fulton County to be eligible for additional resources from both the state and federal government.
And we know Cobb County has done the same, several local counties adding that extra support. And tonight we also know Children's Hospital of Atlanta is now under what's considered a code white status. That's in case of the inclement weather that we are already seeing. The hospital says all elective surgeries for tomorrow have been canceled. Also, this important note to those in Atlanta who have trash pickup set for tomorrow. That service has now been suspended. The city is asking you not to put out your trash, recycling, or yard debris bins on the curb. Instead, they say pickup day will be Saturday, weather permitting. We, of course, are going to continue to follow that. Any other changes that come from the different counties.
All right, so we want to get you back now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, standing by for us. But before we get to you, Chris, this is another look down in Key West, Florida, and this shot just keeps getting worse and worse as we continue to follow and track Helene now that it has made landfall. We'll get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb and Melissa Nord, in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
Face it, the weather is Can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks,
the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better.
Right now, we are continuing to track Hurricane Helene.
11Alive's Grace King is live for us tonight out of Brookhaven along Buford Highway. And Grace, right now, people are experiencing what some people will be experiencing in the morning after we see some of the remnants of Hurricane Helene pass us by.
Right, especially now that the rain has picked back up. We're standing on the portion outside the Garden apartment homes at Briarwood, and you can see here where the gravel that covered this utility work as they did the construction has washed away, leaving just a big drop here. Cars had flat tires, tow trucks had to pull some out because it's not safe for them to drive over here. Now it's like this on a long stretch of Buford Highway where they're doing the construction because they haven't had time to pave it yet as part of that project. As this rain continues to pick up, we're seeing more of that gravel start to wash away and possibly cause more problems back there as well. At least for this apartment complex, residents told me this is the only way in and out. This driveway right here behind me, they don't know how they're going to get to work because it's not safe to drive through there. They said they're going to have to try and call friends. If their friends are able to get out to come pick them up here, some of them work at hospitals, clinics, important jobs that they need to get somewhere tomorrow and that they can't work from home. They're worried that this problem will only get worse as the rain, wind, and flooding continues. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. Let's check back in with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, this is that time we are getting closer to, our area really feeling the greater impacts of this storm.
And that's what we've been talking about all night, talking about the later we get into these nighttime hours and into the overnight. Right now, we're just before midnight, and things are only getting worse out there. We're seeing the rain get heavier. We're going to see the winds that are going to be picking up even more. And Francine just made landfall within just after 11 o'clock. And so now it's going to travel through Georgia, and as it gets closer to us, again, early tomorrow morning, that's going to be the time frame, let's say between 3 a.m. and 9 a.m., when we're going to be feeling the most impactful part of this storm with the even heavier rain and all the wind moving through. Take a look at these bands of rain that are pushing through. As I put this into motion, you can see the flow there of these bands coming from the south and east with that moderate to heavy rain, and we just keep these bands rolling through Atlanta over areas that have already picked up a lot of rain. I know that you can see it may be hard to see these polygons here, but that's where we have numerous counties, almost all of us here inside the city, south of the city, and west of the city are included in a flash flood warning right now, as we're seeing many low-lying areas experiencing some flash flooding. We're keeping an eye on a lot of those creeks and streams. We're starting to see those rise even more with these bands of heavy rain moving in. It just comes down really hard, collects on those low-lying areas, and that's where we're seeing flooding. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see more of this overnight as this rain gets heavier and heavier. Take a look at this red color. Our Doppler radar can estimate how much rain has fallen here. And take a look at the red and even some of the oranges beginning to show up now in Henry County. That's where we're talking about 4+ inches of rain there. 3 inches of rain over in parts of Clayton County. DeKalb County, some areas seeing 3.5 already. And Francine isn't even here, or Helene isn't even here yet. We'll keep seeing that rain get heavier and heavier, and those rainfall amounts going up even more. Here's what we're watching with the storm. We're in Atlanta here. You can see the flow around this, spreading in more of that rain. Here is the storm inland right now. It made that landfall just after 11 o'clock, the official landfall. But look how fast it is moving here up to the north. In just a little bit, this center of the circulation is going to cross over the Georgia-Florida line and start moving through Georgia very quickly. We told you about Angelina Salcido in Valdosta right about here. You were seeing those conditions worsen for her. We're going to get back to her in a little bit as this, the northern part of that center of circulation will be moving in. That's going to be the strongest part of the storm there. If it's safe, we'll go back to them in just a little bit as it gets closer to the Valdosta area. So here you see Valdosta, where she is. There's that northern part of the eye, really, what's left of the eye of that center of circulation. That's going to be moving in over Valdosta there along 75 in just a little bit. So we'll try to get back to her if it is safe for her to report out of that. Then the storm continues to move up toward the north, toward Macon, and then toward the Atlanta area. We do have the tornado watches in effect for northern Florida, excuse me, South Georgia, southeast areas of Georgia, and into South Carolina. At this point, no tornado warnings in effect. We told you about that one over to the east of Milledgeville earlier. That expired. We haven't seen any other tornado warnings developing there with that. It's just watching these bands of rain moving in. This is a live view right now at Atlanta Motor Speedway over in Henry County. Again, the heavy rain there, they've got the lights on, but the visibility is still reduced by all of that rain that's moving through. Here's the storm inland now, a Cat 4. Now that it's over land, it is going to start weakening a little bit. But as that weakening process happens, it still has a very fast forward speed. So it remains a Category 2 hurricane in South Georgia, then a Cat 1 in Middle Georgia, even up toward areas of Pike, Lamar County, Spalding County. Still hurricane force winds with that. Tropical storm over Atlanta. This has it right on top of us Friday morning at 8 o'clock with winds of 65 miles an hour. That's according to the track from the National Hurricane Center. Then it keeps moving up toward the north as it weakens somewhat here. But just look at that. The state, pretty much all areas experiencing that track as it moves on through. And remember what we were talking about earlier, this cone is not showing the areas that are feeling the impacts. This cone is the cone of uncertainty, talking about where that center of circulation could be. It could drift here, it could drift there within that cone. But we are seeing impacts outside of that cone. I don't want you to look at this and think, oh, West Georgia and East Georgia are fine. That is not the case. All of us are going to be feeling the impacts from this system tonight. Another look at these tropical alerts that we have here. I don't know why that's we'll need to check on that. That might be a mistake there, just north of Athens. But these warnings are down to the south in areas of Spalding County, Butts County, Jasper County, that line down to the south where we have the hurricane warning in effect. The rest of us are in this tropical storm warning. Melissa, I don't know if I'm stealing this map from you, but I want to go over these power outages. I'm not sure if you're doing this right now or not when I pitch to you, but this is the outlook for the risk for power outages. The darker red color you see here is where we're going to see widespread power outages. In the orange, moderate power outages. We really are expecting a lot of them as this wind and rain will be kicking up even more, bringing down trees, and that's going to cause the power outages in the area, Melissa.
Yeah. And Chris, before we even get to the power outages, right now we have some flooding that is ongoing in different water tributaries across the metro. These photos came in to us from an 11Alive viewer who's in Brookhaven along North Peachtree Creek. We've been talking about North Peachtree Creek for the last 2 hours. This thing went into a flash flood, reached very close to record stage. And this is a look into their backyard. Okay, right along Victor Road. You see this fence right here? This is a fence that is about 6 feet tall. So that gives you a reference. We're looking at 3 to 4 feet, I would say, in their backyard of floodwaters from North Peachtree Creek. So significant flooding is ongoing in Brookhaven right now. We showed you earlier the live image of the water covering over the road, and this is a flash flood. These creeks, these smaller creeks, they're going to get hit first. Then all that water eventually heads into the larger waters, the larger tributaries like the Chattahoochee, and we deal with bigger river flooding as we get into late tomorrow and Saturday. Looks like this one's finally crested. So the latest was about 18.42, just shy of the record from the September 2009 floods, and it looks like it's flattening out a bit. What does that mean? It means the water's going from Brookhaven, flowing further down Peachtree Creek into kind of central and western Atlanta. So we still have our flash flood warnings ongoing. If your phone went off about 20 minutes ago, that's because this warning right here, which is from Roswell down through Sandy Springs, which, by the way, there are now evacuations ongoing in Sandy Springs off of, I think it was Nancy Creek, according to Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management. There are evacuations ongoing there as well. And then down to the south into Clayton County near Forest Park. This includes kind of close to the Yellow River as well. We've got that flash flood warning with the tag being considerable, because we're starting to see significant flooding. So that's why your phone would have gone off. Rain continues to pour in. As Chris was pointing out, we have a lot of areas here in the metro now with more of that moderate to heavy rain rates, in particular right on top of Atlanta. So Atlanta up to Roswell, east over into Decatur, and then down south into McDonough. And this is lifting westward. So Cobb County, Douglas, I know you've already been seeing some heavy rain. The rain, I mean, it's really, Chris, since landfall, it's picking up in intensity here in a big way in the last, I would say, 30 minutes to an hour. So flooding going to be ongoing tonight. And then the winds pick up as we get past 2 o'clock in the morning or so. And that's when we start to see the power outage numbers really going up.
That's the danger that we're talking about right now. This is a recipe for those widespread power outages. And you mentioned the rain really picking up, and this is just going to be even more and more persistent during those overnight hours. I want to take you back down here to the landfall. Look how quickly this is moving in over Florida, moving over I-10 right now, about to move over the line into Georgia. Here's Valdosta right up here. I want to zoom in a little bit tighter because I want to take you to Valdosta. That's where our Angelina Salcido is right now. There's Valdosta. Look what is about to move in to Valdosta right now. This is that northern part of the eye wall that's going to have the most intense part of the storm with it, and that's about to bear down on Angelina Salcido. Let's go to her now live. Angelina, number one, I want you guys to be careful, be safe, but I just wanted to come to you and let you know, number one, this is about to hit you really hard, and to see if you're seeing any indications of that coming right now.
Right now, actually, the wind gusts haven't been as heavy, but that might change given the fact that it is starting to make it to our way right now. Again, the power is still kind of flickering on and off. I know the last live shot that we had done, we actually lost power. The winds are starting to pick up. Pause for a little bit. We're feeling okay, and we're still feeling safe. But definitely the wind gusts still starting to pick up here as the dirty side of the storm makes its way here. The dirty side of the storm, Chris, which I know that you guys are familiar with, is the most dangerous side of the storm because of how violent those wind gusts can be. The trees here that are along these power lines have been whipping throughout. Another transformer just blew kind of in the distance, and that's going to be something that's going to be consistent as the night continues on and as we go into the later hours and as the storm finally makes its way here to Valdosta and Lowndes County. When we talked to emergency management earlier today, they were saying that they were just really praying that this community took the warnings for them to prepare, make sure that they have everything that they need in their homes seriously. But they do think that the residents that live in this area did, because they have been through several different storms. We spoke to people at the shelters. They evacuated to the shelters today because they felt like that was the best thing for them to do so that they wouldn't be stuck in their home during these conditions. And I can tell you that the police have also told me that that is the smartest thing for people to do, especially if they live in mobile homes or if they live in homes that are surrounded by a lot of vegetation, which a lot of the homes that are down these roads here do have a lot of vegetation, and those are often where we see a lot of homes affected and a lot of power lines coming down as well. We spoke to officers that were out on the roads. Now, they were out on the roads probably about like an hour ago. They were just checking to make sure that people were not out on the roads and that they were being safe. Now they're pretty much hunkering down, and that's why they have that curfew in place in Valdosta from 8 p.m. until sunrise tomorrow to kind of make sure that this storm passes through, does whatever it is that it's going to do when it comes to damage, and then tomorrow they're going to assess it, make sure that they respond quickly and that they check to make sure that people are doing okay. We're live tonight in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11Alive News.
Wow, and you can certainly hear and see what we have been talking about. Angelina, make sure you still stay safe out there tonight. Thank you so much. Well, right now we are taking a live look from another part of South Georgia. This is a live camera in Savannah. 11Alive's Cody Alcorn is standing by for us in Athens tonight, tracking the impacts there. We are keeping you updated on the very latest with Hurricane Helene. We'll be right back.
Benefits I needed.
While you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
It is just after midnight. We thank you all so much for staying with us here on 11Alive as we continue to track the impacts from Helene. As I mentioned, we have reporters all across the area, including 11Alive's Cody Alcorn.
And Cody is in Athens for us live tonight. And Cody, the last time we saw you, you had some folks that were out and about living it up a little bit before the storm.
You know, I can't blame them. Of course, we are in a college town. Georgia was out today. They're out tomorrow. It's a long weekend for these college kids, so they've had a lot of time to enjoy the day, probably some hurricane parties at these local bars. But we are concerned. Hopefully, they will shut down a little earlier tonight so these students can get home safely. We are expecting things to deteriorate pretty fast here. in Athens after midnight. But really at this hour, we're just experiencing some light rain, a little bit of wind every once in a while, but really nothing happening right now, which we knew that was going to happen. So people should not let their guard down. Do not get out if you don't have to be. I can tell you, the Waffle House here in Athens is open at the moment, but we know many across the state are closing, which gives you some idea of how bad it is going to get. In fact, I just saw the city of Warren Robins saying that they have just closed all of their Waffle Houses there. So it shows you as the storm is moving across the state, things are getting worse. But right now in Athens, again, we're just kind of monitoring the situation. We don't expect things to get bad here until after midnight. I know on social media, a lot of parents are asking what it's like here. They know their kids stayed here on campus through this long weekend. Again, right now things are safe. Just hoping these students do take some precautions though getting home, but they have to drive away. So any parents watching right now, make sure you check in with your kids. Let them know again, things will be getting worse as the night goes on. We'll be here in Athens though through the early morning hours, keeping it a close watch on here and across North Georgia. I know over in Hall County, I was there. Gainesville, that's where the Missouri Task Force has been stationed with FEMA. They are on standby to respond anywhere in the state. So we're kind of keeping an eye everywhere across this northern part of Georgia. We will move as we need to, but right now just kind of standing by in Athens, waiting for this to arrive here. So we'll see you back in just a little bit.
Okay, here we are after midnight. You've heard the phrase, nothing good happens after midnight, right? There's no reason to be out right now, out and about. So I hope you're already hunkered down and stay at home and stay hunkered down till at least after 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, because what we're watching right now is what we have been talking about all week. We have this landfalling hurricane that was a Category 4 at landfall there in the Big Bend region. It is moving quickly through North Florida. It's about to cross over the Georgia-Florida line there. We have some lightning around that center part, or that northern eye wall that continues to move up toward the north with that heavy rain that is about to bear down on Valdosta. And that's going to keep that fast movement to the north. This is still classified as a hurricane, even though it's over land. And it will maintain hurricane strength until it's just south of Atlanta. Here you can see, again, there's Valdosta. This is where Angelina was. You know, right when we went to her, we really saw those conditions getting worse and worse during her live shot. We're going to try to get back to her a little bit if they are able to stay safe, because this is the part of the storm that's about to be right on top of Valdosta. She was mentioning that dirty side of the storm. Let me show you what we're watching. There's the center of the storm right now. When you've got the forward motion going like this, it is that right front quadrant of the storm that is the strongest, and they're about to be in that right front quadrant in the next few minutes. That will be the strongest part of that storm as it is moving inland. It's going to keep moving up toward the north and will push on up into our area here. You can see those tornado watches for southeast Georgia, Florida, also areas of the coastal region of Georgia up into South Carolina, where there is a tornado warning there just to the south and to the west of Charleston. But for us, watch these bands that continue moving through. These have very heavy rain with them, moderate to heavy rain. You'll see a wave of heavy rain coming in, then it'll lighten up a little bit. Another wave comes in. We're thinking, though, that this heavy rain and moderate rain is going to be more persistent through the rest of the overnight hours. Another view right now, I was kind of keeping an eye on Atlanta Motor Speedway as we're seeing those bands really heavy there on the south side. So here is a look. This is the 12 o'clock update now, the midnight update. This is still showing winds of 140 miles an hour, even though it is inland. It's going to be a process as this is moving very quickly north-northeast at 24 miles an hour. So as we've been saying all night, as this moves up toward the north so quickly, it's going to lose its fuel of the warm water and it's going to start weakening. But since it's moving so fast, it's going to cover a lot of land still as a hurricane there, moving up toward the north. Once it gets to Atlanta, excuse me, it'll still be classified as a tropical storm with winds of around 65 miles an hour as it moves through the Atlanta area. Hurricane force winds still on the south side in parts of Spalding County, Pike County, Lamar County, Upson County, and over toward Jasper County, Butts County in that warning as well. And then continuing to move to the north before it finally falls apart. So a very impactful night. This we're moving into right now. Even though we've already had a lot of rain, we are are moving into the time frame now where we are going to see that most active time as the system continues to move on through. Here you can see the hurricane warning. Again, this is a mistake. We need to check with the Weather Service on that. North of Athens, Jackson County, I believe, that is the county. You are not in a hurricane warning. They accidentally put something in there for that. The hurricane warning is down to the south. Everybody else is in a tropical storm warning here. The severe weather threat, pretty much on the right-hand side of that track that we showed you there. Level 1 risk from Atlanta over to the east. Then it becomes a level 2 risk over toward Augusta. Level 3 risk near the coastal region. And that's where we've been seeing most of those tornado warnings that have been occurring here. Take a look at the impacts for the rest of the overnight hours. We're going to see heavy rain and flooding in those areas where we have the tropical storm warning. We're talking about winds 50 to 70 miles an hour. Hurricane warning areas, 80-mile-an-hour winds there on the south side, and still watching that lower tornado risk there to the south and east. And then our Georgia impacts in the morning, heavy rain and flooding, still those strong winds. We're talking between 3 in the morning and 9 in the morning is going to be the most impactful time from the system moving through that low tornado risk of the southeast. And then for Friday evening, a couple of lingering showers. The rain will be tapering off in those afternoon hours around lunchtime, but it's going to stay breezy out there with those gusts that are going to be around 30 miles an hour. So here's the forecast track of what we're watching. Look how the radar is going to be lighting up during the overnight hours tonight with all that yellow, orange and red indicating that moderate to heavy rain that'll be moving through. 3 o'clock in the morning, we still have those bands of heavy rain pushing through. There at the bottom of the screen is the center of that circulation. That's going to push up toward the Athens area just east of Atlanta by 6:30 in the morning, but still wrapping around that center of circulation. You've got all that rain, you have all that wind that is going to be pushing through the area, and then it moves up to the north. By lunchtime, things are going to start getting better. We see the rain lifting away and pushing out of here. We'll still have some wind, and we'll still have some off and on scattered showers around, but things will get better. But that wind's going to stay breezy here throughout the day. Let's go to Joe Ripley right now. He has been kind of watching things on the south side down towards Spalding County. Joe, are you seeing conditions worsen as we see those bands of rain coming in and out of there?
Yeah, we are slightly, Chris. The rain has picked up a little bit. The wind especially has picked up over the last hour or so. Right now we are driving along Noonan Road, heading to the western part of Spalding County to where we believe reports have shown a roadway that has been closed due to potential flooding out that way. We have seen several problem spots around Spalding County. Let's give you a look outside to show you what we're seeing from our vantage point here. You can see really not much, and that's one of the problems that Spalding County emergency officials have been warning about all evening long, especially after the sun goes down.
Some of Joe Ripley's
extremely hard out here. So.
All right, we lost some of Joe Ripley's signal as he is riding around tonight. We do want to stress that he is riding. He is not driving.
He is riding.
He does have a photographer. We do have another live picture we want to show you, I believe. This is showing some of the wet roads here in the city of Atlanta. This is right at I-75-85 northbound, right at University Avenue. The good news is that if there is any, there are not a lot of cars out there at this hour. Yeah. As we've been hearing from Chris and Melissa, this is a time that if you are home, stay home. Do not go out. This is not the time to go out. You can see with some of these cars, some of the ponding there, particularly on the right side of the interstate there.
Yeah, so hopefully these folks are on the way home or have a job that really seriously requires them to be out in these conditions. Well, right now we are going to take a live look right here at the power outages that we are seeing across Metro Atlanta. This is Georgia Power's outage map. 11Alive Zach Merchant in studio tonight taking a closer look at some of the areas that have been hardest hit early on.
And no surprise, a lot of the action is happening to our south and South Georgia here, where you saw Angelina Salcido and photojournalist Tyson Paul. That wind was ripping through as we've seen them over the past roughly hour and a half. That intensity is really ramping up, and so too are the power outages. This is a map of Georgia Power customers across the state and their outages. No surprise, green is good. Red on this map is bad, and we do now, for the first time, have a county in red on our map here. It is Lowndes County, home of Valdosta, where Angelina and Tyson are. 20,000 Georgia Power customers are without power in the Valdosta area right now. No surprise, we know that there are many, many, many more outages in Florida as this storm starts making its way up into Georgia. We're likely going to see many of our counties tick red as well. Let's zoom back into the metro, though. Let's see how we're doing right now, and I'm going to try to clean the map up just a touch here so it's a little less cluttered. Here we go. The core metro areas for right now, still doing pretty well. A lot of green you see on the map. That means there's fewer than 500 people who are out of power right now. In our very core counties here, the numbers are slowly ticking up. DeKalb County, about 14,000 customers affected. That means affected by a power outage. We want to be clear here. But about 340,000 customers are in DeKalb County, so still a small percentage of the overall Georgia Power customers in DeKalb. Take a look across the border here. Let's take a look at Fulton County. Numbers again slowly ticking up in Fulton, but still a pretty good picture here. Just about 5,900 people in Fulton County are out of power right now. Still a pretty small percentage. And then we take a look over, we saw Cody Alcorn just a little bit ago in Athens. That's on sort of our eastern side of the state. You've heard Chris, you've heard Melissa talk about how the eastern side of the track of the storm, the eastern side of our state, is likely to feel the hardest impact from Helene. So far, though, they are not seeing too much trouble. Athens, Clark County, only about 860 Georgia Power customers without power. That is good. If you're those kids who are out doing what you do on a hurricane night sometimes, your power on your phone's probably getting pretty low. Now is a good time to plug them in because we can anticipate there's going to be a lot more outages in your area in the coming hours tonight. And let's zoom out too. Let's give you some numbers for the whole state here, kind of give you a sense of what we're working with on the sort of total level right now. And it's also a good chance to sort of make a checkpoint here because we can expect these numbers to go up. Right now, though, take a look over here. I'm going to reach. This is the total for the whole state. About 900 active outages across the entire Georgia Power network. About 78,000 customers have been affected. Still a small percentage of the total customers across the state, but it is going up quickly. Just about an hour ago, 20,000. A long night, this storm is slowly making its way up to us. We are going to stay with you through it all. We'll be right back.
Sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks, the nightlife,
the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could
Well, this is just in. Evacuations are underway right now in Sandy Springs. The Windsor Parkway Bridge over Nancy Creek between Northland and Peachtree Dunwoody Road is closed due to flooding. Take a look here at your screen. You can see that bridge is fully covered in water. Officials are asking you please to not attempt to drive around barricades. 25 homes are impacted on Rickenbacker Drive. And we have been talking about this flooding that we were going to be seeing as a result of Helene for quite some time. And Chris, we're starting to see some of those effects and some of that now, even more so.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse overnight. We're going to see more flooding overnight with this heavy rain that's still going to be pushing through. You can see what's happening right now with Hurricane Helene. That is down to the south. It moved over land. It is inland. Now it is into areas of Georgia, and that northern part of that eye wall, what is left of that eye wall, is bearing down on Valdosta right now. Here you can see that really heavy rain that's moving in right now. Valdosta is right up here. Angelina Salcido is there live right now. We checked with her just a few moments ago. We were seeing the conditions deteriorate during her live shot. Angelina, again, we want you guys to be safe, but are you seeing those conditions getting worse?
Definitely changed for sure. Just maybe within the last 15 minutes or so, probably even less. The power has continued to flicker on and off. We're hearing a lot of different pops that are happening in the distance far away from us as these wind gusts continue to get even heavier and the storm passes through the southern part of Georgia. Now, this is what the Valdosta area has been waiting for, essentially, is to see what the hurricane force winds were actually going to feel like, what they were going to look like. And you guys are taking a look at them right now. The wind has just been whipping through this area here. They are getting hammered and pounded by rain as this storm comes through. And like Chris was explaining to you guys a little bit earlier, this is the dirty side of the storm. And so these are the heaviest wind gusts, some of the heaviest wind gusts that we are going to continue to see as the storm makes its way up north to metro Atlanta. The ground here, extremely saturated, and so they're expecting to see some of the trees that are in these neighborhoods eventually come down. They're hoping that many don't, but already we have thousands of people without power in Lowndes County and Valdosta as well. I spoke to a woman at a shelter earlier today. She was telling me that every single time a storm like this comes through, she loses power, and honestly, it's gotten to the point where even if it's not a super strong storm like this one that we're seeing right now, the power will still go out. And so that lets you know how susceptible people are to losing power. And when we spoke to emergency management, they told us that people could lose power for weeks. Power crews are in this area. They're staying at hotels. We passed by several hotels that have the power crew station hunker down. And after they're able to assess what this looks like in the morning, they're going to be heading out at 6 a.m. trying to make sure that power is restored back to people. But Chris, this is definitely different than what we have been feeling throughout our hours here in Valdosta. And this, of course, the strongest side of the storm.
And it really is. And, you know, it's crazy to see what you're seeing. And if y'all want to hold the shot just for a second here while I'm still talking there, this is that northern part of the center of circulation. This is the strongest part of the storm. And what I want, you see those lights flashing there. What I want to stress here with this is, you know, a lot of times you see folks doing live shots on the beach, there on the coast. This is an hour and a half inland from that Big Bend area. And if you're driving there, and this just goes to show you the impact of these hurricane force winds that are into South Georgia right now, and that is that part of that eye wall, no longer really a structured eye still there, but it's that center of circulation. You can see here on radar what we're watching with that really heavy rain coming in on it. The center of the circulation is still down to the south near Interstate 10 there in Florida, but Angelina was experiencing this part of the storm right now in that right front quadrant. That is the strongest part of the storm based on that forward motion that's moving up toward the north. So again, they're staying safe. Angelina has covered hurricanes before. Her video journalist with her, Tyson, has been in numerous hurricanes before. They know how to cover these storms and stay safe at the same time. But again, we're stressing for them to stay safe there too. Very quickly, pretty much moving up 75 through the Macon area, through the Atlanta area. We're thinking the center of circulation might be just a little bit more over to the east of Atlanta as it pushes on through. But still, all of us are going to be experiencing those very heavy rains from this system as it keeps moving. Here's another look at the track. It moves up toward the north here. Once it goes through Atlanta, it'll be a tropical storm. But it'll maintain hurricane strength up north of Macon into areas like Spalding County, Pike and Lamar County, still hurricane strength. Then a strong tropical storm, 65-mile-an-hour winds here through Atlanta, and then pushing up to the north and falling apart a little bit. Let's go to Melissa Nord. Let me tell you, Melissa Nord has been such a workhorse here. Whenever you don't see her on air, she is gathering so much information.
Yeah.
And you got some new information on these rain totals here in the local area.
Yes, impressive rain totals. And this is just in the last 12 hours alone. So I've got 3 separate series of rain totals to show you, but it doesn't matter north, south, east, west, what side of the metro you're on. Everybody has already seen in the last 12 hours, many totals 4+ inches. So the big winner so far, Eagles Landing in Henry County, 6.72 inches. Irondale, 5.46 in Clayton County. Griffin, 5 inches. Panthersville, just shy of 5 inches. Decatur and downtown Decatur, 4.88 inches. Orchard Hill, also over 4.8 inches. Eastlake, golf course underwater a bit, 4.79. Fayetteville, 4.74, Noonan 4.67. I mean, the list just keeps going on and on. All these totals are above 4 inches. So Zebulon even down closer to Thomaston, 4.53. Peachtree DeKalb Airport, 4.49. Stone Mountain over 4 inches. Thomaston and Brookhaven. Big rainfall totals, and that's why we're seeing the creeks and the streams and the smaller rivers are flooding. We have several rivers here in the Atlanta area that have gone into moderate and even major flood stage. We were earlier showing you the North Fork of Peachtree Creek. That is in Brookhaven, not far from North Druid Hills Road, where we had flooding going into backyards. We're also noticing that the water levels of Nancy Creek near the Blue Heron Nature Preserve, so that's kind of in Buckhead, that is getting to the point where the water's going to start going into the backyards of about 25 different homes. So we have a crew on the way there. There have been evacuations in Sandy Springs along Nancy Creek as well. Jennifer and Jonathan were talking about that. So if you live in one of these areas that have flooded in past big rain events, if you're near a creek, a stream, pay attention going through the overnight because the rain amounts are not going to let up. We continue with many flash flood warnings until we get into the wee hours of the morning. And guys, rain continues. And then as Chris was mentioning, we get past about the next 2 hours. That's when the core of Helene pushes up into central Georgia and then North Georgia, and the winds really pick up the power outage potential.
All right, Melissa Nord, thank you so much, along with Chris. We will be checking back with both of you shortly. Now we want to go back out to 11Alive's Joe Ripley.
He is live out on the road from Griffin and Spalding County. So, Joe, what are you seeing at this hour?
Yeah, right now we are driving along Highway 16 through Griffin, and the rain has certainly picked up while we've been out here over the last hour. So has the wind, too. Melissa was just telling us there is that threat of downed trees and power lines. We do expect that to ramp up as Helene drives through the state of Georgia. As we drive along, let's show you what we're looking at here from our vantage point. We've got photojournalist Anthony Shepard manning the wheel here, and so just keep in mind, I am not driving right now. Thankfully, Anthony is driving, but here's what we're looking at here. You can see the windshield wipers going here. No one really out on the roads, which thankfully that's a great thing right now. Emergency officials all day long have been telling folks to shelter in place, hunker down, because this storm is only going to intensify. There have been instances, several of them, of pooled water, ponding water along the roadways, having to shut some parts of the roads and outlying areas down. And you can see here as we come along this major intersection here with Highway 41, just what we're looking at here. And the main threat, guys, is that it's been raining for so long over the last nearly 2 days now. The ground very saturated. So a lot of trees, weaker trees, older trees especially, power poles and lines really have that potential to come down. this is going to be quite the event as we go into the overnight and early morning hours. I just checked in a little while ago with Spalding County emergency officials. They're telling me no major incidents at the moment, as we are actually right now heading to one of the shelters to check in there to see how folks are doing there. And thankfully, right now, no major incidents, but they're holding their breath, guys, because you'll remember it was January 2023. A number of tornadoes ripped through Spalding County. That actually spurred emergency officials to really game plan for the next severe storm. Severe weather is no stranger to Spalding County and vice versa. So they were able to put that into practice this time around, communicate more effectively with a lot of departments here, Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, Public Works, the Fire Department as well, coordinating with the city of Griffin too, to add extra manpower to the roads, get more service engines back in service. And so they are ready to go. But emergency officials tonight stressing patience, right? Once the storm intensifies, conditions are going to get worse here. So it won't be a quick one and done. They get a call to service and they'll get out and fix it. You got to be patient out in this storm. So if you can, I know it's going to be a pretty rough go for a lot of folks out there trying to sleep through all this, but emergency officials will get to you as quickly as they can. Just be patient with them, and they will get out to your place, those problem areas. We're going to send things back to you as we continue to monitor conditions here in Spalding County with the rain and wind both picking up.
All right, Joe Ripley for us tonight in Spalding County. Joe, thank you so much.
Right now, as we take a break, we are taking you back live to Valdosta there in Lowndes County, where we just saw our Angelina Salcido. You can see from this live picture, the rain and the wind is really picking up out there as the worst of the storm, you could say, is starting. Again, just starting to move through. Our live coverage continues when we come back.
With 11Alive.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans.
It is just after 12:30 in the morning. We appreciate you staying up with us tonight. Right now, we are continuing to track Hurricane Helene.
And our Grace King is live along Peachtree Creek, still in Brookhaven tonight. Grace, what are you seeing in this new location?
Right, we're just off Shady Valley Road in Brookhaven, where the flooding is starting to happen. We can see Peachtree Creek coming up into this backyard here in Brookhaven. Now, earlier I was told it was a little bit higher. It's gone down a little bit. But if you take a look, you can see where the fence is. Earlier, it was just almost to the top of that fence. That fence is about 6 feet tall, about 10 feet above the creek, to give you an idea of just how high the water has come up. You can see it's covering the hammock in this yard. Things are starting to float, and it's only expected to get worse. The people here tell me they're worried that it's going to keep rising overnight into tomorrow, and they don't know how high it's going to come up. This is the highest they've ever seen it so far. And of course, that flooding is probably going to continue as the rain continues to come in and gets heavier from Hurricane Helene. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, and unfortunately, that's the concern, that more and more people will see backyards, businesses, and things of that nature that look similar to that.
Right now, let's check in with 11Alive's Zach Merchant. He has been tracking the power outages here in Georgia. You also have some new information about what we're seeing in terms of outages in Florida.
Yeah, well, outages right now are the story. There are a lot of them, and they are going to continue to increase. First, let's take a look at Georgia right now. We told you early on, green is a good color when you're looking at the Georgia power outage map. Red and orange, that's what you don't want to see. We're starting to see these colors sprinkled throughout the map, and there's a reason for it. It's Hurricane Helene, and we'll see potentially the kind of impacts that Florida is already seeing right now. Let's take a look over here. This is an aggregate map put together by poweroutage.us. It is a site that says they aggregate utility information from across a bunch of different utility companies. They are reporting that more than 1 million Floridians are out of power right now. And you can see these red areas right in the Big Bend area. No surprise, this is Hurricane Helene's track. That is where the bulk of the outages are happening. You've heard Melissa, you've heard Chris talking about the path of this storm. It's running right up this way. And let's tick over to Georgia now. Here we go. It's running right up this way, this storm, and right through South Georgia. This is where Angelina Salcido and Tyson Paul are. You've seen them all throughout the night. We're going to check in here now if the touchscreen behaves. Yes, it does. Valdosta is our first area. That's Lowndes County, first county in red on this outage map here in Georgia. Here are the numbers right now. Almost 30,000 people without power in Lowndes County. You see a lot of the other South Georgia counties now ticking over into this orange-yellow color. That means that between 500 and 5,000 people are without power in each of these counties. Let's zoom out now, take a look at what we're doing in the metro. We're going to go back in, stay with us. Here we go. We're starting to see some of this more color, more of the colors we really don't want to see popping up in the metro here too. First, let's look over at DeKalb. Now we've got about 12,000 people without power in DeKalb County. Over in Fulton County, about 7,400 people without power across the whole state of Georgia. Let's get sort of a macro look here. There it is, just as we've been talking. We've ticked over the 100,000 outage mark. And we should be clear, that means 100,000 people are without power right now inside the Georgia power system inside our state. Still a much fewer number, much lower number than the more than 2.7 million Georgia Power customers across the state. But if what we are seeing in Florida is any indication, if you still have power, I've been saying all tonight, I'm going to say it again, take advantage of that power now. This map is going to start looking a lot more like what we're seeing in Florida as this night goes on, guys.
Yeah, every time we check back in with you, Zach, every time the numbers continue to go up. All right, right now we are going to check in. I believe we have a live look in Tampa. The storm, as Chris just mentioned earlier, just made landfall just after 11 o'clock tonight. Again, this is a live picture there. You can see a lot of rain out there. We've heard of a lot of reports of flooding all along Florida's Gulf Coast.
Meteorologist Robert Spetta with our sister station in Jacksonville, Florida, is in Tallahassee, where Hurricane Helene is being felt.
Tropical storm strength winds being seen here in Tallahassee, and even reports of power surges in parts of the city. Even while we were reporting here, occasionally you can hear something that sounds like distant cannon fire. That's those transformers continuing to explode as the power goes on and off. But in Tallahassee, that's on the west side of the storm. The eastern side of the storm, around Perry, down through Taylor County and into Steinhatchee, that's where they're seeing some of the worst from Hurricane Helene, where that storm surge is expected to be up to 10 to 20 feet. Here in Tallahassee, though, there are 7 shelters that have been opened up. Plenty of people hunkering down at the hotels. Even here at our hotel, we're seeing people come in and out throughout the day, mainly in staying here, waiting for this storm to pass. Even if they have a place to be at home, they're just still worried about power outages, those trees falling and things like that. But even along the coast, mandatory evacuations were put in place at 8 a.m. in the morning here on a Thursday, and for good reason, because of that threat of a storm surge. So storm, though, quickly going to be moving away here on our Friday, and conditions will be rapidly improving.
Again, that's a report there from Tallahassee. We are continuing to follow what's happening here in Georgia. And as tonight, we brace for the strongest impacts from Helene. Atlanta, the Fulton County area, has now signed a declaration of emergency.
Now, this is a photo from Atlanta Fulton County's Emergency Management Agency. You can see Fulton County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts there signing the declaration. It enables Fulton County to be eligible for additional resources from both the state and federal governments.
Also tonight, we have learned Children's Hospital of Atlanta is now under a code white status. That's in case of the weather that we are already seeing tonight. The hospital says all elective surgeries for tomorrow have been canceled. Also, this important note to those in Atlanta whose trash pickup is set for tomorrow. That service for now has been suspended. The city is asking you not to put your trash, recycling, or yard debris bins on the curb. Instead, they say pickup day will be Saturday, weather permitting, but of course, we'll let you know if that all changes.
All right, so now we want to try to get you back to Valdosta, where our Angelina Salcido is.
So right now we are in Valdosta, and as you can tell, the winds are still whipping here. You were talking about power outages and the fact that Lowndes County was the very first one that was red on the map. This is why. Okay, these winds are exactly why. I would probably say about a half an hour ago, we watched as the power went out, and we knew that this was different than the flickering on and off that we had seen before, when we saw everything just virtually go black. I can only explain how scary this would be for someone who is on the road right now. That is why there's a curfew that is in place for people that live in the Valdosta area. They put that in place at 8 p.m. up until sunrise tomorrow, because nobody should be driving in conditions like this, as this wind is whipping through this area, the wind from Hurricane Helene. Now, we have heard pops in the distances, and we, of course, don't have power here. I can imagine that some of the trees have gone down in these neighborhoods, just because historically that's what has happened in these storms, and they were expecting the very same thing here. The wind just continues to whip here, and this gust that's coming through right now is pretty strong. I do want to stress to you guys that are at home as well that we are safe. We're in a safe area. We're underneath an overhang where we are protected from the wind, but we're able to point our camera in a way and at an angle that will show you what is happening here in this area. So as the conditions continue to change here, we'll of course be monitoring those for you. We've got a few messages from people that are on social media saying that they're seeing our reports. I've seen them. We appreciate you guys staying with us. We're here basically to give you the information. And of course, if you are in this area, make sure that you are hunkered down. Make sure that you take care of your loved ones as well. We will check in with the people that live here and the people that stayed in the shelters as well to ride out Hurricane Helene. For now, live in Valdosta, Angelina Salcido, 11Alive News.
Angelina, thank you. And we have just seen those conditions get worse and worse, and we have checked in with her throughout the evening. That's just a taste of what is heading in our direction.
And it's so important to share these live pictures with you because, again, we've been telling people to stay off of the road. You do not want to be out in those conditions or really any conditions like what we're going to see here in the area tonight.
We'll be right back.
Team. Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions to help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
All right, we want to get you back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. We're approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the time that you really, if you haven't already, figured out where you want to be in your safe spot and take it seriously.
Hunker down at least until about 9 o'clock in the morning, because this is going to be the time frame where everything that we have been talking about this week, preparing you for this storm moving in, it is imminent now to be moving into our area. The threats that we're watching from Hurricane Helene that just made landfall around 11 o'clock, now the storm is pushing into South Georgia, and it's still a hurricane, and it's going to stay a hurricane at least up through parts of middle Georgia and even areas south of Atlanta, still hurricane status, then a tropical storm when it makes it into our area during those overnight hours and early into tomorrow morning. We have already seen some impressive rainfall amounts. We're looking at an additional 3 to 6 inches of rain possible when that core of the storm moves through. We're going to be hunkering down for those strongest winds moving in at 50 to 70 mile per hour with some of those gusts. On the south side, where we have the hurricane warning in effect, that's where we're going to see winds around 80 miles an hour, and we're still watching that tornado risk that is mainly over on the east side. There is that center of circulation. This is moving pretty quickly here. You know, it was just after 11 o'clock, if you've been with us all night long, we've been watching that center of circulation move northward. It came inland here, and now it is in the center of that circulation is crossing over the Georgia-Florida line, continuing to move up toward the north and east. You know, it's interesting because this is kind of jogging a little bit more over to the east than what the National Hurricane Center is showing in their track. And so if that continues and it takes more of that eastward track, more to the east of the Atlanta area, we would be still on that quieter side. And then that heavier rain and all those storms would be farther east Georgia and over to South Carolina. So that's going to be the challenge of what we're watching as this moves through the state of Georgia. And that really is going to have a big part of the impacts that we're going to be seeing here. So there's that center of circulation. Remember, we were talking to Angelina a little while ago. She's right up here in the Valdosta area. That center is right about here, just crossing over the line. There's Valdosta right there. When we talked to Angelina a little bit earlier, she was in this part right here. That is that heaviest rain, the strongest winds in association with the storm that's moving up toward the north and northeast actually, and that track is going to continue pushing through pretty much the Macon area and then pretty much just to the east of Atlanta for that center of that circulation. Now remember, we're talking a lot about that center of circulation and where it's going to track, but it's really a wide and a large storm where impacts are going to be all around it. As we mentioned earlier, Georgia has 159 counties. All 159 counties are going to have some type of impacts, whether it's just rain, whether it's breezes, or whether it's hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds. This is going to be one of those tropical systems that we're going to be remembering for a long time. There's the Cat 4 status still, even though it's over land. It'll stay a Cat 2 in parts of South Georgia, and then a Cal 1 on the south side from Macon to Columbus, a little bit to the north of that. Then a tropical storm. This plot is showing at 8 o'clock in the morning, pretty much right over or near Atlanta, maybe kind of trending more over on the east side at 65 miles an hour moving through, and then continuing to weaken as it stalls out coming from Tennessee, moving up into areas of Kentucky. And that's going to be Friday night when that happens. So really fast moving storm. The brunt of this is going to be during those overnight hours. And then we'll see those conditions getting a little bit better around lunchtime and after during the day tomorrow, but still the wind's going to be kicking up as well. I know I have to explain this every time. Somehow Jackson County, by mistake, we're trying to figure out if this is a vendor issue with our weather computer or not. Jackson County is not in a hurricane warning. You're in a tropical storm warning. The hurricane warnings are up to Spalding County, Butts County, and Jasper County. That line down to the south, including Pike-Lamar County and Upson County, is where we're going to see those hurricane force winds really coming within the next 3 to 4 hours or so. And then the strongest part of that, well, you know, we're still saying here in the metro area between 3 in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning. Take a look at the winds. These are not wind gusts. These are the current wind speeds. These are the sustained wind speeds. And so I know you're saying, hey, this is not really bad out there yet. Nope, not yet. But it will be getting bad overnight. We've got 9-mile-an-hour winds here in Atlanta, 11-mile-an-hour winds in Duluth. Over on the east side, though, those winds picking up a little bit more. 16-mile-an-hour winds in Athens, 15 in Covington. But remember, these are sustained winds. The gusts are a little bit higher. So I want to show you some of those wind gusts that we're watching out there right now. Going into those early morning hours, how about at 5 o'clock, a 41-mile-an-hour wind gust in Duluth, Athens 45, Eatonton, a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust there. Then at 6:30 in the morning, 39-mile-an-hour wind gust here, 40 in Marietta, 43 in Peachtree City. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Thomaston, and then up in Gainesville, 51-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then, look, we get up to 46-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Atlanta at 7:30. So that is the time frame when those winds are going to be strongest out there. And then even later in the afternoon, the winds start coming down a little bit, but we're still talking 20 to 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts here for Friday afternoon. And then Saturday, it is going to be a little bit calmer out there with those winds settling down just a little bit more. So here's a look at those impacts that we continue to watch. We already have the rain. We've already had a lot of rain, but we're going to get more rain with those additional 3 to 6 inches. The winds gusting 40 to 70 miles per hour and some higher gusts at times. The highest will be between 3 and 9 in the morning. And then that tornado risk, a low chance that's going to be over to the east of us, mainly during these overnight hours that we're in right now. Melissa is still gathering new information. We have new impacts, new flood issues going on out there. Melissa, what do you have now?
And you know, Chris, I've been on kind of river patrol duty. So watching the river gauges, the stream gauges, because this is a flash flood event that's unfolding within our creeks and streams. A lot of our roads, there's ponding water, standing water. Few roadways are closed, but all that water flows into the creeks and streams, and that's what's swelling really quickly. So we've had several of these creeks over Atlanta go into major flood stage. Earlier, we were talking about the North Fork of the Peachtree Creek. Well, now I want to take you in. This is Northside Drive, Peachtree Battle, and this is kind of just north of Bobby Jones Golf Course. Okay, this is Peachtree Creek at the Atlanta gauge. It's reached 20 feet, and at 20 feet, we start to see flooding along Peachtree Park Drive. These are roadways where homes could be flooded if they're not elevated. Peachtree Memorial Park, Colonial Homes Apartments, and homes along that area that are not elevated. They will be under about 2 feet of water. So I know there's a lot that emergency managers are doing right now to try to evacuate people that needed to be evacuated. So that is one that's ongoing right now. Again, this is Highway 41, so Northside Drive, and this is Bobby Jones Golf Course right here, and this is Peachtree Battle Avenue. So that's where it's called Peachtree Creek is passing right there by Northside Drive and Peachtree Battle, and that's where we're noticing that it's in major flood stage right now. Not quite to the record, but if it gets to 21 feet, we start to see a lot more of these little tiny kind of roads and neighborhoods off of there right along the creek that start to flood as well. Now I want to take you up to, I zoomed in a little bit more. There we go. So you can see Woodward Way, Peachtree Battle Avenue again, Manor Ridge Drive. These are some locators near that river gauge. All right. I know the map just moved a lot. This is up in Buckhead. This is Highway 19. Rickenbacker Drive. This is Nancy Creek, and this is also one of those that's in major flood stage. It looks like it's crested finally, but about 25 homes along Rickenbacker are at risk for flooding right now, including East Powderhorn Road and Hitching Post Trail. So those are updates in terms of where we're seeing here in the Atlanta metro, like closer inner metro, where there's immediate flooding concerns ongoing. And as Chris was showing you big picture, we got a long way to go. It's a steady swath of rainfall, but embedded within it, we have these areas that are yellow, orange. Those are the heavier rain. So we'll get these little bands of heavier rain as we go through the next few hours that will get more and more intense. That's all Helene pushing its tropical moisture northward. Right now, some of that heaviest rain is on the northwestern side of the metro. We do have heavy rain right on top of some of those creeks that I just showed you, but up into Cobb County, Ackworth, Kennesaw, Dallas, and Paulding County as well. And then up into Bartow County, some of that heavy rain there, that's going to move kind of northwestward. So in towards Rome, in towards Polk County, Cedartown area. Big picture, you can also see some pockets out near Athens that are moderate as well. Here's another little area, Meriwether County up into southern Coweta County. We've got some of that better rainfall rate. These are where the rainfall rates are over an inch an hour, and that's going to be lifting northwest and towards Logansville. So rain is picking up and more rain to come through the overnight. Now, earlier we were saying 3 to 6 inches of additional rain. Well, now we're a little bit further into this, so I would say another 2 to as much as 5 inches is coming. But that's already a lot that we've picked up and a lot more that's coming. So just kind of recapping. Flood risk worsens overnight, 2 to 5 inches of rain now. As the winds increase, those peak gusts here in the tropical storm warning, so in the bulk of the metro area, except for the south side, winds will peak gusting around 50 to 70 miles per hour. We think the center of Helene will end up going just east of Atlanta. That's where that higher end of it's going to be. 50 miles per hour, that might be on the west side of Atlanta. But I want everybody to be prepared for those higher gusts. If you're in a hurricane warning, that means out towards Griffin, Spalding County, Pike, Lamar, Upson, Butts County. You could see gusts of hurricane force, so up to 80 miles per hour. That tornado risk is also something we'll be watching overnight tonight, but we are hoping that the most significant tornado risk stays southeast of our area altogether. So a lot of different facets. I want to leave you with this before I toss it back to Chris for the forecast track. This is our flood risk outlook, which shows you this is most of our viewing area in a high risk of flooding tonight. If you know you live near a creek or a stream that floods whenever it rains heavily, make sure you turn on wireless emergency alerts to your phone, 11Alive app, or just leave your TV on. We're going to be on all night long because, Chris, flooding is very dangerous, but the winds will increase, and then that means more trees come down and power outages later on tonight.
Yeah, and that flooding is always dangerous, but it's even more dangerous at night because a lot of people might be driving around, it's dark, and you may not even realize you might just think that it's just some ponding on the road and not really realize that the road may be going down, but the water makes it look flat, and then you start going down into that water as well. In the floods of 2009, it was heavier during those overnight hours, and we did have some fatalities from people who were driving at night and just did not even realize that they were driving into flood water. So this is why we're telling you we really want you to be at home tonight, hunkered down for the rest of the nighttime hours. We're not seeing any breaks. We're going to have more of that rain moving in, more flooding conditions here, more of the wind. There's the center of circulation. By tomorrow morning, we think it's going to be just to the east of the Atlanta area, but still, look at this flow all the way around this where we have that heavy rain and the winds there along with it. And then finally a break later, maybe late morning to around lunchtime. We're going to see the rain that's going to be pushing out from North Georgia. We're still going to have breezy conditions out there, though, for the daytime hours and nighttime hours tomorrow. Not as strong as tomorrow morning, but still we're talking winds tomorrow 25 to 35 miles an hour at times. And that's why we stress to you, be careful when you're going to want to go out and do some cleanup outside in your yard or out in your area. If 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts could still bring down some limbs or still have some issues with additional trees coming down, especially since the ground is so saturated. You know, Melissa just noticed or just mentioned there on Rickenbacker Drive where we had some high water there and even some evacuations taking place. Liza Lucas is there right now. Liza, I hope you can hear me. What is developing out there right now with that flooding situation?
Okay, Chris, I'm going to get right to it. We're off of actually Rickenbacker Way, so a little bit of clarification because Rickenbacker Drive seems to be okay as we were circling through the neighborhood. This neighborhood is right off of Roswell Road, if you're familiar with the area, across from like Pike's Nursery, really north Buckhead, North Atlanta. I'm going to get out of the way because Nancy Creek is doing her thing. As you mentioned, the creek is starting to really swell, and we could not drive through this. This was just too much to test our vehicle. You can see the water right there. Now, off to the side, on your right side of the screen, is Nancy Creek, and you can see kind of in the distance, there are homes right here along Nancy Creek. I'm not sure how well you can see, and if we zoom in far away to that mailbox at the very end of the shot, it's kind of lit. It's pretty dark out here, but that mailbox is kind of hitting the top of the pole right now. I have not seen any homeowners kind of on the right side move around, so not clear at this hour if people are still in these homes. Now, that first home right there looks like it is built up in terms of the main level, but Nancy Creek is really flowing right here. The drains are completely full. To the right as well, where Nancy Creek is, there's a bridge, and I would give you like maybe a foot before the water starts going over the bridge on this side. There are also people on the left side of the screen that have the water from Nancy Creek really flooding their front yard. I did see one homeowner kind of peek out when we arrived. They've got sandbags at their door. Now, we are keeping our shot a little stationary right this second because it is so dark, and we want to keep that light on so you can see what is going on. But this water is moving, and you really can't see. Uh-oh, I'm hearing somebody in the background, so we're going to stay on top of that too and see if we need to make some calls out here. I was just hearing somebody yelling, so we're going to stay on top of that here and just keep an eye on these homes. We'll keep you posted as well. But yeah, you really can't see where the creek ends at this point as it's starting to come over and where the road is. I'm not sure how deep it is, but again, just for a little bit of perspective, there is that mailbox right there has risen up several feet. It's several feet covered. So I'm going to send it back to you guys and kind of see if we can figure out what's going on here, because we just want to make sure that nobody needs help. So sending it back to you guys.
All right, our Liza Lucas reporting there from the Sandy Springs area. We saw how quickly the water was rising, and we have more rain on the way.
And these conditions are only going to get worse. That's what our meteorologists have been telling us. We want to get now to our Grace King. She is live along Peachtree Creek in Brookhaven. What are you seeing there, Grace?
Really a similar situation to what Liza saw. The creek here, it's moving fast, it's rising quickly, and it's worrying homeowners, some of whom told me they haven't ever seen the water this high. I spoke with one couple who moved here 7-8 years ago. They said they've seen the water kind of trickle up into their backyard, maybe about halfway, nothing too crazy, but we were there about half an hour ago, and the water was, you couldn't tell where the creek ended, where their backyard began. They said they have a 6-foot tall fence, and it came up just almost to the top of that fence, and they're worried, of course, that that's going to continue to rise as we see more rain throughout the night. Now, if you take a look behind me, I know it's a bit hard to see, but you can see the water moving rapidly through Peachtree Creek. They told me that's not normal to see it moving that fast. They said it's angry and that they know that it's kind of sweeping up debris in their yard. We saw a hammock, we saw chairs, we saw various lawn things that, might have been left around. They didn't think would quite get caught by the river, but the river swept it up, or the creek rather, swept it up and started moving fast like a river. It's continued to move here and rise throughout the evening, and of course they're worried again that this is going to continue on tomorrow. Some of them told me they were debating whether to evacuate, but because their home is higher, a lot higher than their backyard, they've decided to stay. But again, this water is rising quickly, so be careful if you're in the area. Live in Brookhaven, Grace King, 11Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. We want to take a look at some video tonight. This is from earlier in the day out of Tampa, Florida, where high winds and storm surge were shutting down eventually the Howard Franklin Bridge. You see that water just rushing up over into the lanes there.
Yeah, they had to quickly close that. It just simply was not safe for anyone to drive through, even though you could see earlier some cars were trying to get by. The Florida Highway Patrol, as I mentioned, did close the bridge several hours ago, shortly after 4 o'clock. In fact, many bridges in Tampa remain closed tonight.
Now, this is Cedar Key, Florida, where you can see the storm surge and the flooding that they are experiencing there. This is, we're told, about stop sign high water already out there. Debris you can see just floating there in the water. And Jonathan, we were saying that most people there heeded the warnings and left.
Right. This was one of those areas that officials, I believe, were under a mandatory evacuation for the area. Most people left the area just considering how close it was to where the storm was going to hit. Let's check in once again with 11Alive Zach Merchant. Zach, it seems every time we check back with you, the number of power outages has been going up. You've been tracking what's going on in both Georgia and Florida.
We have, and you're right, these numbers have been going up throughout the evening, and they're going to continue to go up. You just saw that video from Florida. The same storm that produced that damage, it is coming, unfortunately, our way. This is a wide look at Georgia right now. This is Georgia Power's map of outages. Green is good. It means there are not many outages. Yellow and red, that's what you don't want to see. It means there are a substantial number of outages in those areas. We're going to talk about Georgia in a second, but this storm made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. So let's take a look at what's going on in Florida. We're going to switch the maps over here. This is a map from poweroutage.us. It is a service that aggregates utility and power company information from a lot of different sources. They are reporting now that there are more than 1.2 million people in Florida right now without power. And you see on their map the most deep shades of red. That is where those power outages are concentrated the heaviest. And that makes sense because you've heard Melissa, you've heard Chris say all throughout the night that the track of this storm is running right through the Big Bend area. And as we tick over to Georgia, let's take a look. It's running right through the Big Bend area and then coming up through South Georgia. We've seen Angelina Salcido and Tyson Paul, our reporter and photojournalist in the Valdosta area. Valdosta, that's Lowndes County. We're going to zoom in here. It is the very first county in Georgia that is in this red characterization by Georgia Power. That means, as we see right here, more than 30,000 Georgia Power customers are out of power right now in Lowndes County, and a lot of other South Georgia counties too are in this yellow-orange range here. Just a quick tour around. Eccles County, only about 670. We're over in Cook County, about 1,200 people without power. You can expect those numbers to go up. Lowndes County and Valdosta are an indication that this storm is coming in and coming in strong into our state. Let's take a look at the impacts throughout the rest of our state here. Come up to the metro area. We're going to zoom in here. These numbers too, the graph is starting to, the map is starting to take on some of these colors we don't want to see. Over here in DeKalb County, about 13,000 people without power. We take a look throughout the core of our metro Atlanta area. Clayton County, still doing pretty good, only about 1,600 people inside the Georgia Power system without power. Take a look over here in Cobb County, about 1,400 people without power. That's pretty good. We want to see those numbers. Only about 800 people in Gwinnett County without power. That is good. That is good. But as we've seen the power of this storm coming up our way, take advantage of this time now. If you are in some of our big core metro Atlanta areas, charge your phones, charge your flashlights, charge your devices, charge your computers, whatever you need, charge it now, because as you see to our south, there's a lot of red, there's a lot of power outages, and this is coming up our way here. To give you a sense of what the sort of statewide situation is, let's pull up the statewide figures here. I'm going to hit this button. This is the latest across our state. More than 120,000 people are without power across our state. More than 1,300 active outages across Georgia. Still, to put it in perspective, more than 120,000 people without power, that's a big deal. That's a lot of people without power. But inside the Georgia Power system, more than 2.7 million people. So still, the vast majority of Georgia Power customers right now have power. That could change as the evening wears on. Another thing to keep track of, too, is as these outages start to stack up, it takes longer and longer for Georgia Power and other Georgia utility companies to start to resolve them, just because they have a limited number of manpower. They have a limited number of linemen and women whose job it is to go and fix these outages. And when the number of outages starts to climb like that, their workload just gets so big that it can take a substantial amount of time to resolve these outages. Hopefully we don't get to that. Hopefully these numbers, hopefully this graph, this map stays in this nice green for the most part. But we are expecting many more outages as the night goes on, guys.
All right, Zach Merchant, thank you so much. We also heard earlier from the CEO of Georgia Power mentioning, as Zach alluded to, that they have about 10,000 workers tonight ready to respond as well.
And unfortunately, they are warning that we will only need to be patient because it could take days to get to everyone. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues in just a few moments.
When you need it most.
The winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need.
It is just about 1:15 in the morning. We appreciate all of you for staying up with us as we continue to track Helene. Right now, we want to check back in with 11Alive's Cody Alcorn.
He is live for us tonight in Athens. And Cody, we are expecting some of the worst effects of Hurricane Helene to hit Athens in some time.
Yeah, I think this is a great perspective for people to see because, again, the further south you go, you're starting to see a lot of that flooding around metro Atlanta. Here, I just checked in with the fire chief, and he says really besides about 2 crashes, that's the only calls they've had up to this point. So they are getting some nice rest before things pick up here. As far as power outages, I believe it's under 200 at this point. But things will be changing. Again, this is just a perspective. This storm is moving from the south up to the north. We're on the east side of what is expected to be that track as it moves here. So we could see that severe weather spike here. We are going to see the rain. The wind will pick up, but as you can see, it's pretty much a light rain right now. That's what we have been seeing throughout the night. It'll pick up every once in a while, but as far as things here, you can see the big difference from Liza there in Buckhead. My other colleagues around Atlanta, we're seeing that flooding, Colonial Homes Drive, the Peachtree Creek Road area. Those folks are starting to see those creeks rise. Here, we've seen a lot of rain. The ground's very damp. So as soon as we start to see the wind, we start to see the rain pick up, we are going to have problems here in North Georgia, and they are prepared. I was live around the 7 o'clock hour over in Gainesville, just about 55 minutes away with the rain falling now. They have teams from Missouri on standby. They will be dispatched out for any water rescues. If we see any quick tornadoes spin up, which that is a possibility here on this side of the storm. But again, the good news here, nothing major happening. We're not complaining about that, but that does not mean we are out of the woods by any means. So I hope people do not let their guard down as they might be going to bed. Make sure they have those weather radios. I know people are watching us on our YouTube channel as well. So again, just because it's not doing nothing right now here in Athens does not mean things are not going to drastically change in the next couple of hours. We're just a little further north where we're still waiting for some of that weather you're seeing down south of Atlanta to move this way.
All right, well, look at this. Lightning caught a storm chaser off guard, obviously, as Hurricane Helene was passing through. This was in Perry, Florida. The storm packing lightning, strong wind, and heavy rain. Really just frightening for even that storm chaser. So you imagine for anyone else what that would feel and look like.
And I believe that's where Chris said Helene made landfall, near Perry, Florida. So those conditions there that we were seeing in that video were very similar to what we were seeing with our Angelina Salcido down in Valdosta, with the wind driving those winds to the side. We are expecting to see those conditions here in our area very shortly. We're going to get you to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, now.
I was glad that he at least had the goggles on. I brought those with me just in case they threw me outside. But the lightning, yeah, that's a dangerous part of these landfalling hurricanes. And another facet leading up to the strong winds here is the flooding. And we've been talking about this because this is not like the Chattahoochee's flooding right now and it takes 2 days to build up to it. That's to come. This is flash flooding of smaller creeks and tributaries in the city of Atlanta and even other parts of North Georgia. It's a photo from North Peachtree Creek. This is in Brookhaven, not far from North Druid Hills Road off of Buford Highway. And you can see in the backyard, Grace King was here earlier. This is a 6-foot tall fence. That water came up about 4 to 5 feet of that off of Victor Road, and the water kind of crested, I think, at this point along that creek. But we have other areas, multiple areas. That's Big Creek in Alpharetta. We've got Peachtree Creek here in Atlanta, and these are in major flood stage at this point. So if you live near one of these areas, and you notice that the water's coming up near your house, it's time to move to higher ground if your house is not up on a higher elevation. This is Northside Parkway at Peachtree Battle Avenue. That's Bobby Jones Golf Course right there. So that is, this is Peachtree Creek, and this is where it's in major flood stage there. We also have, this is over by kind of near Blue Heron Nature Preserve. Okay, and we have another area, it's called Nancy Creek, that is flooding there. And that is where Eliza Lucas was. They're moving their shot right now so they can get a better vantage point. But the creek right now, when we saw her about 15 minutes ago, I mean, it was flowing and it was all over the roads. And unfortunately, they heard somebody in the background calling for help. We have called to see if they can send help. We don't know where that person was. She couldn't see from her vantage point where they were. But this is the danger of the water continuing in the overnight. So we're going to see more flash flooding unfolding, unfortunately. Flash flood warnings for the metro continue. Flood watch across all of North Georgia continues. And we can finally see here on our big picture for the entire state of Georgia, the center of Helene about to cross over the state line into Georgia from Florida. So it's made landfall at this point. In metro Atlanta right now, we have some areas where we're getting more of these moderate bands of rain. And those bands of rain are going to intensify from here through the overnight as the center of Helene pushes into our area. Right now, we see one of those bands between Sugar Hill and Lawrenceville down into Decatur and DeKalb County. We also see some areas of heavier rain stretching through Bartow, northern Paulding, and also Cobb County. And that also stretches into 75 near Calhoun in Gordon County. That's a flood-prone area, and that'll be pushing northwestward, so eventually into Chattooga and Floyd County near the Rome area. So a lot of rain is coming in right now, a lot more to come. Also, look at this. I mean, this has developed in the last 15 minutes, much heavier rain there. That's pushing into downtown Noonan right now in Coweta County, down into northwestern Meriwether County. I think the community right over there is called Gay, and then right over 85 in Troup County as well, pushing back into LaGrange. So let's talk about how the threat's going to evolve tonight. And if you've been with us for a few hours, you've seen this explainer, but if you haven't, this is a good explainer that's going to show why we're going to see so many power outages overnight tonight. Okay? We've just gotten a lot of rainfall. If we were dry and we just had a quick moving, thunderstorm with strong winds, hurricane force winds, we'd have those gusts hitting the trees would sway a bit, but then because the ground is dry, those roots are better locked in place. But because we've had so much rain before we get these strong winds, the ground, if you try to stomp around outside, it's mud, it's mush outside. So those roots are not locked in. They're a lot more susceptible to these strong winds, especially because we haven't had a leaf drop yet on the fall foliage. So all of our trees, both pine trees and the leaves that change colors, all of our trees still have leaves on them. So when we hit these trees with these strong winds tonight, that causes a greater risk of them coming up by the root system in the overnight. And that's why we're really concerned about widespread power outages for parts of North Georgia, especially from Atlanta to Athens down to the south. If you're in the hurricane warning, or if you're kind of east of Atlanta, this is where we think the core of Helene's going to end up traveling between kind of Macon and up into Athens area. That's where we think the power outages may be most widespread. This might even extend up into the North Georgia mountains because of the topography. Chris was talking about this earlier. We got the hills and the valleys, and in those higher elevations, the wind speed is higher because you're higher up in the storm. So we end up seeing the wind outage risk up there also increasing. So let's go hour by hour through all of this. Right now outside, it's breezy, it's not windy, okay? The center of Helene is right now near Valdosta. As we get to 4 a.m., that center is going to be closer to, say, Macon. And then by 6, 7 o'clock, it's pushing right across kind of Covington over to Athens. So that's when we see our winds really picking up. Don't take your city verbatim on this. It's going to change. But you notice, big picture, 6:30 in the morning, that's when the center of the storm is moving over our area. So that's when we could see those peak wind gusts, 50 to 70 in the metro. In the heart of that hurricane warning, those wind gusts could be around 80 miles per hour. As we get into tomorrow morning, the worst of the winds will start calming down after 9, 10 o'clock. We're not done with winds altogether the rest of the day. Helene's still a big storm. It's still really pushing the winds in. So we're still going to see some gusts tomorrow afternoon around 30 miles per hour or so. But until we get those winds picking up, the flooding threat is the most immediate threat out there right now. So we have several locations under flash flood warnings. Additional 2 to 5 inches of rain is going to be likely here through the rest of the event. Some spots could get more than that. And I showed you earlier our rain totals already in the last 12 hours. We've had a lot of spots that have already picked up 4, 6, even close to 7 inches in just 12 hours alone. So flood risk worsens overnight. Winds increase. The worst winds for us are going to be between 3 in the morning and 9 in the morning, okay? Winds will gust 50 to 70 miles per hour. Now, if you have trees that have branches that are overhanging your house and you're worried about that, go to the lowest level of your house. Just make a hurricane party on the lowest level of your house, okay? If you're nervous about it, it's better play it safe than sorry. Another thing you could do is go to the other side of the house where you don't have the trees overhanging it. Hurricane warning area, those gusts could be to 80 miles per hour. We're also going to watch that low-end tornado risk, which we have the tornado watches in effect out in eastern Georgia, but we don't have them in effect here in the metro area. So we'll see if they end up kind of evolving that risk area, if it ends up sliding back into our area at all, or if it stays there. One thing I do want to show you is the progression of the winds. Let me show you the progression of the winds here. This is our wind field map, which is going to show you how big the swath of Helene's winds are. And that yellow color, these are the tropical storm force winds. At landfall, these extended outwards about 310 miles away from the center. And now that Helene's inland, it doesn't mean that it magically shrinks in size. It's going to stay a really large, massive storm. So in Valdosta right now, they have hurricane force winds. That's in this red color, the red circle on the map. The orange circle, that's kind of the higher end tropical storm force winds, and the yellow color is the lower end tropical storm force winds, still enough to cause trees down and power outages. 4 o'clock this morning, we start to see those higher winds pushing into North Georgia, peaking around 6:30, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, this morning, and then we'll see the storm pulling northward, and we'll see those winds calming down a bit. Here's forecast track hour by hour. Rain intensifies overnight tonight, more heavy rain, more flooding concerns. Then the winds pick up, especially after 3 o'clock in the morning, okay? So you can see the center of Helene. This model's taken up through Eatonton and Athens. Will it be there? Will it be more like Thomaston to Covington? Models vary still a little bit. Doesn't matter where it goes, everybody's going to get these major impacts. We see it passing by to our east by 8:30 in the morning, and then really quickly behind it, dry air is going to cut in, so that's going to taper off the rain pretty quickly. So by the afternoon, some of us might see some hints of sunshine returning. Others of us just see cloudy, gusty conditions, about a 20% chance of a shower for the afternoon, but we'll catch some dry weather, some sunshine coming back in for parts of Saturday and parts of Sunday as well. So in the meantime, there is a lot that we're talking about. So just recapping the impacts. Overnight tonight, heavy rain continues, flooding continues. In fact, that flooding in those creeks and streams, pretty significant. Winds are going to increase, low risk of a tornado southeast. We'll keep those same impacts tomorrow morning, and then by the afternoon, rain tapers off. Winds will stay breezy, but not as windy as what they're going to be between overnight tonight and about 9-10 o'clock in the morning. So that's kind of the latest on where Helene is. Again, the flooding, though, is the most imminent threat. I'm going to see if I can have any more information here for you when we see you back here at the bottom of the hour.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. And as Helene continues to get closer and closer to us here in Metro Atlanta, as you've heard us say, flooding is a really big concern.
We are already seeing a lot of it. Liza Lucas joins us live from Atlanta, where the water is really rising at Nancy Creek. Liza, last time we saw you, we could see the water just coming up high. What's the latest?
Well, we did move our shot, Jonathan and Jennifer, to give you just a different vantage point now for perspective, because Nancy Creek really crosses this area. We are over here near the Blue Heron Nature Preserve. That's off of Rickenbacker Way, Rickenbacker Drive, kind of at that intersection. So I'm at the bridge now at the intersection. I'm going to get out the way. We are playing it pretty conservatively, I have to say, because the water is so close to the bridge. We're not going to be driving across this thing. And as emergency management officials have advised, please steer clear, turn around, don't drown. That saying, it just rings so true when you watch this creek move so fast. And prior to the rain really picking up a second ago, you could really hear it rushing. I was going to give you a listen, but now really the rain has overwhelmed it. But it's eerie. It really is eerie here because that water is moving so quickly right now. I'm not sure how well you can see because it is so dark, but you can see the water really swelling to the top of one side of the bridge. And we are having to really play it safe as well. We backed up our car kind of to the middle of the road because right before we went on, a tree popped and fell into the water, and it looked like it grabbed the power line for a second. So we had to move our cars to make sure we're not under any overhead wires. But this is something that we're really watching for the neighborhood. Now, I know at last check, when we were talking with you guys, we were hearing some type of yelling. I haven't heard it since. We're kind of keeping an eye on homeowners over here, but it's really hard to see and hear where these sounds are coming from in the dark. It seems like everyone's okay right now, but again, we're keeping an eye on it. I know one homeowner who has sandbags at their front door. They kind of peeked out. They've got their lights on, and we previously showed you a mailbox that's almost reached to the top of the water almost reaching to the top of the mailbox, the pole almost completely covered. That's kind of on the back side of the creek right here. So again, we kind of swung our camera around. We're kind of moving our camera to give you different viewpoints because we have to use this light. So we are staying safe. We're not venturing on this bridge because you really can't tell what's going to happen next. And this is something that emergency management officials continue to say. Really be careful around this water as floods become a concern. Hunter, I'm not sure how well you can see. Let me get out of the way, but on the right side of the screen, guys, you can really see that water rushing, and it really starts from a couple feet back before the bridge, and then it just kind of pours into the side. Now, the opposite side, we were seeing swell into people's yards, which is really worrisome. Now, some of these homes are built up because Nancy Creek has been prone to flood in the past, and there have been issues here before. But as we just continue throughout the course of the night, and knowing this is an overnight event, it really is concerning to see the water moving so fast and not seeing much movement from homes. So I know these guys over here, they're well aware of what the creek can do, so that actually works for us. But we're going to keep an eye on this situation. But you can see it's just really eerie out here right now, and we're taking every precaution as we continue to bring you these videos to make sure that we are standing far back enough from both the water and any chance of fallen trees or power lines. Again, we just saw one snap before we went on air, and it went really close to a power line over here. So we'll continue to keep you posted. We'll continue to move around our camera just so you can kind of watch the situation unfold. But as the rain kind of continues to come down, it's worrisome, guys, and I have a feeling we're going to be out here for several hours throughout the course of the day, just making sure these homeowners are okay and to just kind of monitor and see what Nancy Creek does. Again, we're here off of Rickenbacker Way at the intersection of Rickenbacker Drive. That's kind of the North Atlanta area off of Roswell Road. In the meantime, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Liza, thank you so much. We're glad you guys are taking those precautions out there, and we will continue to see those conditions throughout the night. Within the last hour here, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis gave an update on Hurricane Helene as the storm made landfall. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out.
That is the message we are telling you tonight as well. More than 3,000 National Guardsmen are standing by to step in and help down there. Hurricane and tropical storm warnings are in effect across the state of Florida, with the storm surge warning for the state's west coast as well. We'll be right back.
You're striving for a better life. We're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts. We continue with this weather impact alert overnight and through the day here tomorrow as we are tracking Helene that made landfall in Florida. The center of the storm now pushing into South Georgia, and then it'll be Middle Georgia and then the metro Atlanta area. So from now until those early morning hours and then through about 9 o'clock is when we're really going to see some big time changes moving in. The issues that we've been dealing with so far have been rain, and a lot of it. You've been seeing some of the evidence of that with the flooding that we've had around our area, and we have additional flood warnings that are in effect. First, before I get to those, I want to just show you on radar where we have green, it's lighter rain. Where we have the yellows and oranges and reds, it is the heavier rain. You see some of that in northwest Georgia, also down 85 as you head into areas of Troup County near LaGrange. Some of that moderate rain in Atlanta, another band here of moderate to heavy rain to the south and to the east of us. That's about to feed in, and that's going to be the story for the rest of the night. We'll see more and more waves of the moderate and heavy rain moving in. I'm taking the radar data off here just for a moment because I know it's kind of hard to see the green polygons. This is where we have these flash flood warnings. More and more counties are being added into these warnings. We have this one that's over the metro area. This particular one right here, that's right over the heart of the metro area,
is what happens is when they issue flash flood warnings, it can be a regular flood warning, or they can tag it with considerable damage, or even a tag with catastrophic damage. This one is tagged as considerable, and that's why many phones earlier tonight went off, because it triggered the weather emergency alert system there on your phones. So that's why this warning is showing up here. But then we have the other flash flood, part of that flash flood warning there. That's the first tier. It goes all the way down into parts of Upson County. Then we have this wave of counties in a flash flood warning there on the west side. A new one issued, including Meriwether County, and on down to the south there, parts of the Coweta County area. So a lot of us are in flash flood warnings now. We're going to see more counties added to these flash flood warnings very soon as well. And here you can see those waves of rain that are moving in. We had the one through Atlanta a little while ago. That's the one in North Georgia now. We have a little bit of a break with lighter rain here now, but don't get used to it, because here's another band that's going to keep moving in. So we'll see more and more of these bands of moderate and heavy rain, and that's just going to intensify even more as that core of Helene is continuing to push up into our area. Doppler radar estimating how much rain has fallen, and look at that big swath of red and even some orange beginning to show up here. I'm going to overlay some of these Doppler radar estimates, and this is just over the past 24 hours where we've had almost 5 inches of rain here inside the perimeter. Down on the south side, going from Clayton County over toward areas of Henry County, almost 5 inches of rain. A little lighter amounts over on the west side, and then north right there in Cobb County, East Cobb, 3.3 inches, over into areas of Gwinnett County there, right along 85, about 2.5 inches estimated by radar. But those numbers are just going to keep coming up as we see more and more of these waves that are moving in. And that flow is pushing in from the south. That is what the flow is around that center of circulation down now near the Valdosta area. So here's what we're watching. It's really amazing to see how that storm, remember, at 11 o'clock or just after 11 o'clock is when that center of circulation made the official landfall there in the Big Bend region just to the west of Perry, Florida. And now we were tracking this as it was moving through Valdosta. And now the hardest rain in association with that is pretty much now moving north of Valdosta. So when we go back, if we go back to Angelina, Salcedo anytime over the next hour or so, you're going to see the conditions down in Valdosta getting much better, because look at this, that heaviest rain has moved away and they're getting some drier air beginning to move on into that area right now. So there you see, again, the center's now above the Georgia line. There's Valdosta right here. And now that center of circulation is north of that. And we may even see some breaks in the Valdosta area right now. So it's a really fast moving system that'll continue moving up to the north very quickly, and as it does, it will begin to weaken just a little bit, but we still do believe it'll be hurricane force in Macon and then tropical storm force here in the Atlanta area. Here's the latest advisory. This has been downgraded now to a Cat 2. So at landfall, it was a Category 4 with those winds of 140 miles an hour. Now the winds are at 110. That is still strong, but that's just showing us now that the weakening process is taking place as we have taken the fuel away from this hurricane. These hurricanes are fueled off of warm ocean water there in the Gulf water there, and that water is very warm there. And that's one of the reasons why it experienced that rapid intensification as it was getting closer to land. But now it's overland. We've cut off that fuel source. So now it is weakening, but still moving very quickly to the north-northeast at 26 miles an hour. And so as that weakening process continues and it starts to lose that strength, it's still moving very quickly to the north. That's why we think it's going to hold on to that hurricane strength for a while longer up into Macon and then into Atlanta as that tropical storm status here. I do think this is really going to shift a little bit more over to the east for that center of the circulation. But this is showing Friday morning at 8 o'clock, 65 mile an hour winds there. Again, that's tropical storm force winds, and then continuing to weaken and dying out as it moves up into Tennessee and also into Kentucky, and then we'll start seeing improving weather here during the day as well. Here's what we're watching the warnings. Again, ignore this. Jackson County, you are not in a hurricane warning. There's an issue. We're getting it fixed right now with our vendor. So I'll tell you what this is, kind of inside baseball here. Butts County is a county, but in Butts County we have Jackson, Georgia, which is the city, and it inadvertently was triggered as Jackson County in Georgia. So they're going to fix that. That'll disappear soon. You're not in a hurricane warning in Jackson County. You're in the tropical storm warning, but that hurricane warning is for Butts County, Jasper County, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, also into Upson County, that line down to the south. Those are the areas on the south side, down to Macon and Columbus and southward, where we are going to be experiencing those hurricane force winds. This is a look at the wind speeds. These are the sustained winds, not the wind gusts. When I showed this to you, 30 minutes ago? I was showing 9-mile-an-hour winds here in Atlanta. Again, not wind gusts. These are sustained winds. Now it's up to 15. I know it's not a lot, but it's just showing that trend that our wind speeds are starting to come up. We have 13-mile-an-hour winds in Marietta, 16-mile-an-hour winds in Athens, 17-mile-an-hour winds in Gainesville. And if you add in the gusts, that is starting to come up a little bit too. So this is what we're watching overnight. Those wind gusts are going to start coming up by 4:30 in the morning. There you see it, 54-mile-an-hour wind gust in Athens, 47-mile-an-hour wind gust over in the Eatonton area, 32-mile-an-hour wind gust in Thomaston. It goes up to 39-mile-an-hour wind gust in Atlanta at 6:30, then 46-mile-an-hour wind gust at 7:30 here in Atlanta, still with 56-mile-an-hour winds in Eatonton, and then 36 in Rome. So really, all of us are going to be very windy. As we've been telling you all along here, we're watching this heavy rain and the flooding. This is going to loosen up the solid ground there that these trees are growing in with their root system. And with these strong winds, that's when we're going to see some trees coming down all around the area, and we're going to have a lot of power outages too. So the wind component of the threats and the impacts, that is just now beginning. As we're seeing those winds just starting to come up, they're only going to get stronger during the continued overnight hours and into the morning as well. And then by tomorrow afternoon, this is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain's going to be gone by then, but we're still going to see the winds kicking up. Not as strong as in the morning, but we're talking about 25 to 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts here tomorrow afternoon, and then calming down more later Friday night and then also into Saturday. But even on Saturday, we're talking about 10 to 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so it'll be staying rather breezy here during the day there too. So these are the look at the main impacts we're watching. The rain totals, now we've already picked up some of this rain where we're talking 3 to 6 inches. We've already picked up a little bit of that now since we've gone through this now, but more is going to be on the way. We're watching the winds. We are not even to the highest part of the wind system yet. That's going to be more between 3 and 9 o'clock in the morning. We're talking about those wind gusts, 50 to 70 miles an hour. Those highest gusts, again, we think will be between 3 and 9. And then that tornado risk, it's that low risk mainly on the east side during these overnight hours. So here's what we're watching, where you see, look at all the yellow, orange, and red. That's indicating moderate to heavy rain continuing to feed in here, that flow showing all of that moisture pushing in from the south, moving up toward the north, and we have that center of circulation to the south side over between Eatonton and Athens. This is at 6:30 in the morning here, but then wrapping around that with all that heavy rain and all of the wind, and then it moves up to the north and it's out of here. We're talking mid-morning to late morning. The rain's going to be out of Atlanta. It'll be exiting North Georgia, we think, at lunchtime, continuing to move up to the north. There might be a little bit of wraparound moisture there Friday afternoon with a few clouds, but we're going to have a chance to kind of sit back and assess the damage a little bit. But if you are going outside to assess the damage or maybe try to clean up, maybe cut some tree limbs or cut up some trees that have fallen, be aware that those winds will still be gusty, and that could cause additional trees or additional tree limbs to fall. So you've got to be careful out there on Friday. Saturday looks a little bit better. The winds will calm down a little bit more. We'll see clouds mixing in with sunshine. We'll hold on to a 20% chance for a shower here on Saturday as we see that wraparound moisture coming in, but nothing widespread or nothing to be overly concerned about. And then on Sunday as well, still just that 20% chance for a shower. As that system stalls out up in Tennessee and into Kentucky, It's not going to totally die out. It does get weaker, but still some of that wraparound moisture can spin just a couple of showers here into our area. I just realized we haven't shown you the 7-day forecast all night long. So let me show it to you out there right now where we have that weather impact alert in effect for Friday. Even though the rain will be ending, we're going to see the winds sticking around, still blustery during the day, and then a 20% chance for a shower Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Highs in the 70s for the weekend, and then back to the lower 80s Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Tuesday and Wednesday look great. You know, really Monday looks fine too, just that low rain chance. We're back to a low rain chance again on Thursday at about 20% with a high of 80.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Well, tonight, unfortunately, 2 people have died after a possible tornado hit the city of Alamo, which is just southeast of Warner Robins. The sheriff there says the possible tornado is a result of Hurricane Helene. And this just in, a shelter is now open in Newton County. The shelter is at Cousins Middle School on Geiger Street in Covington. Again, this shelter is at Cousins Middle School on Geiger Street in Covington in Newton County.
Right now, let's take you to some new video tonight. This was shared by hurricane hunters of Helene. This is Helene approaching Florida there. We have already seen just the impacts, but this is giving you a different vantage point coming from above. Right now, a live look as well on Tybee Island. Look at the camera. You can see that the camera is shaking because the wind is picking up along with the rain, really hitting a lot of those coastal communities in Georgia pretty hard. We've been showing you some of the video, not just here from Tybee Island, but we had some video earlier from Savannah as well.
And our Angelina Salcido has been in Valdosta. If you've been with us for some time now, you'll remember her live shots with that driving rain to the side and the power flickering on and off in that location.
All right, right now let's get back to 11Alive. Zach Merchant, he's been tracking the power outages across Georgia. Zach, we knew that the numbers would start to climb as the night goes on. How is it looking right now at 1:45?
Well, they're climbing, and take a look at the map. We're going to zoom in a minute here because I know as I'm looking at the monitor, this is a little zoomed out. But as you can see, you saw that live picture of Tybee Island a moment ago. South Georgia, southeast Georgia. We're going to zoom in here. This is the story of power outages in our state right now. We're looking at a map from Georgia Power of outages across the state. Let's zoom in even a little further to South Georgia here because Hurricane Helene is moving her way up into our state. Lowndes County now. Almost 32,000 people without power in Lowndes County. Take a tour over to the coastal side of our state here, the southeast. We're in Glynn County now, almost 28,000 people without power. Up here now in the heart of Savannah, we're in Chatham County, 30,000 people without power. You can expect those numbers to rise because this storm is strong, and you've seen all the evidence you need from Melissa, from Chris, from all our reporters in the field. If you need any more evidence, take a look at this. This is what Florida is dealing with right now. This is a map of power outages in Florida. It is aggregated by poweroutage.us. It's an online service that puts together a lot of different information from different utilities and power companies. They are now reporting almost 1.3 million people in Florida are without power. And you see the deepest shades of red in here, right in the Big Bend area. That is where Helene made landfall and started making its way northward towards us. So let's take a look back at Georgia now. Again, we took a tour through South and Southeast Georgia just a couple minutes ago. Again, you see these colors, these deep reds, the yellows. That means there are a lot of outages down here. But if you're watching us, you're probably in Metro Atlanta or North Georgia. And that's good news for you right now. You take a look at the map in our neck of the woods, things are pretty good. There's still a lot of green on the map, a little bit of orange, a little bit of blue. Let's zoom in here, get into core Metro here. About 13,000 people in DeKalb County without power, but 340,000 Georgia Power customers in DeKalb County. So the vast majority of folks in DeKalb who get power through Georgia Power still doing good. Over in Fulton County, 11,000 people without power. Again, a small percentage of the Georgia Power customers in Fulton. And that's really the story throughout the area. Cobb County, Gwinnett County, still doing pretty well at this time of the night, but that's because Helene has not made its way up to us yet. We know, because our meteorologists have told us throughout the evening, that the eastern side of the storm is going to be the spot where we are most likely to see the heaviest impact. We've seen Cody Alcorn live for us throughout the evening in Athens, Clarke County. You take a look over where he is right now. Oconee County, about 1,000 people without power. Go into the Athens area here, Athens, Clarke County. They're doing great. Only about 100 people without power. That's good news right now. It's not likely to last. We say this throughout the evening. If you're just tuning in, maybe you just woke up because there's strong wind, there's strong rain waking you up in the middle of the night. Make sure your devices are plugged in. Get those things charging right now, because once these power outages start in your area, they have a habit of stacking up. And Georgia Power, they have lots of linemen and women geared up, ready to go and start to make repairs as soon as it is safe. But when there are so many outages, it can take a lot of time to start getting to all of them and start fixing them. To give you a sense of the scope of what we're seeing already, this is statewide information. I know it's a little tough to see here. Here we go. I know it's a little tough to see here. Almost 2,000 outages, 2,000 active outages across Georgia right now. More than 200,000 Georgia Power customers without power. An active outage, each one of those, that means every one of the nearly 2,000 here, every one of them is something that's causing a power outage. It could be a downed tree, it could be a break in a power line, but each one of these is a situation that Georgia Power employees, that linemen and women, that emergency responders have to go out and fix. They've got to get through all 2,000 of these. And you can imagine that that number is going to tick up as the storm makes its way into where we are now. The good news, again, just to give us some perspective, still a very small percentage of the overall population in Georgia that is getting its power from Georgia Power. Georgia Power has about 2.7 million customers across the state, still only about 200,000 people without power. I'm not great at percentages, but that feels like about 1%. Expect that number to go up. Again, let's take another tour through the state here. I want to tick this off here and zoom back out, give us some more perspective on what we're seeing. If you're just tuning in here, a lot of yellow, a lot of red in our southeast here, and that makes sense because this storm is coming in our way. Angelina and Tyson, if you all are watching right now, if you're listening in, I hope you're staying safe. Our reporter and our photojournalist in Valdosta right now, we have seen live shots from them, the storm really hammering their position, heavy rain, heavy wind. You see Valdosta again, Lowndes County, 32,000 customers without power there. And that is because, let's circle back to where we started, Florida sort of tells the story. So many outages across the state of Florida, almost 1.3 million people without power here. And you're looking at some of the darkest shaded red counties in Florida and the Big Bend area. That's because that is the area that Hurricane Helene most directly impacted. Tore through the Big Bend area, made its way up into our state. We're going to zoom out if the touchscreen's been so good so far tonight. There we go. That might be a good time to send it back to Jonathan and Jennifer. We do want to end with this, though. One last reminder. Get those devices charged. Do it now. That number of outages is going to go up. Take advantage of power if you have it right now.
Thanks. Hurricane Helene is really making its presence known in Florida. Strong rain and heavy wind pounding Steinhatchee. We will continue our coverage of this storm in just a few moments.
Alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
The best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Welcome back to our extended coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Helene. Right now, we want to check in with our Bobeth Yates. She is joining us live this morning from Buckhead. And Bobeth, you're in an area where we understand some trees are already coming down.
Yeah, so on our way as we were driving through Buckhead, we actually saw multiple areas with trees down. You had one on Riverside Drive, then you had one on Moscato. That a lot of areas around here are dealing with down trees. But what we did, we stopped closer to Sagamore Drive and Northside, where we're seeing massive flooding along Peachtree Creek. I want you to just take a look behind me as you can see some of what we're seeing here. The water has overrisen the banks of Peachtree Creek, now on the street blocking Sagamore. As we walk over here, you can even see some of the actual manholes starting to bubble up as water starts to come out of here. Now the water here seems to be really deep. I'm seeing the top of a fire hydrant, so you can imagine that is relatively just about for somewhere around 2 to 3 feet, or about 2.5 feet. And the water is risen that high. So you're definitely seeing a lot of flooding in this area already. The ground is soaked, so trees are coming down. And I'm not talking about one tree. I'm talking about, we saw multiple trees, large trees, falling through along the street, blocking areas of the street. Now the edge of Bobby Jones Golf Course, just by Sagamore Drive and Northside Drive, we're seeing water rise over the banks of Peachtree Creek. And you know, the flooding is only going to get worse. Down the street, you can see things already floating in the water. That's a trash can. People outside of their cars, alarms already going off in the area as this water continues to rise. And you know, folks are probably going to wake up to a lot of damage as they try to figure out where this water is going to go eventually. You know, the only positive side, or I would say cute side of this, I saw some beavers playing in the water earlier. It was kind of cute, but you never really see that. So to see a family of beavers in the water swimming around playing, and then the water rising so much on the street, you definitely can see that the impacts already being felt here in Buckhead. And I'm expecting them to continue as the storm continues to get closer and this rain just continues to come down. Because if we're so far out and it's already overflowing its banks, just imagine in a couple hours when the storm system gets closer to us. Of course, you know, Jonathan, I'm going to continue to monitor this out here, but I'm going to send it back to you for now. Live in Buckhead, Bobeth Yates, 11Alive News.
Bobeth, thank you so much.
All right, crews are working to fix sinkholes or some sort of other construction-related holes that have been exacerbated by Helene on Buford Highway in Brookhaven. Our reporter Grace King was out there earlier this evening talking about how there was construction work, a stopgap measure that had been put in place, and the rains and conditions that we have been seeing have washed it away, causing people's cars to become immobilized.
All right. And again, we're continuing to monitor that area and other areas where we have seen a significant amount of flooding today. We want to go back and toss things over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. It is just now about 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, this is the time that we all need to be aware and really knowing what's going on outside.
We have been covering the storm for hours and hours and hours, and really for days. We've been preparing people to get ready for this system to move in. This is now the timeline of what we have been talking about 4 days and all day today, where things are really starting to ramp up a little bit more. We've already been dealing with plenty of rain. We've been tracking those bands of moderate to heavy rain that have been pushing through the area. This band is about to move in here south and east of the city. That's about to push through Atlanta now. I'm going to take the radar off because I want you to see, I know it's hard to see those green polygons over the radar. All of these polygons, that's where we have these flood warnings. And the one right over the heart of the city is the one that was tagged considerable damage, which is a little more elevated flash flood warning. And that's the one that set off a lot of people's phones a little bit earlier. So take a look at the waves of rain that we've been watching move through. We've all been dealing with generally at least light rain in our area. And then we would have a band of moderate rain. Like this one that came through Atlanta is now up in North Georgia. Then it was light rain for a bit. Now we are getting ready for this next band to move in, which is also light, more than moderate to heavy rain that's pushing our way. And then we're going to see downstream other other bands of really heavy rain and moderate rain that's going to be pushing in. And that is just going to add to the heavy rain that we've been dealing with and all of the runoff that is going into those creeks and streams and also into those flood-prone areas where we are seeing that flood activity increase there. Rainfall totals, we're talking 4 to 5 inches of rain right over the city of Atlanta. Outside of that, 2 to 3 inches of rain with more on the way. Stay with us. We're going to keep tracking this. We do have a new update where Hurricane Helene has now been downgraded to a Cat 1. And then we'll continue to see that weakening process take place as the system gets closer to us.
All right, Chris, we appreciate you and Melissa and all the work you've done to keep us aware. We've been doing this for a while now. All right, well, as Helene continues to approach the metro area, flooding is still a big concern.
Liza Lucas joining us now live from Atlanta, where the water is rising over near Nancy Creek. Liza.
That's right. And this specific area is near the Blue Heron Nature Preserve because we know Nancy Creek stretches across several neighborhoods when we talk about it here in the Atlanta area. I'm going to get out the way and really show you a look at the rushing water right here at the Nancy Creek area because this is off of Rickenbacker Way and Rickenbacker Road. I actually had a chance to speak with a homeowner who is awake and monitoring the situation. He's probably 500 yards from this, thankfully, but he does already have some flooding in his front yard and sandbags at the door, and he was moving his cars once again, just not feeling confident about the situation. He told me that some of the homeowners that back up to this creek have also moved their vehicles, but he was not sure if they were still home. Right now, some of those homes really have a lot of water in the front. But right now, before we move our camera and give you another look on that side, we did want to focus again here on Nancy Creek because it is really moving. In fact, I don't want to get too close. We're keeping a pretty safe distance, but there is a walking path right over here. I don't know, Hunter, are you able to swing the camera very much? But this is normally a kind of walking path right here where people, enjoy the area and the creek on a really pretty day. Well, that has water going up to the signage right there, and it's just flowing right into the creek. So this is why they really emphasize the importance of staying away from any standing water, any moving water. You don't want to creep close because you just don't know how fast it could suddenly move out from underneath you or how deep that water is. And guys, I got to say a word of caution because just in the last 30 minutes, we saw people out here taking pictures, and I had to go flag a car and just make sure that they weren't about to drive through on the other side. Just a small little car was stopping at the water. And so this is something where people are not totally heeding the warnings. People are still out driving around and capturing the storm. Not a good idea because you just don't know how deep that water is and what your vehicle can handle. So again, we are playing it very safe, not venturing on the bridge because the water is just moving so fast. And I'm going to just kind of give you a listen. Hunter, I'm not sure where you're panning right now. It's kind of dark to see, but I want to give you just a listen for a second. I'm not going to go any closer, but this water is just really rushing. I don't know how well you guys could hear that, but it's eerie out here because we just not sure how much higher this is going to go, and there are homes that back up to this creek. There are multiple homes. I think our last alert said about 25. We are not able to get a really solid look because it's so dark, but the water is not only in some of these yards on the front end, we're not sure what their backyards look like, but it's really concerning. Now, some of them are built high up, but again, that homeowner I spoke with, he said that he's never seen it like this since he's lived here, and he's hoping that the water is kind of still draining a little bit towards the creek as opposed to towards his home, which again is about 500 yards away. But he's awake right now watching the situation, and we are too, because guys, this water is really, really moving. So just a word of caution, don't come out here taking pictures, turn around when you come upon standing water on the roadway. You don't know how deep it is. We're seeing cars out here kind of venturing out to test the storm, and that homeowner I spoke with, he was wondering, is this the worst of it? Well, not at all, according to what our meteorologists say. And right now, we have not seen any wind out here. Thankfully, except for an occasional gust that'll kind of lift my umbrella up. So that's a good thing, but we did have a tree snap before about 30 minutes ago and fall into the creek and almost on a power line. Oh, there's some more snapping right there. I don't know if you could hear that. So we are taking precautions out here and making sure that we are in a safe vantage point, but also keeping you updated because homeowners awake and watching, and we're going to keep an eye on the neighborhood because Nancy Creek over here is really concerning. Sending it back to you guys.
Liza Lucas, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much. Right now, we do want to take you to this. This is from earlier, obviously, in Alligator Point, Florida, south of Tallahassee. You see one of those guys there, with the flag there, but hopefully people heeded the warnings and got out of there before the worst of the storm came crashing through a little bit earlier today. Right now, we do want to give you this important note to those who are in the city of Atlanta. If you had trash pickup scheduled for today, the service is suspended. The city is asking you not to put out your trash, recycling, or your yard debris bins out on the curb. Instead, they say pickup day will be Saturday, weather permitting. All right, well, meteorologist Robert Speta with our sister station in Jacksonville, Florida, is in Tallahassee tonight, where Hurricane Helene is still being felt.
Tropical storm strength winds being seen here in Tallahassee, and even reports of power surges in parts of the city. Even while we were reporting here, occasionally you can hear something that sounds like distant cannon fire. That's those transformers continuing to explode as the power goes on and off. But in Tallahassee, that's on the west side of the storm. The eastern side of the storm, around Perry, down through Taylor County and in the Steinhatchee, that's where they're seeing some of the worst from Hurricane Helene, where that storm surge is expected to be up to 10 to 20 feet. Here in Tallahassee, though, there are 7 shelters that have been opened up. Plenty of people hunkering down at the hotels. Even here at our hotel, we're seeing people come in and out throughout the day, mainly staying here, waiting for this storm to pass. Even if they have a place to be at home, they're just still worried about power outages, trees falling and things like that. But even along the coast, mandatory evacuations were put in place at 8 a.m. in the morning here on a Thursday, and for good reason, because of that threat of storm surge. So storm, though, quickly going to be moving away here on our Friday, and conditions will be rapidly improving.
And we will, of course, continue to monitor Hurricane Helene as it continues to make its way closer and closer to us here in Metro Atlanta.
We're going to take a quick break. Joining you next will be Cheryl Preheim and Aisha Howard. Stay safe. We'll be right back.
Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights.
Good morning, everybody. You have been with 11Alive for our continuing coverage. Aisha Howard and Cheryl Preheim swapping out here for the team as we keep you covered here on Hurricane Helene around the clock.
All right, we know that it continues to move from the south. It has made landfall, and right now what we are waiting for is the winds really to pick up. The rains have been sustained, but that wind coming in strong will be a game changer.
Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, chief meteorologist, has been here around the clock as well, bringing us the very latest. Chris, how are we looking right now?
Things are going to start getting worse as we go through the rest of the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. We have already been seeing these waves of moderate to heavy rain that have been pushing through our area, and that is going to continue overnight. And now the next step of intensity of this storm is going to be the winds that are really going to start kicking up here. And we're talking about wind gusts 40 to 60 miles an hour and even some higher wind gusts there on the south side. So here's a look at what we're watching. We just keep see the yellows and oranges here. That's a band that's about to move in over the city of Atlanta. That's going to push up to the north and west, just like this band did that's up in Rome now. It came through Atlanta earlier. It's up to the north now. Here's the next band coming in from the south and east. That's going to push through. We'll have a little bit of break with light rain, and then yet another band will come in. Here is where you can see that rain coming into Gwinnett County, out of Walton County, that heavier band there, in Rockdale County, south DeKalb, down into Henry County, also into areas of Clayton and Fayette County, and that's just going to push into the city. It'll be here with us for a while, and then it'll let up. The problem is we've already had a lot of rain. The ground is saturated. We're getting a lot of runoff that is collecting in low-lying, flood-prone areas, and also filling up the creeks and streams that we have here over Metro Atlanta and in North Georgia. You see more of that moderate to heavy rain down into areas to the east of us, and if you'll notice here down to the south, we're beginning to see this part of the system that is on the north end of that main area of circulation, which is the center of Helene. So you can see what we're watching right here. That landfall happened just to the west of Perry, Florida, just after 11 o'clock. And really, look how far it's come from 11 o'clock and then up here into areas of southeast Georgia there, as well inland. And we just got information in the 2 o'clock advisory. This is now a Category 1 hurricane. So it went from a Category 4, then it dropped to a 2 in South Georgia. Now it's a Category 1 hurricane. Now I want you to notice here, a lot of the projections we had from the Hurricane Center was showing this moving more like this. But we're really seeing that center of circulation taking more of a jog over to the east, and that'll be over into this direction. That'll be, excuse me, actually better news for the Metro Atlanta area. We're still going to have impacts here, but if that track keeps going a little bit more to the east, it would take more of those impacts eastward as well. Now still, areas of Gainesville, Athens, you're going to be under the gun here as that track continues to move up toward the north there. But you can see those tornado watches that are in effect. There's how it moved inland a little bit earlier. We saw it crossing over the state line a little bit earlier as well, and then moving over Valdosta where Angelina Salcedo is. We saw it over Valdosta when it was really heavy. You can look up toward Homerville and see some of that more moderate to heavy rain falling there. But now that heaviest rain is north of that, pretty much right in here, still north of Valdosta, north of Homerville. This is where we're seeing that heaviest rain now. That's going to be moving up to I-16 pretty soon, really just over to the east of Macon, and continuing to push up toward the north and a little bit north-northeast. So still watching the rain. We do have the flooding that's already out there. Then we're going to see the winds kicking up during the rest of the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow morning. That's when we're going to start seeing the trees come down, tree limbs coming down, and that's when we're going to start seeing those power outages that'll be occurring out there as well. There it is, Category 1. Winds are now down to 90 miles an hour. So we had those wind speeds at 140 miles an hour when it moved inland and when it was making landfall. Now we have 90-mile-an-hour winds, still moving very quickly north-northeast at about 26 miles an hour. And so that is a pretty fast pace here as it keeps going up toward the north. Again, this track showing it moving up toward the Atlanta area. I really think this track is going to be a little bit more over to the east, a little bit more there, not right over Atlanta, but still showing it as a tropical storm in the metro area as it continues pushing up toward the north there, but still 65-mile-an-hour winds most likely when it comes to Atlanta. And then weakening more up into Tennessee and also into Kentucky. What we're going to have to watch for the weekend, as this dies out up into areas of Kentucky, it's still going to have a counterclockwise flow, still may spread a couple of lighter rain showers over us for Saturday and Sunday, but nothing like what we're dealing with out there for right now. The latest on the tropical alerts, this is what we're watching, where that hurricane warning extends up into areas just to the south of us. Again, Jackson County not in that warning. That's a mistake from our vendor there. But you can see where we have Jasper County, Butts County, Spalding County, Pike, Lamar, Upson in that hurricane warning, and the rest of us are in the tropical storm warning where we're going to be seeing those tropical storm force winds. I'm going to show you these winds that we have out there right now. Then I'm going to take you over to Melissa. These winds starting to pick up a little bit. These are not wind gusts. These are sustained winds. In the 1 o'clock hour, we were showing in Atlanta 9-mile-an-hour winds here, but now it's up to 18. All right, that's sustained wind, not a wind gust. These gusts are a little bit higher now. So now is the time where these winds, and you can see that flow here coming out of the south and east. That's going to continue pushing in through our area. And again, here's a look at these gusts. 26-mile-an-hour wind gusts next hour, 46 in Athens, 46-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Eatonton. Continuing on, 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts at 4:30 in the morning, 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Eatonton, and here in Atlanta, 25 to 39-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming up at 6:30. Marietta, 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And look over in Athens, 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts that are going to be moving through there as well. And then that wind sticking with us. Again, we think that main time frame between 3 and 9 o'clock in the morning is when we'll see those wind gusts that are going to be a little higher there through those early morning hours. And still into the afternoon, we're going to watch that rain as it moves out of our area. But the winds are still going to be pretty brisk. Again, not as strong into those afternoon hours, but we're still talking 25 to 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, starting to settle down a little bit later on in the day, more like 15 to 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then Saturday it calms down a little bit more too. Melissa Nord joins us now. She's been really keeping an eye on all of the new flood warnings and flood issues going on. And still that wind field that you're talking about too.
Right. And the size of Helene has been so impressive as the storm made landfall and it's moving inland. The tropical storm force winds extend outward from the center by about 300 miles across still. So this is a really big storm. And this map shows you the yellow colors where we're seeing tropical storm force winds. The orange is the forecast for the higher end tropical storm force winds. And you can see in red, those are the hurricane force winds. Now, what we have noticed is that Helene's track has shifted a little bit further back to the east. So I think that's going to take the core of the strongest winds east of Atlanta, closer to Athens. So forecast here for the wind field, you can see those strongest winds starting to lift up into North Georgia around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. But really, that's when the heart of central Georgia is getting pounded the worst. Then as we get into 7, that's when the winds will be at their worst here in North Georgia, especially focused east of Atlanta, so Covington, Athens, out into Gainesville as well. That's where we're expecting the winds to be stronger than places across western Georgia. We'll go further into the early tomorrow morning, and really quickly after 10 o'clock, those winds should be calming down. Well, with that being said, everybody's going to have the potential for power outages moving forward overnight. We haven't seen a lot of power outages thus far. That will be changing as we work our way closer to 3, 4, 5 o'clock. We'll start to see those power outages creeping up from southern Georgia to central Georgia, up into northern Georgia. We think they're going to be most widespread, though, on the eastern side of the metro. So Athens to Atlanta, we could see a lot more in the higher elevations of the mountains as well. And Chris showed you this kind of forecast track image. It's that 3 to 9 a.m. time frame when we're going to see the core of the storm pushing into our area. That's when the winds will end up being their strongest. And then after the storm moves north of us, after Helene passes to the north, it's still going to be gusty outside throughout the day tomorrow. We'll still have some wind gusts around 30 miles per hour early in the afternoon, and then by late in the afternoon, we'll start to see those winds coming down a little bit more. If you're trying to think about cleanup after the storm, Saturday afternoon also looks breezy. Some of those wind gusts could be around 30 miles per hour. So where do we go from here? Rainfall, another 2 to 6 inches of rain is likely. A lot of spots have already picked up 5 to 8 inches of rain. So we're adding another 2 to 6 on top of that. Flooding's already ongoing. Flooding just keeps getting worse. Wind gusts. That'll be the big thing that ticks up as we go later through the overnight. Wind gusts will pick up and peak around the metro between 50 and as high as 70 miles per hour. But some of those gusts in the hurricane warning zone could still get up to about 80 miles per hour. Luckily, we're seeing Helene weakening with each new update at each new top of the hour. But again, we could still see some of those gusts reach hurricane force. We'll also watch that low tornado risk to the east, but I'm hoping most of that, since the track has shifted a little further east, is going to stay in East Georgia and into South Carolina as well. Now, this is one of the things the last 4 hours that's really changed a lot in Atlanta, the amount of river flooding gauges heading into major flood stage. And I showed you a couple of these earlier, and we're getting more in. So first, we're going to zoom in. This is the North Fork of, this is Peachtree Creek, and this is Bobby Jones Golf Course right there. And right along 41 Peachtree Battle Avenue, we're seeing flooding there. Where Liza Lucas was, that was at Nancy Creek. This is in Buckhead. This is Rickenbacker Drive and Rickenbacker Way right in here. This is where Nancy Creek is really raging right now and getting, to significant levels. So it is impacting homes and backyards. I also want to show you over here. So this is kind of La Vista. We're working into, this is Buford Highway, 85 right there, Cheshire Bridge Road. We're working in closer to La Vista. We're going to go over to Johnson Road at Noble Drive right here. There's another river gauge. I'm going to step out so I can get it on my phone and talk to you about it. This is the South Fork of Peachtree Creek. And this also is actually getting so high into flood stage that this is reaching a record. So let me pull this up because I just put it in our little station chat. I want to read you what the impacts are going to be because this is important. It impacts certain roads, certain homes. Let's see if I can find it right here. We might have to, here it is. Okay, it's at 16.53 feet, so that's the river gauge. The record from 1974, 50 years ago, was 16.35 feet. So we're above 16 feet. At 16 feet, we've got significant flooding on Johnson Road, backyards of residential homes on Noble Drive, Helen Drive, K Lane. They're all going to be flooded with up to 3, really up to 4 feet of water. When it gets to 17 feet, the water's going to start reaching the foundations of some of those homes in that area and even enter the crawl spaces. So this is the South Fork of Peachtree Creek. It's eventually going to cause further flooding downstream on Peachtree Creek. So there's a lot of areas, if you live near a creek, near a stream, you can probably hear that water rushing in if you open the window or just pop your head outside for a minute. Those are those water levels that are just going up because the rain just keeps going. Let's recap with forecast track. Where do we go from here? The center of Helene is pushing through southern Georgia right now. It's a Category 1 hurricane. Winds right now on the storm are just about 100 miles per hour. Forecast track by 4:30, so going 2 hours from now, the center is moving from Macon northward, so kind of Milledgeville, Macon, up into Eatonton. I think right around 6 is when we're going to see it peaking, moving across places like Athens. And then by 8 o'clock in the morning, the center of it's just about out of the North Georgia mountains. You see there's still some wraparound in terms of the rainfall, but it really quickly tapers off. And then we talk about some drier conditions for tomorrow afternoon. But gusty winds, those are picking up big time from here. So overnight tonight, to recap everything, heavy rain continues. Flooding threats continue. Okay? Flooding is very serious. It only takes 1 foot of swiftly moving water to float a small car away. 2 feet of swiftly moving water. Those big, big trucks. Guys, got to have their big trucks around here in Georgia. 2 feet of water can sweep that truck away, or a large SUV. So you got to take the flooding seriously. Turn around if you come across a flooded roadway. If you live near one of those creeks and streams, any creek or stream, and you notice the water levels coming up, okay, it's still raining outside. They're not going to go back down. They're going to keep going up. So if you need to evacuate, evacuate. Keep yourself safe. Tropical storm warning. If you're in there, gusts are going to be 50 to 70 miles per hour. If you're in the hurricane warning, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Those gusts, plus how much rain we've gotten, is going to cause a lot of trees to come down by the root system. A lot of power outages will be increasing as well. We'll watch the tornado risk. I'm not as concerned about it, but as the center moves in up towards North Georgia, we'll see if in East Georgia we get a few spin-ups possible. Tomorrow morning through about 9, 10 o'clock, we're still tracking Helene, working through our area, still those same significant threats. But then after that, we'll see the rain tapering off pretty quickly. I think it's going to be dry altogether by 11, maybe 12 o'clock at the latest. It's going to stay breezy, but we'll be able to catch a break, do a little bit of that, cleanup action. It's going to be a lot of cleanup action, and we'll go from there. It does look mostly dry over the weekend, a little bit of clouds both of those days, but we should rebound to around 80 degrees. I know a lot of us will be facing power outages after the storm, and the last significant power outage we had here was just 4 years ago from Zeta in 2020. That left 1 million without power. A lot of us were without power 2, 3, 4 days. Luckily this time, I think the weather is quiet enough in terms of our temperatures that we don't have to worry about extreme heat. Or I think back then in Zeta, it was the end of October, it was getting chilly outside. So we don't have to worry about heaters and air conditioning and everything like that. But in the meantime, got round-the-clock coverage continuing here with Helene. It's moving through Georgia right now. We are expecting this to push its way into North Georgia as a tropical storm here as we get later through the overnight.
Melissa, thank you so much. You mentioned river flooding and you mentioned the Bobby Jones golf course specifically, and we are seeing that from our crews as well.
That is where we find 11Alive's Beth Yates from Buckhead near the Bobby Jones golf course, where we know there is also a creek right in the middle of the golf course. Beth, seeing all of that water starting to rise there behind you. Tell us, what are you experiencing out there off Northside Drive?
Well, you can definitely see that the water is rising very quickly. So I'm on Northside Drive just by Sagamore, and the water has overflown the banks just close to Peachtree Creek. If you look behind me, literally water as far as you can see. We've seen objects floating in the water, trash can, logs, other types of debris. And of course, just earlier we saw a deer swimming through the creek, going under the bridge. I want to give you a little perspective of how high this water is. To our left right here is the creek. Now, the water going to that creek, it literally is getting to the bottom of the bridge, right onto that edge of where the bridge is. Normally, you have a lot more room between the bottom of the water and or the top of the water and the bottom of the bridge. But right now, it's literally coming right up to the bridge. We saw road crews out here trying to assess to make sure if there's anything they can do. There is a pumping station close by. If you swing back around, this is the pumping station right off Northside again and Sagamore. This pumping station is kind of what that is for. It's supposed to be help to move that water, but instead we've seen water pumping, overflowing from this area. And if you look down, there has been multiple manholes where you can see the water bubbling up as the creek, the street, and all of it just kind of becomes one river. People have been walking around in this. The advice is don't get into this. You never know what's in there. It could be snakes. It could be other animals just swimming around in the water. water. Earlier, we also saw a beaver swimming around in the water. So you really just never know. As these waters start to rise, you know, the advice is just to stay out of them. Don't drive through them. It only takes a little to get your car, you know, floating. And if you're trying to walk through that, you just never know what you can hit or get caught up with. If it's an animal or something else, you know, it's just really not a good idea. But again, over here, just by Sagamore Drive and North Side, water overflowing the banks of Peachtree Creek. As that water rises, we've seen officials come out here making their assessments. The water so close to the edge of the bottom of the bridge that it's really hard to see the water get underneath. At some points, we're seeing the water even splash to the edge of the bridge. So you can understand that if that continues to rise, it will probably cause some concern for officials trying to make sure the structure of that bridge maintains its integrity. But again, water just continuing to come down over here. Homeowners were out earlier kind of assessing some of the damage. We heard some car alarms go off as folks were dealing with some rising water. But again, in this area, it just continues to increase. I'm going to actually send it back to you and get an umbrella because the water's starting to come down a little heavier since the last few minutes. So ladies, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio right now. Live from Buckhead, Bobeth Yates, 11Alive News.
All right, Bobeth, thank you. Let's take you now. Children's Hospital of Atlanta is now under a code white status. That is in case of inclement weather. The hospital says all effective surgeries for today have been canceled. All elective surgeries are canceled for today. A really important note for people in Atlanta, if your trash day is today, yeah, that is not happening. Service has been suspended. We know the winds are going to pick up throughout the morning, so they definitely don't want those bins being tossed around the neighborhood, causing even further damage. The city is urging you not to put out your trash, recycling, or your yard debris bins on the curb today. Instead, pickup day is actually going to be Saturday, weather permitting.
All new for you, our reporter Angelina Salcido, who is tracking the storm in Valdosta, just shared these pictures. Take a look at these photos. You see debris all over the road. Branches are down. Those branches bring power lines down as well. Again, those brand new pictures coming out of Valdosta in the southern part of our state. So the storm really picking up intensity there. And take a look at this driving shot from Perry, Florida. I think what stands out is what you cannot see. The amount of water is pretty incredible coming onto the road, onto the windshield. Very difficult to see even the lane lines there. And we are not in the worst of it yet. You know, I keep looking at the clock. We're at 2:31 now. Our team of meteorologists really talking about really the bullseye for the wind picking up starting around 3 a.m. So that will be another layer to this as the wind mixes in with this heavy rain. And really the trees will be the big question mark at that point.
Bringing you back home here to Georgia, we want to get a check on what's going on here in our community. We have our reporters dispersed all around the area. They're even kind of moving as new reports come in. Now we're going to check in with 11Alive's Joe Ripley.
Joe is on the ground from Griffin in Spalding County. What's your perspective there? You know, Joe, when these systems move in overnight, there's sort of an unsettling layer to that just as it comes in the darkness. What's your perspective? What are you seeing and hearing around you there in Griffin?
Absolutely. So right now, as I speak, we are making our way, myself and photojournalist Anthony Shepard, making our way up to Clayton County to Upper Riverdale Road, where we've heard about reports of potential flash flooding there near Southern Regional Medical Center. So we are headed that way now. But just a few minutes ago, we were in Griffin. And just to give you some perspective on how serious and extreme this storm, the storm's threats can be, we saw on Hammond Drive in Griffin a tree falling down on a house. In fact, we just learned a few moments ago from Griffin Police and Fire Department that it was neighbors next door who heard a loud boom. They came out of the house, heard cries for help. They called 911, and when first responders got there, they found a woman inside, had to take her to the hospital. We understand right now she is in stable condition. You might have heard that hurricane warning, that flash flood warning, in fact, an emergency alert come across one of our phones there. But Fortunately, in this case, first responders able to save this woman from her house after a tree caused the roof to collapse. She is in stable condition. We're told she should be okay, but this goes to show you the risk of downed trees. That's only going to increase as the morning wears on, as Helene makes its way further up into Georgia and the metro Atlanta area. And unfortunately, we have heard reports of 2 people being killed in Wheeler County, just west of Savannah. So this is not a joke, not a game. If you are at home, you're where you need to be. Make sure you find your safe place and space. Keep it tuned here to 11Alive News. We're going to be with you throughout the morning to tell you when you need to hunker down. And fortunately for you right now, if you're hunkered down at home, you are in the right spot. Fortunately for Griffin, for the Spalding County community, this is an area that has been hit hard by severe weather. Last year, 2023, they experienced a series of tornadoes that really brought them to their core. It rocked the community, but they came together. They learned from that experience, and it helped them game plan for this round. Hurricane Helene is serious business. You will hear it all morning long if you're tuned to here to the risk for flash flooding. Mother Nature is no joke. It's no game. So please, please, please stay tuned here and stay safe wherever you are. We are, in fact, we have this new video we want to show you right now of this tree that reportedly fell on this woman's house here on Hammond Drive in Spalding County. We were here within the last hour, and you can see it brought down a tree, power lines as well. This is really where we first got our taste of the tropical nature of the storm. The wind started to pick up. We could feel the gusts. The rain really started pouring, and this was the result of the severe weather. Fortunately, in this case, this woman lived to tell her tale, to tell the story, and fortunately for those around her, too, they are safe tonight as well. As we make our way up to Clayton County to check on this potential flash flooding scenario, we want to send things back to you with a word of caution and warning this morning that Hurricane Helene could bring some serious impact.
Joe, thanks a lot. You know, Aisha, it stands out. We were talking about the fact that this is happening overnight, and when Joe was telling that story, and we just saw that new video of that massive tree there in Griffin, it was, no one saw anything. It was a neighbor that just heard a crack. So in the middle of the night, you hear something and you're just not sure what's happening around you. But this is the main concern as we're heading closer into this 3 o'clock hour, when the winds will really intensify after the ground is so soaked. So the trees are vulnerable all around us here in a city and a forest, right?
Yeah, so it's the flooding that's blocking the roads, and then it's trees across the roads, and in some cases power lines. We're getting updates here into the newsroom of some of these roads that have been blocked, and we just want to kind of give these to you so you know. If you happen to be out, we prefer that you not be out. A couple of these coming in from DeKalb County. We have severe flooding on US 78 eastbound at Clarion Avenue that is closing all lanes right there. Flooding on State Road 117 northbound at Mullins Road. All lanes are closed there as well. We got some tree limbs across Mount Carmel Road and State Road 362. So a lot of these situations are just sort of, you know, popping up. And when it's so dark outside, you don't know what's coming here on the roadway.
We're going to take a moment, reset here for a second. On the other side of the break, we want to let you know about some very specific places where they're watching the water levels rise, creek waters rise, and there are some flash flooding warnings. We'll be right back.
But it's not the affordable it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
To 11Alive News, the morning team here reporting in early for you as we bring you wall-to-wall around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Helene.
We wanted to mention one specific area of concern right now is in the Nancy Creek area in Sandy Springs. Reading here an update from the Sandy Springs Fire Department saying they've been going door-to-door advising people to evacuate that area of Nancy Creek because of high flood levels and the water rising very quickly. Liza Lucas and our team there on the ground keeping an eye on that. Been a pretty striking perspective from that crew, and the water levels just keep getting higher. So again, Sandy Springs Fire been going door to door to let people know it might be a good idea to get to higher ground, make a plan, because the water is only rising from there.
Yeah, we're going to get to Liza in a little bit to show you. It's a pretty spooky sight to see. But first, we want to get you out to 11Alive's Angelina Salcido. She was joining us live from Valdosta in Lowndes County. Angelina, how's it looking there right now? I can hear the water just kind of rushing behind you.
That's actually the wind that you guys are hearing, and that actually is the perspective that you guys can get because the gusts are really still coming through the Valdosta area. So we know that Hurricane Helene came through as a Category 2 storm. That was pretty rough when we were going through. I literally had winds whipping and the rain as well. That caused significant amounts of damage in this county and in the Valdosta area. This was actually one of the areas where we were going to go live. And when we're choosing a live location and a place for us to hunker down and choose where we're going to report from, we are keeping a close eye on the trees. And this is exactly why we chose not to pick this area to ride out the storm. This is actually a bank that is along one of the main roads here in Valdosta, and the trees that are in the close to the parking lot actually ended up coming down because of the ferocity of the winds that were whipping. As we were driving here and left from our last location that we were reporting from, we were able to see what the street conditions actually look like. There is a lot of debris all over the roads. We actually saw one of the traffic lights was in the middle of the road. We have seen torn down street signs. There was a sign that was behind me that was all brick, and that actually ended up being split in half. And this is a story that many people in Valdosta are going to be waking up to tomorrow. These trees that have been downed, power lines downed as well. And as you know, the Valdosta area in Lowndes County does not have any power right now. And so people are going to be waking up to this tomorrow. We have seen a few people coming out just with flashlights trying to check what's going on. Understandably so. If you were here and you were hunkered down in your home and you were listening to the winds whipping around and feeling the rain pound on your home, you would want to know what happened to your home and what things look like outside. Now things have calmed down here, so understandably people want to come outside. Emergency management officials are urging people not to do that. Wait until the morning, and even then, you still don't know what you're going to be waking up to and what you could find outside of your home. Let a professional take care of that. We, of course, will be here reporting to see what people wake up to tomorrow. We are live in Valdosta. Angelina Salcido, 11Alive News.
Angelina, we see the trees behind you. That perspective you gave us is so good. You're about 3.5 hours south of Atlanta. Of course, the system moving this way, so it is a little view of what's to come for us.
Yeah, Angelina, thank you. And so we want to give you some updates here closer to home. Cheryl was talking about that Nancy Creek area. So Nancy Creek hits parts of Atlanta and Sandy Springs. We're getting word right now that they are urging people to continue to evacuate that area. They are saying that Sandy Springs residents along Nancy Creek, please get out evacuation information. They have posted it on the Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management page on X there, just trying to give everybody one central location to go to so that you can get that information here. So we continue to follow that as well. Liza Lucas is in that location, and she was saying the last time we saw her, she wasn't sure how much longer she could actually stay out there safely because the water was getting closer and closer to her.
Yeah, she was talking about how quickly it was starting to rise and it was so dark out there. What she was kind of going off is the sound of the water in some places, but not even feeling safe to really get too close. You know, meteorologist Melissa Nord was talking about just one foot of moving water can move a car.
Yeah.
So very important to be careful in that area. Liza Lucas joining us now in Atlanta near that Sandy Creek area. Liza, we are hearing from Sandy Springs that they are starting to evacuate people. What are you seeing there, and have you seen it changing fairly quickly even in the last 20 minutes since we last talked to you?
Well, we do want to clarify because Nancy Creek spreads, as you mentioned, from Sandy Springs. I'm over here off of Roswell Road, which is really kind of the North Buckhead area. That's where we are off of Rickenbacker Way. And so far, people are really hunkered down. The rain has really picked up for us probably in the last couple of minutes, and the wind. So I'm going to get out of the way over here. So far, and we checked in with Atlanta Fire. We're waiting to hear back from them because this is the city limits of Atlanta side. We're just checking to see if any calls were made because there are homes that have significant flooding from the creek overflowing. You can see in the distance there's some mailboxes where the water is almost up to the box. It's kind of swallowing the pole at this point. And really to the right of your screen, that's where the creek is encroaching on Rickenbacker Way. Again, this is the intersection of Rickenbacker Way and Rickenbacker Drive off of Roswell Road in the city of Atlanta, North Buckhead area. I'm going to have Hunter swing the camera around and show you another home over here. I did have a chance to speak with this homeowner off camera. You can see they have got their front door blocked with sandbags, and we're going to continue to kind of wipe the camera throughout the course of this live shot because the rains and the winds have picked up, so we're getting some extra spray. So in the meantime, again, this home right here, I spoke with him. He's moved his cars with the exception of one. They are awake and kind of watching the situation. You can see the sandbags up at the door, but we're going to continue to watch it here, and we'll continue to go back and forth between kind of the neighborhood shot and show you how close these homes are to the creek, as well as show you the creek itself, which has been really rushing, and we're keeping a safe distance from, which is what emergency management continues to advise. Sending it back to you guys.
All right, Liza, and we want to mention you talked about being on the Atlanta part of that. The wireless emergency alert went out to Sandy Springs around Nancy Creek, but now a look at a water rescue with Ariana Manise's crew there. As it's happening right in front of us, you see the water, you know, a few feet deep already.
Do we have Ariana live and ready to go to tell us what she's seeing right now? Ariana, can you hear us? All right, so we're having a little difficulty actually hearing Ariana right now, but we are looking at this live water rescue. This is happening on Peachtree Creek. Ariana, good morning to you. We understand that this is a very fluid situation that we are seeing happening behind you. You and the photographer just getting set up. What can you tell us right now from this location?
Well, Aisha, so far we've seen at least 8 people be rescued. The fire crews, they've been here for over an hour. We are on Peachtree Park Drive. This is an apartment complex off of Peachtree Road, right by, I would say if you're familiar with the area, right by the Benihana's. This apartment complex right behind this area. Fire crews, they've been going through portions of this apartment complex rescuing people. This is about the 3rd rescue we've seen. This boat right here, it was 3 family members on this one. The one prior prior. It was another family of three. It looks like it was a dad, a mom, and a young girl, probably between the ages of 7 and 8. We saw a couple have to be rescued. We've seen residents walk from the back portion of the apartment complexes. That's where most of the flooding is taking place. We've seen residents try to come out of their apartments and move their cars to higher ground, is trying to pretty much salvage what they can. We've been speaking to a couple of residents. They've been walking through this apartment complex, knocking on people's doors, telling them to get out if they can. Right when we got here, before fire crews were really able to get set up, we saw them walk to the back of the apartment complex and walk a family of 3, including what looked like a very young baby, probably months old, walking with that baby in waist-deep water here. Once again, we are at an apartment complex off of Peachtree Road. When we got here, we saw water probably up to the tires of some cars, and the longer we've been here, we slowly started to see this water rise. We spoke to one resident. He tells us that he got home from the grocery store around 11:35. He said within an hour, he saw the water rise up to his car. He did tell us that there is a river behind this apartment complex, so that could attribute to what most of this water is coming from. Once again, fire crews, about 3 different fire trucks are here within the last hour. They brought out at least 3 rescue rafts to go to the back of this apartment complex where most of this flooding is, to try to get people out of this water. It looks waist deep if you look all the way in the back part of this apartment. Now, we've been here probably for the last hour, and we've seen crews rescue at least 8 family members out of the back part of this apartment complex. I'm going to send it back over to you, Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Ariana. What a tough situation that is, because that rain is still coming down, so you know that water is just going to continue to pile up. 11Alive Impact Alert for today continues, of course, because we have the rain out there. We're going to be dealing with this. Still have a hurricane down to the south of us that will continue to lift to the north. Will become, or it looks like it will become, a tropical storm as it moves through our area, but not before dropping additional rainfall, 3 to 6 inches of more rainfall possible. The winds is what we're really looking forward to now, as those winds will begin to pick up as the center of circulation moves through our area. We can see them as high as 50 to 70 miles per hour, and the tornado threat, at least, is over toward the east of us. That's the good news. That's the good news. So again, it's the wind that we're really concerned about. Take a look. The rain is with us, folks, and it will continue to be with us as well, and I think it will intensify a little bit more before things begin to settle down. We've been watching these bands continue to roll through the area, so at times, driving in, even to the station, you'll run in and out of very heavy rain. We had, where you see these oranges in here, that's where we have these bands of heavy rain that continue to push through. So at times it's light, where your windshield wipers are moving at a steady pace, and then they really start to pick up as that rain continues to come down. You look north of McDonough, for example, you got that pocket of heavy rain in there. No lightning strikes. Didn't see any when I came in this morning. We don't have any out there right now. And again, most of that severe weather is over toward our east for now, over toward our westernmost counties. In fact, this band just moved into Alabama. You got another band here over toward the west as well that will continue to move in that direction. Down toward Thomaston's got some moderate to heavy rain as well, so south of Rover, and even over toward the McDonough area as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. We've seen some impressive amounts so far, 9 inches of rainfall over into South Carolina, just beyond the border there. And then it starts to lighten up just a little bit, right? We've seen in the last 24 hours over an inch, maybe up to 2 inches in some spots, up to 5 inches in some spots as well. So very impressive rain amounts, and even more, unfortunately, on the way. There is the center of circulation, still down in South Georgia. We'll continue to slide up to the north. Now, we've been noticing this. I was just talking to Chris about that easterly jog that it has been taking, which is good news for us because we're on the west side of the eye, or the center of circulation, as that continues to slide further up to the north. Now, I do think what will happen is it will start to bend a little bit back toward the west, moving back toward the city. But as fast as it's moving, it may bypass us to the east, which is, again, good news because you have less impacts here. Right now, we've had the rain. We've been talking about rain all night long. Yesterday, talking about this rain. It's the winds that we are really looking to see how those winds will start to pick up. Still a Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour winds at the center of circulation there, moving to the northeast, still moving toward the east at about 26 miles per hour. Another good sign, because that's a really fast mover when you talk about a tropical system rolling through the area. It gets in and it gets out. So we're hoping that it stays at that clip. Now, we got the latest track from the Hurricane Center. It shows that there could be a tropical storm by the time it gets up toward us. And we've been looking at this particular track, and it brings it more back toward the west, maybe a little bit too quickly. This may be adjusted a little bit where it goes out over towards South Carolina and then begins to bend back where it will slide further off to the north. Our winds, by the time that system gets up toward us, will be in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. Now, as I was coming in, trees barely moving. What I did notice is that the leaves are hanging a little bit lower. All right, so all it's going to take is for that wind to come in. The tree's already heavy, already saturated, soaked really with all that water. And not going to take much for those to topple over. So the heaviness of the tree may be good, but they may start to lean and fall down that way instead of snap and break. You're looking at the rest of the track takes it up into parts of Kentucky, into Tennessee, where it will meander around a little bit. That'll be by Friday evening, and then things will start to settle down for us. And really by this afternoon, where things will start to settle down. These are sustained winds out there right now. You've noticed that they're on the light side, single-digit winds out there for now, but we're expecting those to begin to pick up. As far as the gusts go, we've been seeing gusts in the 30 mile per hour range already. You get a quick little gust that comes through. Here's how it's forecast to take place. Now, again, the storm down to the south, as it begins to push further off to the north, you see some of those wind gusts getting up to the 40 mile per hour range, 30 mile per hour range. It really will get windy around here. Now, this is it's still dark outside, 7 o'clock, right? The sun doesn't come up until after 7:30, and so we're really dealing with the winds in the dark. So you want to wait or pause before you leave your house this morning if you have to go out at all. Wait to get some light. The light does a lot for us, right? It will give us a chance to see how deep water is because we still have the rain out there, and if anything is lying in the roadways as far as branches and limbs, let alone a tree lying out there. We'll be watching for that, and of course the power will start to go out as well as those winds will begin to pick up. And unfortunately, they're going to be with us as we head through the rest of the afternoon as well. You're looking at 30 mile per hour gusts, 25 mile per hour gusts, even Friday afternoon, even after the rain has begun to subside. So we'll be dealing with that, which is why we have our 11Alive Weather Impact Day pretty much all day today. Notice this over into over close to Clark County now, in the red, a hurricane warning for that particular county. All right, as that storm starts to move up to the north, you're talking about it moving through certain areas, maybe the wind's getting a little bit higher in some spots. Everywhere else in the blue is where we have the tropical storm warnings. You get down toward Macon is where you're going to find that hurricane force warnings, hurricane force winds. And again, winds right now are at 90 miles per hour. So we'll continue to watch that. Flooding, an issue for us. We have the flood warnings that are out there indicated in the red there. A lot of water, no place to go. No place to go at all. So it continues to pile up on us, and so we'll continue to watch that. As far as the severe weather goes, starts to shift a little bit even further over toward the east as the storm gets a little bit further to the north. And so now you're talking about over into South Carolina. We don't have to really worry about that too much. I wouldn't rule out still a brief spin up with that area, the center of circulation moving through the area. We'll have to watch that, but a general threat for thunderstorms is what we have out there right now. Forecast track model shows a widespread heavy rain around the forecast area. We'll continue to watch that. Here comes that center of circulation as it continues to move up by 4:30, moving up into our area, our southernmost counties, and then starts to slide a little bit further to the north as we get into the 8 o'clock hour. So we still have a ways to go as far as this rain goes, with the winds now starting to pick up on us a bit, and that's going to stay breezy right on through the rest of the afternoon. You'll notice by 12:30, a lot of the rain is gone. It's up to the north of us. We have spotty showers around, but those winds still whipping up out of the southeast at this particular point, and will stay that way at least until we get toward the night. Once we get into Saturday, into Sunday, we'll have a mix of sun and clouds around. Still the threat for an isolated shower, but nowhere near the amount of rain that we have already seen. So we'll continue to watch that as we go along. But you are looking at in a few clouds here and there. Our chance for spotty showers will continue as we head into Sunday. I think that continues as we head into Monday as well. But it's really the system that we'll be watching as the winds continue to push further off into the area. Again, we'll take a look at the radar, show you those rains, those bands that continue to push through. Again, I think this will intensify. We're already seeing that a little bit further down to the south and east of the area. They are moving. Normally, we would see rain in our area moving from the west to the east. This is moving from the southeast up toward the northwest, and that's what's going to continue until the center of circulation gets up toward us, and then we'll have that more east to west type of flow coming in, and then that will continue to push right on out of the area. But very heavy rain out there right now. A lot of ponding on the roadways, especially on the highways. We've been showing you that all morning. We still have a tornado watch, mainly in our easternmost counties. I do think that will begin to shift as well. Much of our area, not too much concern about much of any severe weather at all, but we will be looking at, again, that heavy rain that continues to push through. Been looking at the bands around, again, over toward Madison, Elder, down toward Monticello, McDonough as well. You got the heavy rain over you right now. It's light once you go down to places like South Fulton County. You're looking at Forest Park, down to Peachtree City, Harrelson. You have light light rain, but that heavy rain will be rotating in. Even if you're getting out and trying to drive around, at times the rain is going to be light, at times it's going to be heavy, maybe even blinding coming down as you move into some of these heavier pockets. And so, again, folks, you're going to need to stay hunkered down. Let's just put it that way, right? Because this is not going to get better. It's going to get worse before it gets better, especially once that wind starts to drive the rain around. It has been very, very light, very, very calm on the outside as well. And so we'll continue to watch that. Now, I do believe we have a car startup. Grace, let's go over to... Okay, let's go over to Grace now. We had a car slid. Oh, her car. Was it her car? Or okay, Grace, tell us about this car.
We are in South DeKalb County off Panthersville Road, where there is a lot of water that's really hard to see. Now, if you take a look behind me, you can see multiple cars stalled out in the middle of the intersection. At some point, someone told me it's about 3 or 4 feet deep at the deepest point, but it's really hard for these cars to see because it's dark, because all of the road is wet. It's hard to see just how deep it gets. We spoke with one girl earlier who told us they were driving, and all of a sudden, before they knew it, it was just a waterfall, and they were stalled out in the middle of the road. That's the case for a lot of these people here. We actually reached out to county emergency officials to tell them that this road is a problem and that it needs to be closed because we've seen so many cars coming here, getting stuck. Actually, the police are showing up on scene right now, hopefully to close this road to prevent anyone else from stalling out here and to try and help get some of these people out of their cars. Like I said, there's 3 feet of water for some of these people, they were saying, at some of the deeper points of it. And it's hard to see. That's why you shouldn't be out in the middle of the road. Fortunately, most of the people have been able to get out of their cars safely so far. But again, if you're able to stay home, please do so. These roads are wet, it's dangerous, and it's hard to see just how deep the water gets at intersections like these. Back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you. So we want to report here that Grace was the one who actually called 911 about that street, but she tried to call 311 first since it was sort of like a non-emergency call. But Grace reported that 311 was actually closed, so she had to call 911. So that's a good tidbit of information there. If you are riding around and there is something that you want to report, please call 911. As we see, the police got there on the scene as she was speaking live to get that road shut down.
And as the rain continues to come down intensely, the water levels are rising. We want to update you now from Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Services. A wireless emergency alert to evacuate has been sent to Sandy Springs residents along Nancy Creek. Take a look. This is the image that Atlanta Fulton County EMS is sending out with this message about Nancy Creek. And again, Nancy Creek, you know, it's extensive. So this is from Fulton County, but we're hearing from Buckhead through Sandy Springs. This is really the case. So the city of Sandy Springs saying that flooding is occurring along Nancy Creek. Additional flooding likely and can occur quickly, causing injury or death, destruction to roads, bridges, and property. Leave now in all caps. That's the message. Follow evacuation orders that they are sending out. They're asking people not to walk or drive through any moving water or on flooded roadways. We know that fire teams at one point were going door to door advising people to evacuate Nancy Creek, get to higher ground. They knew the waters were rising. This is all within the last hour as this has sort of been building up. But now a wireless emergency alert sent out to ask people that are in that area to leave now. So can't stress that enough in these overnight hours as the rain levels continue and we have many hours of rainfall ahead. Liza Lucas is along Nancy Creek on the Atlanta side there in Buckhead. She's been reporting to us that she's hearing loud pops, and because it's dark, they're not certain at this point if those are trees coming down or transformers, but they are hearing a lot of activity in that area around them as the water levels rise.
Stay with us. We will be right back with more information as we continue to track Hurricane Helene.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand.
Welcome back to the show, folks. Maybe you've been up all night wondering about this storm, where it is, what's happening. Is it safe outside? Well, too early for that. We do have the rain, and I know you've been hearing this all night long as well. Not a whole lot of wind as of yet, but we do have that rain, folks, and some impressive totals already. We've been seeing bands of heavy rain continue to come through, and guess what? There's even more heavy rain that's going to move through the area as the center of circulation continues to push through. Has made landfall and the southern portions of our state, in fact, down toward the southeast. It will continue to slide further off to the north, expecting it to bend back to the west just a little bit more, which will bring us more heavy rain, and those winds will start to pick up as well. Hoping that the storm system stays a little bit further to the east of us like it is now, because we'll be on the weaker side of that. The stronger side is up into South to North Carolina, and it will stay that way if it continues further off to the north. The storm is moving at about 26 miles per hour. That's also good news because it will move through and get out, and so we won't have a whole lot of time to deal with those winds. But the rain, unfortunately, is around, and it's going to be around for us. You got moderate pockets here and there. It's light in some spots, heavy in others, and that's the way it's going to be. Waves of it just rolling right on through our forecast area. For now, down toward McDonough, you got some heavy rain there. You see that little orange pocket there. The yellow would indicate moderate rain. We have a lot of that, of course, little spotty areas of moderate rain around. Some of the heaviest have been over toward the west as well. One band already moving into Alabama. This is moving from the east to west now. And you can see over toward LaGrange area, we already have some heavy rain. Some little reds in there as well indicate some really heavy rain coming down. And then you got some spots where you have nothing at all, right? Just a little bit of a break, but more coming back your way from Thomaston over toward Luthersville. Peachtree City as well. Light rain for now, but more of that heavy rain will begin to push in. You'll notice this red box. We've been showing these red boxes around. That is tornado watches. And then every now and again, you get this little polygon that pops up, which indicates tornado warnings. You have that off the coast and just over towards South Carolina. I don't think we're going to see much in the way of little brief spin-ups here because of that easterly jog of the storm system. You notice here's the center of circulation there, and there's Atlanta there. It's moving mainly up toward the northeast. Now, expecting it maybe start to bend back a little bit as it gets a little bit further off to the north. Those winds around the storm right now are at 90 miles per hour, so still a Category 1 hurricane in the southern portions of the state, now starting to move up into the central portions of the state. Again, most of the severe weather threats are over toward the east. In fact, all of the severe weather threats are over toward the east. Now, the rain, that's one thing. We're concerned about the winds starting to pick up on us, and that's what's going to blow around those trees that are already heavy and saturated from the rain that we've already had. Driving in, I've noticed those leaves just hanging down, a lot of weight on them. We have full leaves out there, and so a lot of weight on those leaves, so it's just kind of weighing down the tree. Now, you think in theory that would help out a little bit, but those sustained winds getting up to about 35 miles per hour, maybe up to 39 miles per hour, because we're expecting the storm to be a tropical storm as it moves through, that's enough to push those right on over. And with the soil already saturated, And that's not going to help. Not going to help. So we're expecting things to get a little bit worse before they get better. Here's a better look at it now. And this is just a new update as of 3 a.m. You see the winds are down, once again, down to 80 miles per hour. Once this drops below 74, so if it goes down to about 70 miles per hour there, it will be a tropical storm, but still Category 1 status. It is moving, picking up some forward speed as of this new update now, moving at 30 miles per hour. Again, another good sign, and hopefully it picks up a little bit more speed as well as it begins to get pushed further off to the north of us. Again, the latest update, 80 mile per hour winds and moving to the east, the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So some good news there. Here is the latest track. Again, it brings the storm up close enough to the Atlanta metro area now. It is starting to take that easterly jog, but the Hurricane Center is thinking that it's going to be pulled back to the west just a little bit. And so we'll track it as it moves up and then kind of back toward the west and then right on by us and then further off to the north. Still expecting those wind gusts to be in the 60 to maybe 70 mile per hour range as that pushes through. That's when we'll start to see more of those leaves, the trees starting to topple over a little bit. So far, we've seen reports of a couple of trees down. In some spots, very isolated in our area. A couple limbs I saw on my way in as well, but with the winds picking up, we'll start to see those trees coming down. That's going to be a little bit difficult for travel. It's already difficult out there now with the rain. When you start factoring that wind, really gets a little bit treacherous. So again, things will start to get worse on us. We've been here all night long tracking this particular storm system and telling you about that rain, but again, it's the wind that we're looking at coming up. So I'm going to toss it over to Nicole Harford, who is in. She's been looking at the flooding that we've been experiencing, and she's going to talk more about these winds that are coming our way. Nicole?
Yes, Chesley, we've been monitoring the flood risk, which is our most imminent threat when it comes to Hurricane Helene and the remnants of it as it moves through North Georgia. Our 48-hour rainfall totals are impressive across North Georgia, and we've seen totals ranging from 3, 4, 5 inches to a lot of spots that have picked up 7, 8, 9 inches of rainfall just over the course of the last 48 hours. That main swath of rain, you can see the highest numbers with the yellows and oranges indicated here on our rain totals map that really stretches up through 85 and centers over metro Atlanta. So we are obviously already seeing a good deal of flooding, especially around our streams and creeks. These are a lot of our river flooding gauges. The green indicates streams, creeks that are currently not at flood stage. The yellows is in moderate flood stage, and then the reds are in major flood stage. And there are a number across metro Atlanta that are already up into either moderate or major flood stage. One that I do want to point out is currently Peachtree Creek, both the North Fork at Buford Highway as well as the South Fork at Johnston Road. So I would certainly urge anyone who is, if you know that you live near a stream, a creek, a body of water that does typically flood, pay close attention and just do not get out on the roads right now. We're seeing flooding not only in those typical flood-prone areas around our streams and creeks, but we're seeing pooling water on roadways area-wide. We'll continue to pick up rainfall through the course of the next few hours. We could see additional rain totals of anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rainfall before we finally start to dry out. And with the flooding that's already ongoing, we'll see additional flooding across North Georgia. In addition to that, the winds will start to pick up. Up till now, they really have not been that gusty. We're just now starting to see a little bit more of a breeze across North Georgia. These are our sustained wind speeds, which in Atlanta are up to 20 miles per hour already. And we're seeing some stronger gusts up to 20, 25 miles per hour, with even some gusts up towards Gainesville up to 30 miles per hour already. This is just the beginning. You can see the much stronger wind gusts down towards the southeast of our area in the purples and the reds, where the stronger winds are surrounding the center of circulation of Helene. That wind will continue to spread across the area just within the next couple hours. We're starting to see some of the weaker tropical storm force winds. So this map shows you the wind field of Helene. The yellow indicates lower range tropical storm force winds. The orange is the stronger tropical storm force winds. And then the red is hurricane force winds, which would be over 74 miles per hour. This is currently starting to push up into our area. By about 5 o'clock, we'll start to see some of the stronger tropical storm force winds across metro Atlanta, and then that will spread up towards the north. Now, the main wind field associated with this may manage to stay just east of metro Atlanta, closer to the Athens area, which does mean that's where the strongest of the winds will be, closer to the center of circulation and usually on the eastern side of that center of circulation. Regardless of where you are, though, that's strong enough winds combined with all the rainfall we've picked up in the last couple of days, it will easily knock over not only just tree limbs, but it will uproot these trees and pull them down, which will lead to additional power outages. Our power outage risk is widespread across much of North Georgia, and for the rest of our area in the moderate for that power outage risk. So we will likely start to see many more power outages as the day progresses, especially as we start to see those winds pick up within about the next hour or two. Here's your forecast track for the rainfall moving through. We've already seen widespread, consistent rainfall and at times very heavy rain, and that will continue throughout the next few hours as that center of circulation of Helene starts to move in. So this is by 4 o'clock. We're starting to see some of those stronger wind gusts up into Putnam County, off towards Eatonton, and that continues to eject up towards the north. I mentioned that center of circulation may stay off towards the east of Atlanta. We've been seeing that pretty steady track shifting towards the east, or at least staying east of metro Atlanta. It still means impactful weather here, gusty winds, more heavy rainfall, but the strongest winds again will likely be right around that center of circulation as it goes up towards the north. Rainfall will clear out pretty quickly once that moves through as some drier air wraps around. So we're still seeing periods of very heavy rainfall, likely the gustiest winds between about 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning, and then that ejects up towards the north. So by 9 a.m., things are starting to dry out. We'll still have some lingering rainfall, a couple isolated showers even into the afternoon, but it will not be nearly as widespread, and we may even see some breaks in the cloud cover as we slowly start to clear out. If you don't have to get out on the roads, again, I would advise not to, especially while it's still dark, and even through the next 24 hours, through tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Just remember, there could still be standing water, and there could also still be debris in the roads, so just make sure to proceed with caution. Here's our current satellite radar that shows you all that heavy rainfall moving in. We do also have that tornado watch down towards the southeast. This does not include us, but that is one of the lower end threats we're still going to be watching for. Isolated, brief spin-up tornadoes. Our tornado threat very, very low at this point. I'm more concerned about that flood risk as well as the risk for some very gusty winds, but we'll continue to monitor this as we go through the next few hours and continue to see those impacts of Helene. Some of the heaviest rainfall right now on the north side into portions of North Fulton County, moving westward into Cobb as well as Cherokee County. And then that heavy rainfall really stretches down towards the south into portions of Upson County as well as Pike County. So through the next couple hours, we'll watch as that center of circulation of Helene continues up towards the north. We're already starting to see some of that drier air wrapped in. Notice the center of circulation right here. It's a lot drier down towards the south, so we will slowly start to clear out. We still have a couple more hours, though, of that heavy rainfall, as well as that risk for flooding and the possibility of some power outages as the morning progresses. Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. Again, folks, wind is what we're concerned about. And Nicole talked about those gusts, right? It will start to pick up over us as the storm continues to push to the north, now picking up forward speed, which is moving about 30 miles per hour. So as it continues to push through, and we typically see this with landfalling systems, as they move inward into the land, they start picking up forward speed. So they start to move rapidly and then get carried out. And so we're starting to see that, which again is a good sign for us, but anticipating those winds starting to pick up. Now, I stopped it here at 4 o'clock. And you'll notice our wind gusts. And we're talking more about the gusts because those are a little bit more powerful than your sustained winds. If you think about blowing out a candle, when you give it that quick burst, right? That's all a tree would need in order to fall over, knock down some power lines, or even fall on some cars out there as well. So be very careful. Even hopefully you parked your car in a good spot. All right, so looking at by 4 o'clock at least, the wind gusts into 30 mile per hour range down to the south and east of the city, over toward Atlanta in the 25 mile per hour range. But notice over here to the east, where you see that purple in particular, is where you have those winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. Those wind gusts, 57 miles per hour over toward Eatonton. So even by the 4 o'clock hour, that's where we're anticipating those southeast and east winds coming in that strong, seeing those gusts that high. We'll continue Continue on to 5 o'clock. You're looking at it starting to spread a little bit further off to the north and over toward the east. So now that the Canton area is starting to see 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts over toward Carrollton. Now Marietta getting in on it by 7 o'clock. You got 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You're looking at 44-mile-per-hour winds over toward Peachtree City and over toward Eatonton. That continues to lift off to the north so that by 10 o'clock we'll start to see those winds start to come back down a little bit, but still got 30-mile-per-hour wind gust out there. 31 over toward Duluth, for example, 34 over into Athens, 39 in Gainesville, and 38 up to Clayton, and then continue to move up to the north. And through the afternoon, this is by 3:30 in the afternoon, you're still looking at wind speeds in excess of 30 miles per hour. So we'll say anywhere from between 25 and 35 miles per hour. So through the day, even after the rain goes away, we'll still be dealing with some of those wind gusts in the 30-mile-per-hour range. What that's going to do is, as trees weaken, with the 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming through, the trees are going to get weakened a little bit. Some will fall, a lot will fall, and then some will be weak. And so even through the afternoon, you're still going to have to be careful. The rain goes away, the sun comes up a little bit, or at least it gets lighter. You go outside, you're going to have to be careful. You have to look around your surroundings, okay? Make sure that if a tree looks weak, looks like it's about to topple over any moment, stay away from it, right? Call someone maybe to help you out a little bit. But trees, I think, will be falling through the day as long as these wind gusts stay that high. Really not looking for those to subside until we get to tonight. Friday night, things begin to settle down. Obviously, the rain is gone, right? We'll get some breaks in those clouds, but things will start to really settle down once we get toward Friday night as far as those winds go. So we still have some time with this as far as the storm system rolling through the area. Hurricane force winds down to the south of us. Some of our southern counties have been included in that now. Spalding County, Butts County. You also got Putnam County as well. Upson County is included in that. Lamar and Pike counties also included in that as well. So if you live in those areas, we're expecting your winds to be a little bit stronger than, say, Rome and over toward Athens. Although I have one little county there up here in the north that has a hurricane warning right now. Over toward Augusta as well, those winds will be in the, again, 50 to 60 mile per hour range. Talked about the flooding. Nicole talked about this extensively, and we mentioned this yesterday, that we'd start to see more of these areas lighting up because, again, the rain has no place to go. It's the ground is already saturated, it's soaked up as much as it can, and really no time to wring that out, right? And so the rain continues to pile up, and so now it's just going up, 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 and up. And we saw Ariana's live shot there in places like Buckhead, where that water is just standing still and starting to rise up, and people have to be evacuated. So you got to be careful for this afternoon. Staying anchored down is a good idea, so that you don't have to go out and have to be rescued, right? You go into a place where you don't know how deep the water is. You start to drive through that because you think your car is high enough, or whatever the case may be, and you get stuck. It doesn't take much for it to happen, folks. Again, the watches still remain in effect area-wide, but we have a lot of warnings out there as well. Severe weather threat, not so much an issue for us. We were talking about brief spin-up tornadoes. Most of that has been over toward the east. Every now and again, I saw a little tornado pop up over toward the Columbia area in South Carolina, so that's a little further inland. And you see where the Storm Prediction Center has that in the dark green shade, which means a marginal threat for severe weather. For us, is a light green shade, just means a general threat around here. We can't rule it out, of course. Can't rule it out, but likely to stay over toward our east. It's just that heavy rain, which is going to get heavier as that storm system continues to slide through, and the winds that we're waiting on. And so again, expecting those to begin to pick up around the 4 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour. Will be with us at least through about 9, where we'll have those wind gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. And then after that, things will begin to settle back down. Let's go over to Aisha and Cheryl right now.
Chesley, you were just mentioning those spin-up tornadoes, and the Wheeler County Sheriff said that's exactly what happened there. 2 people have died in Wheeler County, Georgia. That's about 3 hours south and east of Atlanta, about 70 miles southeast of Macon. The sheriff telling us that possible tornado struck a mobile home in South Georgia. 2 people dead there, and the governor sharing his condolences with Wheeler County, and says as we join their families in mourning their deaths tonight, we urge all Georgians to brace for further impact from Helene. Remain vigilant, pray for all those affected. We can now confirm state of emergency in 5 states: Georgia, Florida, North and South Carolina, and Virginia.
And so the level of emergency is going to be different in each community, and the response is going to be different. So while one area may want you to call 911, others may have alternate things set up for you depending on the level and the status of that emergency. So right now, the city of Alpharetta is actually asking people not to call 911. They don't want the phone lines clogged up there for emergencies that are at a little bit of a higher level. So if you have something like a blocked roadway or down trees, city of Alpharetta, they are urging you to actually use their C-Click Fix app. That app is where you can get those things reported, and they'll get someone out there to respond to you as well. So make sure that we're following all the protocols for each different municipality, because everyone's operating differently according to how many staff members they have and what their response teams looks like.
You know, in a situation like this, there are so many needs that emergency responders have to really prioritize now who needs their help first, because the line is long. 11Alive's Bobeth Yates joining us live now from Buckhead. Bobeth, you're in an area where you've seen some trees come down and the water come up.
That's exactly right. So on our way here to Northside Drive and Sagamore Creek, we passed multiple down trees. Some of them officials had already gotten to, had cut them up, opened the roadway, but you can still see the large limbs on the side of the road. Others were still blocking the roadway. Officials say they couldn't come out at this point because of the rain that has come through the area. But right here on Northside and Sagamore, we're seeing the water really rise up. I want you to take a look behind me. Literally, water as far as you can see all the way down the street. The water has been filling up. And when we first got here, I don't know if you can see these white cones that are in the water. When we first got here, the water went up to the first one. We've now moved in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The water is now coming up to the 7th pole that has been placed in this area. As the water continues to rise, we've seen logs in the water, trash cans in the water. We've seen other debris floating around. We've seen animals in the water. And if we pan over here, this is all just by a pump station, just by Bobby Jones Golf Course. Now, this is the pump station by the golf course. That's used to usually pump sewage through the system. Right now, officials say it appears to be working, but around the pump station is definitely flooded. You have water oozing out of the area around the pump station. It does not appear to be sewage, but definitely still some level of water. I still would not go in this water without boots or protective gear. If you go along the river here by Peachtree Creek, you can see the river also levels really high. Officials that were out here couldn't give me exact numbers, but they said it looks like the water has risen up to about 4 inches from the bottom of that bridge. They say it's the highest they have seen since this area, have they been working in this area, and they said they've been working here for a while. So 4 inches from the base of the bridge to where the water is right now. Again, we saw a deer swimming in this water. We also saw other animals, just as a beaver playing with his family in the water. So it's been a lot as this water continues to rise. Officials say that they've been getting a lot of 911 calls from neighbors trying to, alert people from here. But this Sagamore Street has already been closed right by Northside, so you already cannot pass through. But officials say it's going to take a while before they can come out and actually try to relieve some of this water. They say it will likely be until when the storm passes. So right now the water's continuing to come up, really overflowing the banks of Peachtree Creek over by Bobby Jones Golf Course, as officials are really trying to maneuver themselves or manage the large volume of calls from residents who are complaining about the water rising. But at this stage, they say there's not much to do but kind of see where it goes. It is flowing very quickly though, but again continuing to rise as the minute and the rain is still coming down. So it doesn't seem like it will, have some relief anytime soon. So it probably will get worse before it starts getting better. You know, we've heard it, Melissa and a couple other of our staff say it already. If you see rising water like this, do not drive through it. It just takes a little bit of water to lift a car. If you are on foot, and we've actually seen people walking around trying to, you know, peruse the area and see what's going on. If you're on foot, do not walk into the water. Again, you just never know what's inside of it. It could be animals, it could be insects, it could be snakes, it could be all kinds of things, and you know, you just don't want to deal with those consequences for those actions. So it's best to not go into water that you can't see and kind of just process that and let it stay inside until the storm passes if you possibly can. But of course, we'll continue to be out here. We've actually just gotten word of another area that has some really bad flooding. So in the next few minutes, we're going to pack up and move to that area and show you that this is widespread impacts already, even though the storm isn't here yet. So we're going to send it back to you guys now in the studio and then go check out a couple more locations where this flooding is really rising and those waters are getting very high. Live in Buckhead, Bobeth Yates, 11Alive News.
Bobeth, thank you. We certainly see that water moving quickly there, Peachtree Creek, that flooded water. Appreciate that. Take a look at some new Ring camera video out of Hudson, Florida. This is just north of Tampa. The water rising comes all the way to the front door of the house.
All right, looking at some new video coming in from Oldsmar in Tampa. We're talking streets, yards, homes completely flooded in this neighborhood. People are even seeing water rise in their basements.
Even though Helene has moved to Georgia overnight, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is telling people there to continue to shelter in place.
If you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there.
We are going to continue to monitor any updates from Florida as we track the storm as it's moving through Georgia. We know that more than 1 million people without power in Florida at this point, and of course this all happening in the darkness of night. So as the sun rises, we'll learn more of the effects in Florida and the impact as Helene is moving into Georgia.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's home.
That's why we're dead best it can be, finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Welcome back to 11Alive News as we continue covering and tracking Hurricane Helene. As you start to wake up this morning and look outside, you might be hearing those winds starting to pick up out there. If not, you are definitely hearing the rain pounding down. A lot of people experiencing, we've talked about in Griffin, a roof crashed in. A woman had to be rescued from her home there. I saw in my neighborhood yesterday, one of the roofers in our community who kind of services the community, they were calling him last minute. He's like, guys, it's already raining. I can't get to this today. So we are seeing so much damage across, but flooding being the main issue right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's go to Grace King, who is in South DeKalb. Grace, you've seen cars stalled out. You've seen issues as the water levels there are going up.
It's really been a mess out here. We showed up and there were about 2 cars stalled in the water. Then they just kept going until authorities finally arrived on scene. Now we're at DeKalb School of Technology here now, where the police line is, because they've now shut down this portion of Panthersville Road because it's so dangerous. Take a look at this video from earlier. You can see some of the cars stalled out there. The drivers told me, they couldn't see how deep the water was. They thought it was, maybe only an inch or 2. And then it just quickly got to 2, 3, maybe even 4 feet, causing their cars to just stop in the middle of the roadway. We spoke with one girl who was able to escape with her friends.
Then we start seeing more water. We like, oh no, we got to get up out of here. Yeah. Then the car got stuck. We ain't make it. We like, we need to get through it, but man, we ain't make it. So we got to go home.
What's your advice to, anyone out on the road tonight?
Stay in the house. Stay in the house.
And you heard it right there, stay in the house. Not only is it dangerous for you as a driver on the road, but also for the first responders here on scene. In the last half hour, we've seen multiple police cars show up. We've seen the fire rescue team from DeKalb County here trying to help those drivers get out of their cars so they can get somewhere safely. As for their cars, many of them are stuck there overnight. And the damage could be... Sorry, we're hearing a lot of police sirens right now, just trying to make sure everything is okay. But again, dangerous for you and dangerous for those first responders who are now trying to help those people stuck and affected. Live in DeKalb County, Grace King, 11Alive News.
And Grace, we are seeing this is so widespread from the suburbs to the city, rural communities. We are seeing this rain and flooding impact us in a major way. Going to Ariana now, talking about these cars underwater in this apartment complex, Cheryl.
Yeah, Ariana, you've been watching these water rescues happen right in front of you.
Yeah, there's actually one happening right now. We're at the Peachtree Park Apartments in Buckhead. This is an apartment complex off of Peachtree Road right now. Fire crews, they are here on the scene, pretty much rescuing residents from their homes. They didn't go anywhere. They stayed inside of their apartment, and water just started to rise here in this apartment complex. Right now, you see firefighters helping these people off the rescue boats as they had to be retrieved from the back of the apartment complex. And flooding is really the story here right now. You see a mother right now, a pregnant mother, had to be rescued by firefighters from the back of this apartment complex, Peachtree Park Apartments. This is about the 4th water rescue that we've seen here. I spoke to firefighters. They say they are experiencing a current with this water in the back of the apartment, so they had to get a boat with a motor to go to retrieve residents from the back of this apartment complex. We've seen residents try to come out and move their cars to higher ground, pretty much try to retrieve what they can from their apartments. We've seen people use air mattresses to bring any of their important electronics, their TVs, their important documents to rescue with them when they come back to the front of this apartment complex with firefighters. Now, they've been here within the last 2 hours getting people. The firefighter, he tells us that only one resident called them. He says right now they're really just trying to take their time going to these apartments. He says right now the residents aren't in immediate danger, so they're really just trying to take their time and go from apartment to apartment to get these people back to higher ground. I spoke to one resident. He told me that he went to the grocery store around 11:35, came back, and within the next hour, he says that his car was in high water. I saw one resident move his car to a parking lot higher ground. He opened the door so I can look in, and it was pretty much a pond inside of his car. Once again, we are here at the Peachtree Park Apartments apartment complex off of Peachtree Road in Buckhead, and people are really just trying to salvage what they can out of their apartments. Residents are really bonding together to try to get each other to safety at this point. Sydney, get back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone. We appreciate that. You know, people may not realize that the terrain around Atlanta is hillious, right? We have ebbs and flows, we have valleys, and so that is where water gets to settling down. You got to know your terrain, folks. Got to know your terrain as well. Additional rainfall coming our way, maybe another 2 to 6 inches of rainfall possible for today. Just going to add to the bucket. Yep. Flooding will be an issue even after the rain stops. Okay. Winds will start to pick up on us a little bit here. We're expecting around the 4 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hours when you'll start to feel that a little bit, lasting at least through about 9 or 10 o'clock before they start to weaken off just a little bit more. And of course, we talk about the tornado risk. It's a little bit further over toward the east. Not so much worried about the tornado risk here because of the latest path of the storm. We're a little bit more to the west of the storm, and so that's some good news for us there. But the rain and the wind really are major concerns as Hurricane Helene continues to move further off to the north. Still a hurricane. Those winds up to about 80 miles per hour as it continues to weaken as it moves up to the north. Now, the forward speed really not doing it will help us out because it'll help to get the winds in and out. But those winds will be a little bit stronger because of that forward speed as well, especially in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. The higher up you go, the stronger those winds are going to be. All right, so keep that in mind. We've had waves of rain pushing through, waves of it. And we said as that center of circulation starts to get a little bit closer to the area, the rain will intensify a bit. Well, if you look down at the corner of your screen there, you can see widespread yellow and orange. That is where we are seeing the northern ends of that center of circulation. So that's where the heaviest rain is. Now, it's not as widespread, which is good news. That's because that eye is weakening a bit, right? We had a nice strong eye there, and now it's starting to weaken a little bit. So now we're getting these pushes of the heavier rain just pushing into the area where you're getting these little waves coming through. For example, we're toward Madison and Godfrey right now. You got a nice little wave there south of Elder. That's going to continue to move up toward Covington. Your rain light right now, but certainly where you see this heavier rain is going to be sliding towards you. Redan in South DeKalb County, light. You got a little moderate pocket here and there, but some of that heavy rain will push through there as well. Atlanta, down through Peachtree City, a few moderate pockets in there. Some steady moderate to heavy rain will be coming through. We've seen the waves over toward the west as well. We got some down there, Warm Springs up towards Luthersville into Peachtree City. A little break just to the west of Peachtree City over into Coweta County. You can see that right now. You may not be hearing the rain if you're watching us from there, but that rain is headed your way as well, and all that pushes back into parts of Alabama. There's that very heavy rain centered closer to the center of circulation. So the center is down toward Eastman. Right ahead of it, or just to the north, is where we have that steady, heavy rain, very widespread from Toomsboro down through Dublin, over toward Swainsboro, moderate up toward Gibson, over to Waynesboro and Milledgeville as well. And so that's going to continue to slide up to the north. Now, not much of an eye left over from this as what I like to call the storm getting raggedy. As it begins to move inland, you start to lose a lot of that, right? And so trying to find a well-defined eye wall becomes a little bit more difficult. If you take a look at this wider map here, you can see where we had landfall. There you go, and it starts to move further to the north. You notice the heavy rain shield is up here to the north of that center of circulation right there. And so not as defined, and it will continue to dissipate a little bit, or widen out, as I like to say, as it continues to push to the north and as it weakens. So should be down to a tropical storm as it moves up toward us. Now, it's had this northeasterly movement, and that has continued as it moved inward. We thought that it would come a little bit further more to the north. And so if you tracked it making landfall, we were on a trajectory headed right toward the city. Now it's more over toward the east. This is the good news for us as far as it being on the weaker side. Your stronger winds are just to the right of the storm. So that onshore flow, right, which is why we see off the coastline in South Carolina those tornadoes popping up. That's why we have the boxes mainly east of the center of circulation. On the western side of that, it's a little bit weaker. We're still going to see those stronger winds once the storm gets a little bit closer to us. But again, the stronger winds will be over toward the east of us into South Carolina, into North Carolina as the storm continues to push further off to the north. Again, weakening as it goes. We'll get another update here in about 20 minutes or so as far as those wind speeds go. Right now at 80 miles per hour, our next update may knock that down into the 70s. As long as it's at 74, 75, that's still a hurricane, right? If it goes below that, then it would be a tropical storm status. But that's still on the high end of a tropical storm. And as it gets closer, those winds will start to whip up on us a little bit. Again, that forward speed picking up as well, was down to 26, now up to 30 miles per hour to the northeast. And so it's really moving rapidly as it goes. There's the latest right there, 80 mile per hour winds around the center of circulation. So still a Category 1 hurricane in the southern and central portions of our state. Moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So that will continue to push further off to the north. The rain has been a nuisance for us, right? Started yesterday and will continue at least for this morning, causing all kinds of problems as far as flooding goes. Here to talk more about that is Nicole. Good morning.
Thanks, Chesley. Yes, flooding has become a pretty big issue across North Georgia, with rainfall totals in the last 48 hours ranging from a couple inches up towards the northwestern corner of the state. Most through metro Atlanta have picked up, however, about 5 to 8 inches of rain accumulation. And there are some spots within the city that have seen close to 9 or 10 inches of rainfall just in the last 48 hours. All of this rainfall has to go somewhere. And so our streams, our creeks, any water that you have throughout the city is where we're seeing the most impact at this point. Many of our river flood gauges, not only through metro Atlanta, but through all of North Georgia, are already in either the moderate or the major flood stage. A couple that I do want to point out. The first of them is Peachtree Creek. This is both the North Fork at Buford Highway, which is right here, and then the South Fork at Johnson Road, which is down towards the south. Up to about 5 feet of water is predicted here through the neighborhoods in Noble Drive, Helen Drive, as well as K Lane, which could lead to measurable flooding in crawl spaces, basements for houses in those areas and on those roads. We also have some flooding that's ongoing at Nancy Creek at Rickenbacker Drive, where the floodwaters there from Nancy Creek are expected to get up to the houses at Rickenbacker Drive. The flooding right now is primarily in many of the locations kind of upstream. Downstream, if maybe you're not seeing quite as much flooding right now, keep in mind that all that water that's currently upstream is going to be heading downstream. So while our flooding may start to get better later today in many areas upstream, downstream, down towards the south, that's where it will steadily start to get worse even after the rainfall has ended. Flood watch remains in effect across all of North Georgia. These areas in red, that's where we have ongoing flash flood warnings that are in effect really across all of metro Atlanta. So if you are going to be out on the roads, you really need to take it slow. If you see standing water, do not try to drive through it. And if you don't have to be on the roads, stay inside. If you are in your house and you notice floodwaters are rising, especially if you're in some of those typical flood-prone areas, seek shelter, seek higher ground, and reach out to authorities to make sure that they know that it's an issue if they don't already. Flood watches remain in effect through tonight. So I mentioned we'll continue to see runoff, we'll continue to see rising streams and creeks even after the rainfall has ended, and we still have a lot more rain to go. Our flood risk for today remains high across metro Atlanta and in the moderate to high range throughout all of North Georgia. So that is something to keep in mind. As we go through the next couple hours, this widespread rain continues. The center of circulation is now in central Georgia of Helene. So as it gets closer, we'll start to see more of the heavier rainfall. The heaviest rain associated with this is mainly on the north, kind of northeastern side of that center of circulation. And it looks like the track of that keeps the center of circulation off towards our eastern counties. So perhaps a path stretching from Eatonton up through Athens and then up to the north through Rabun County before it eventually goes into South Carolina or North Carolina as well as Tennessee. This is going to bring continued widespread and at times very heavy rainfall through the next few hours. In fact, we likely won't start to see any relief here in North Georgia until close to the sunrise, if not after sunrise. So we have multiple hours of rainfall still to go. As we get closer to 8, 9 o'clock, dry drier air is wrapping around the backside of Hurricane Helene, and we will start to dry out. We'll start to at least get rid of the falling rain throughout the morning hours. Couple isolated showers may still linger into the afternoon. We're talking some spotty, very light rainfall through Friday, but breaks in the clouds to give us a little bit of time to at least find some relief from the flooding. On top of all the rainfall that we've already seen and more rainfall still to come, we also will watch as winds increase across North Georgia. We will see gusty winds up to the 40 to 60 mile per hour range. So far, they have not been that bad, but they've started to get a little gusty down into our southern counties. We're seeing sustained winds about 5 to 15 miles per hour and a couple stronger gusts already up to about 20 to 30 miles per hour. In Atlanta, wind gusts of 28 miles per hour up towards Gainesville, 29, and then 23 in Covington. Right now, that center of circulation where the strongest winds are currently moving through Johnson County, where we're seeing a number of reports of trees downed on houses, on roads, and roads closed because of that, leading to additional power outages from those downed trees and power lines as well. And that's a real possibility here. Our wind field will extend far outside the center of circulation. Hundreds of miles. We'll see those tropical storm force winds extend through the state. This map is our wind field. It shows you in yellow the locations that are likely to see low-end tropical storm force winds, so up to about 56 miles per hour. In orange, that's where we'll see the higher tropical storm force winds up to 73 miles per hour. And then in red, that's where we'll see hurricane force winds up to about 74 miles per hour. So this is right now where the center of circulation is. We're seeing those hurricane force winds. As this continues to move northward, that will spread the tropical storm force winds across North Georgia, across metro Atlanta. I mentioned that the track of this, the center of circulation, looks like it will stay east of metro Atlanta, bringing the gustiest winds across our eastern counties, but we'll still feel those tropical storm force winds and strong ones across metro Atlanta as well, where those wind gusts will be possible up to 50, 60 miles per hour, maybe some isolated gusts even up to 70 miles per hour in some locations. When you couple that with all the rainfall, the very saturated ground, the root systems of the trees are very loose. So the winds will easily knock down not only tree branches, but also whole trees with their root systems, which will likely lead to additional power outages. Our power outage risk throughout much of North Georgia is widespread. That's what we're expecting, with a moderate risk that extends up into far North Georgia as the winds start to become not quite as strong, closer to the lower end tropical storm strength. So that's something that really hasn't started to be too impactful to us yet, but will be soon. Even within the next hour or two, I think we'll start to see some wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour through our southern counties. This is by 6 o'clock this morning. Wind gusts 64 miles per hour in Athens, up into the 30 to 40 mile per hour range widespread across North Georgia. The worst of the winds, the strongest winds, will likely be between about 4 o'clock this morning and 6 or 7 o'clock this morning. Behind it, once the eventual remnants of Helene move up towards the north, we're going to stay pretty breezy. So even though the rainfall ends quickly, the wind will be a little bit slower to calm. By lunchtime, we're still seeing wind gusts about 25 to 30 miles per hour. By this afternoon, winds are much less significant, but they are still breezy. Those breezy winds will stay with us into this afternoon and tonight. So we're tracking a couple different factors when it comes to impacts here in North Georgia associated with Hurricane Helene. Of course, the rainfall, we could see an additional 2 to 4 inches with some isolated spots of nearly 6 inches. That's on top of the rainfall totals I showed you that we've already picked up. Those wind gusts of about 50 to 60 miles per hour also possible, with the highest winds between about 4 a.m. and 9 a.m. this morning. Something we'll also be watching for, but the risk is much, much lower, is the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado. I think the main risk for those spin-up tornadoes is going to be off towards the east, because we typically see those more of a tornado risk on the east side of the center of circulation, and that's where our tornado watch is currently in effect through portions of East Georgia as well as into South Carolina. Here's our widespread rainfall right now. It's been persistent and light in many spots, but we do have pockets of much heavier rainfall that moves through. You can see the heaviest of the rainfall just down towards the south into central Georgia right now. Through metro Atlanta, we're seeing periods of light rain, periods of heavier rainfall, with some of the heaviest rain right now on the west side out towards the Smyrna area, kind of going up 75 right there and out I-20 towards Douglas County as well. That's where this is moving. The good news about a lot of these pockets of heavy rainfall is that they're moving pretty quickly. So it rains heavily for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then it returns to some lighter rain. We also have pockets of heavier rain that stretch from Carroll County up towards the northeast into portions of Cherokee as well as Bartow County. And we have heavier rainfall up into Rabun County near the Clayton area as well. That center of circulation of Hurricane Helene still down towards the southeast of us, where it actually is starting to produce a couple thunder and lightning strikes as well. You can see the heaviest rainfall there. So we still have a lot of heavy rainfall still to come as that center of circulation moves up towards the north. We'll be tracking this rainfall still through the next few hours as we continue to see that accumulation. Aisha and Cheryl.
All right, Nicole, thank you. So believe it or not, the biggest part of the storm hasn't even arrived, despite all of the flooding that we're already seeing here. So when we get that wind to come in and pack a punch and even heavier rain later today, power outages are surely going to go up.
You know, Sandy Springs sharing on X that Georgia Power was going to stop responding to calls at least until daylight because of those winds picking up. So everyone's sort of gearing up for what happens in the next couple of hours.
Let's get over to 11Alive. Zach Merchant joining us in studio with the latest look at the outages in Florida and Georgia so far.
Well, you've heard it all throughout the night and now all throughout the morning. We've got heavy wind, heavy rain. That equates to a lot of power outages, unfortunately. The story right now really is concentrated in South Georgia, and that makes sense because this storm came ashore in the Big Bend of Florida and started working its way up north. But if you really want to get a full sense of what the power outage situation looks like in our chunk of the country, we actually really need to start in Florida. Let's take a look right now. This is data from a website called poweroutage.us. It's a site that aggregates power company and utility company data, and it gives us a pretty good sense of what's happening in Florida here. They report that almost 1.3 million people in Florida right now are out of power. And you can see on the map, too, the area that is the most deep shades of red, that is where outages are most heavily concentrated. That makes sense because Helene came ashore right here in the Big Bend area and started working her way up towards us, which is a good time to turn over now to our Georgia map. This is a map by Georgia Power. It maps out the outages within their system. We're going to start here right in South Georgia. The map, pretty self-explanatory. You want to see a lot of green. Green means good. You start to see these tans, these blues, and definitely these reds. That means those are areas where there are a lot of power outages. Throughout the evening, we've seen Angelina Salcido and photojournalist Tyson Paul reporting from Valdosta. They were the first of our crews to see the really heavy impacts of whipping rain and whipping wind. And sure enough, take a look here, Lowndes County, 32,000 customers are without power right now. And look right here, Georgia Power serves only about 32,000 customers in Lowndes County. So if you're in Lowndes County tonight and you're a Georgia Power subscriber, you probably do not have your lights on right now. Take a tour over to Southeast Georgia along the coast here as well. A similar story. Glynn County, 35,000 customers without power, only about 45,000 Georgia Power customers in the entire county. So nearly everybody with Georgia Power is out in Glynn County. Up here in the heart of the Savannah area, Chatham County, 80,000 customers without power. 160,000 people total get their power through Georgia Power there. So half of Georgia Power subscribers are in the dark in Chatham County as we speak. Right now in Effingham County, 22,000 folks without power. Almost everybody who gets Georgia Power in Effingham County, they're in the dark as well. So now you're probably wondering what's happening in our neck of the woods, what's happening in Metro Atlanta, what's happening in North Georgia. So we're going to take a tour. We're going to zoom out just a touch. If the touchscreen behaves, and it's been pretty good throughout the evening. So here we go. We're in the core of Metro Atlanta now, and right now the story here is pretty good, but it might change. But for now, let's focus on the good stuff. Still a lot of green in our area. Our biggest outage counties are DeKalb with about 14,000 people who are Georgia Power subscribers without power, and in Fulton, about 5,000 people without power. That is really good, but the caveat here is that we know that this storm is tracking from our south up to the north, and if it's any indication of what we are going to get, look at what happened in Florida, look at what's happening in South and Southeast Georgia. More outages are coming our way. We want to end on this. Let's give you a full perspective on what we're seeing here across the state as a total. We're going to hit this button here. Right now, according to Georgia Power, they have more than 3,000 active outages across the state. More than 370,000 total Georgia Power customers are without power right now. And if we take a look over here, because we know that not everybody who gets their power in Georgia gets it from Georgia Power, Power Outage US, which collects data from not only Georgia Power but other electrical municipal companies as well. They're reporting a total of more than 500,000 Georgians without power tonight. We hope that number does not go up, but signs are that it will. So if you still have power right now, take advantage of it. Charge your devices. You don't know how long you are going to have that power, unfortunately.
Wow, 500,000 already.
Yeah, let me tell you, yesterday there was a mad dash to find flashlights, and you could barely find one in the city of Atlanta. So hopefully everybody took those warnings and got those preps started early.
Yeah, listen to what Zach's saying. Make sure those phones are at 100% charge if you can, so it'll last you as long as needed if your power goes out as well. All right, we're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene in just a moment. We will be right back.
No matter what happens, our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the fact.
Our special Helene continues now as we're getting into the hours where the wind's going to pick up, the rain continues to fall, and right now 2 people are dead after a possible tornado hit the city of Alamo just southeast of Warner Robins. The sheriff there says the possible tornado is a result of Hurricane Helene.
And this has been devastating for so many people, especially the people a little bit closer to the city who have been rescued from their homes. They're seeing those floodwaters starting to rise. Sadly, this storm has turned deadly already for members in our state. Governor Kemp issuing a statement earlier overnight saying that our thoughts and prayers were with those families that have been impacted in those communities. But what people don't realize is we're actually just getting started for the worst of the storm, the wind and even heavier rain to come and hit us later on today.
Yeah, just ramping up now, but we have seen water rescues happening before our eyes. Our crews are seeing response all around Metro Atlanta, and trees are starting to come down. Liza Lucas is in Sandy Springs. Liza, you see a big tree down there, and as Aisha was saying, this is just the beginning of what we believe will be a very busy couple of hours.
That's right, Cheryl and Aisha. And we were hearing, popping sounds that we weren't sure if were transformers or were trees down. And as we were actually making our way from the Atlanta side of Nancy Creek over to the Sandy Springs side off of Windsor Parkway, where that road is closed, we ran across this tree right here in the Powderhorn Drive area. Now, the good news is that it seemed to have missed any homes. I don't see any cars under it, but I'm just going to walk a little bit closer just to give you some perspective right here for the tree's size. And the good news also is that I'm seeing lights in the distance, so the power remains on here in the neighborhood, but this is kind of a cul-de-sac beyond this tree, so nobody's going to be getting out of this area of Powderhorn Drive until crews.
Election year be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
In full
Hail fell in parts of Valdosta as the wind picked up and the storm moved through there. Now heading to Metro Atlanta, our extended coverage of Hurricane Helene continues in just a moment.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on
Our rainfall over the last couple of days has been substantial. We've seen widespread heavy rainfall at times across portions of the area. If we want to switch over to our other weather computer, Max 2, I can show you our rainfall totals across North Georgia. And we've seen rain totals extending into portions of the area of more than 5, 6, even 7 or 8 inches of rainfall just in the last 48 hours. So as is to be expected, that has led to flooding across much of the area, and that weather impact alert that we have will continue over the course of the next few hours. Here's what we're looking at right now across North Georgia as the remnants, what is still Hurricane Helene, makes its way through the state. Here you can see the center of circulation where the heaviest of the rainfall stretches through portions of central Georgia. There's also a tornado watch in effect there. Through Metro Atlanta, through all of North Georgia, we've seen consistent rainfall, which at times has been very light, but also pockets of heavier rainfall as well. Through Metro Atlanta right now, primarily light rainfall within the perimeter, but as you get out towards the west into portions of Douglas County as well as western Cobb County, that's where we have the heavier rainfall. Also down towards the south into portions of Henry and Clayton County, and then extending up towards the northeast into Gwinnett County as well. We'll continue to see these pockets of very heavy rainfall. So the rain will come and go. The good thing is a lot of these showers, the heavier pockets of rainfall, they're moving through pretty quickly. So the rain picks up for 15 or 20 minutes and then it gets much lighter. We will still continue to see widespread rain through the next few hours with additional rainfall totals of possibly anywhere from 2 up to 4, 5, 6 inches of rainfall throughout North Georgia. Now the heaviest of the rain is around the center of circulation. This is currently moving through central Georgia. There have been reports of a number of power outages down trees through Johnson County, where that center of circulation has just moved through. And you can see the heaviest of the rainfall up on the north and the northeastern side of that center of circulation as well. With the current track of this, it looks like the main area of heavy rainfall, as well as the strongest winds, will be up through our eastern counties. And that's where we will see the biggest impacts. But we'll see this rainfall and we'll continue to see heavy rain, and we'll watch as the winds pick up through the next couple of hours. Here is Helene currently as it moves up towards the north. Notice that a lot of drier air has wrapped around the back end. So once the center of this moves through, we should start to dry out. We'll have an opportunity to recover behind all this rainfall. Rainfall totals have been impressive, to say the least. We've seen anywhere from widespread 4 to 8 inches of rain, but some spots through Metro Atlanta have picked up close to 9 and even 10 inches of rainfall accumulation. A lot of that heavy rainfall, really a large swath of our totals that are closer to 5, 6, 7 inches, really stretch up the 85 corridor where some of the heaviest rainfall has fallen. Now, all of that rain has to go somewhere, and it usually ends up in our streams and creeks. So river flooding has been ongoing, not just in Metro Atlanta, but across all of North Georgia. A lot of those typical low-lying spots
spots, your streams, your creeks have already flooded over, and we're already starting to see locations even outside of those typical low-lying spots where we get some standing water. I want to point out a couple spots, some of those streams and creeks that are some of our biggest problem areas right now. The first is Peachtree Creek, the North Fork at Buford Highway, and then also the South Fork at Johnson Road. There is substantial flooding here, especially up around the Noble Drive, Helen Drive, and K Lane area, where up to about 5 feet of water is expected to come up into crawl spaces and basements in the houses in those areas. There's also flooding ongoing with a major flood stage at Nancy Creek at Rickenbacker Drive, where again, flooding impacts to houses are ongoing and additional flooding is expected. Even when the rainfall ends later this morning, we'll continue to watch some of these streams and creeks swell as the runoff continues to flow into the streams and creeks. Because of that, this flood watch actually remains in effect through tonight. All of our area in this green color, that is where our flood watch remains in effect. And then the red is where we have our flash flood warnings, and that means flash flooding is currently ongoing. So I would urge you, if you do not have to get out on the roads this morning, especially while it's still dark and it's hard to see, just stay inside. If you do have to get out on the roads, proceed slowly. Pay attention to any roads that are blocked or barricades. Don't drive around them. And of course, don't try to drive through any standing water. Our flood risk throughout the day today remains high across the Atlanta metro, much of North Georgia. Here's how it plays out hour by hour. We'll continue to see this widespread and at times very heavy rainfall. It's not going to stop until likely after sunrise. The center of circulation of Helene will start to push up into our southern counties within the next couple of hours and then move off towards the east, northeast, and the north, eventually bringing in that drier air. So I think things start to calm, at least when it comes to the rainfall, by about 9 or 10 o'clock this morning. A couple isolated showers may still linger even as far as the afternoon, but the rainfall then will be mainly light and a lot of us will be a lot drier. Keep in mind, though, we could still have flooding issues long after the rain subsides. Current wind speeds are about 5 to 15 miles per hour. These are sustained winds, so it is starting to get a little breezy, but the wind gusts up to this point are still in about the 25 to 35 mile per hour range for the most part. We're seeing wind gusts of 25 miles per hour in Atlanta, 37 miles per hour in Gainesville, with the stronger winds down towards the southeast. And as winds continue to pick up through the next couple hours, we'll see more in the way of trees down, which could lead to power outages. That creates real hazards out on the roadway crash. It's not going to be a good morning on the roads.
No, you were right. Exactly what you said, too. If you don't have to drive, stay at home. Absolutely. I mean, I stayed at home last night. I mean, a lot of us hunkered down right here at the station. My computer's turning black. That's why it's black behind me. There you go. That'll pop back up in a second. But I went home, and believe it or not, in Sandy Springs, I'm right off of Hammond and Roswell Road, just outside the perimeter. For sure thought we were going to lose power. We didn't. We were one of the lucky ones, but there are thousands without power. On my way in, 400 South, I get on right there at 285 Glen Ridge, made my way through Buckhead right here to the station in Midtown. Didn't encounter any severe ponding on the roads, but certainly enough to where you want to have both hands on the wheel. Let me step out of the way. Brookhaven police are dealing with this right now. They tell me a tree is down, took some wires with it, and it's all on top of an unoccupied vehicle. So good news there. Nobody in harm's way, but North Druid Hills at Lenox Park Drive completely shut down. Now let me pull my map out. Every one of those little blue triangles that you see is an area of flooding. Now they're going to be widespread, as you can imagine, as more of this rain continues to pour in. But what I'm going to do is concentrate on the interstates. This is one area we knew there was going to be flooding because of all the construction. This is the I-20 eastbound ramps from 285 south into DeKalb County. And what happens in these construction zones, all this rain, all this water starts to pool, and then it gets on the interstates. But in a construction zone, it's loaded with that red clay, so it makes it very slippery out on the highways. One other area, 75 north, 285 west, down in Clayton County by the airport. And this is an interesting one here in Sandy Springs. This is a roadblock due to a sinkhole on Lake Forest Drive between Wyuka Road and Barber Lane. Just stick with Roswell Road if that's your port of call. Right now, the big three, as you can imagine, in good shape. But look at the water on those roads. You can see those cars and tractor trailers really kicking up up that water, folks. If you have to drive, please slow it down. Chesley McNeil, I'm going to throw it back over to you, my friend.
All right, thanks a lot, Crash. We are looking at this rain that's continuing to push into the area, but look at this. You'll notice the center of circulation now starting to enter into the map. Augusta way over there to the east, so the rain shield, the biggest and the heaviest rain around that center of circulation is now starting to push into our area. Just to the east of Macon now, it has been moving in more of a northeasterly trajectory, now starting to push a little bit further off to the north. Here's Atlanta here, and so it's well over toward our east, which is good news for us because we're not so much worried about the severe weather, nor the winds getting as strong because the center of circulation won't be as close. And so it's starting to make more of a northerly jog, so likely will run up closer to the Athens area and then make its way further off to the north where it will start to bend a little bit further back over toward the west. So we'll continue to watch these bands of heavy rain continue to push in. Haven't seen very heavy or strong winds move through yet. Most of those strong winds have been down by that center of circulation. Redan, right now you got some heavy rain coming into your area in south portions of DeKalb County over toward Madison, Godfrey as well down toward Monticello. Heavy rain also from Luthersville down through Warm Springs. That continues further down to the south, and there it is, right here toward Dublin is where we have that center of circulation. Notice how the rain is free there. The heaviest rain just to the north of that center, and so you got over toward Wadley and Swainsboro, very heavy rain here. Just north of I-16, we've been getting reports of winds up to about 70 miles per hour. Lots of power outages in this area as well, as we've heard even trees down on a home over in Wrightsville. So that's going to continue to slide further off to the north. We're going to continue to track this. It's still a Category 1 hurricane, barely Category 1 hurricane, expecting it to weaken as it continues to push to the north. Likely in our next update, which is at 5 o'clock, will become a tropical storm as it continues to push further off to the north. We'll be watching for the winds to increase here in the metro area. That could lead to more of those trees down and power outages in our forecast area. So that's what we're looking for. The winds, more of that heavy rain will continue at least through about 9 o'clock this morning before things will begin to subside. It's moving at a pretty fast rate. So once it gets to the north of us, even the rain will start to taper off as well. We're going to walk you through that hour by hour coming up in our full forecast. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got much more for you on this storm as we continue to cover Helene moving through our area. We'll be back right after this.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather,
no matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 11.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 11, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 11 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams, but it's not the affordable city it once was.
At the time I applied for SNAP benefits, we really didn't have any food. I was unemployed at the time.
So these kinds of problems need real solutions.
Channel 11 helped me and my family out by putting pressure on the regulators to get the benefits I needed.
So while you're striving for a better life, we're fighting to make your life better. 11Alive News.
Spotting disinformation during an election year can be tough. Verify is your resource for the facts you need to understand what's true and what's false. From spotting artificial intelligence to fact-checking claims from the candidates, get the facts this election season with Verify.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
Those strong winds can down trees and power lines.
Morning and night.
We help you get prepared for any weather.
No matter what happens. Our weather impact alerts will give you a heads up when we see bad weather or conditions that could mess up your day. Stay safe, informed, and in control with 11Alive's Weather Impact Team.
Friday nights are all about
Team 1-1.
the best highlights, viral plays, star-studded recruits. Because at Team 1-1, it's all about high school football. Maria Martin hosts Team 1-1 Friday night at 11:15 on 11Alive, sponsored by Sonic. We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11Alive News.
Don't get caught off guard by Georgia's changing weather conditions. 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts show you what's coming, the impact, and how you can prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
When weather takes a turn, be ready with the 11Alive Weather Impact Alerts.
We love Atlanta. It's where we want to build our dreams.
Right now, we are under a weather impact alert as Hurricane Helene wreaks havoc from Florida to Georgia. Heavy wind, heavy rain, and a lot of standing water across metro Atlanta.
Then we start seeing more water. We like, oh no, we gotta get up out of here. Then the car got stuck. We ain't make it.
Rescuing people stranded by floodwaters.
There was water almost to the second floor, some of the buildings in the back. And it's just people are in hysterics. I mean, entire livelihoods are destroyed right now.
We have live team coverage as Helene bears down on Georgia and the metro. It has been a long night for us here in Georgia as Hurricane Helene is barreling down on the metro and really the entire state. We have 2 deaths have been confirmed in our state. We have water rescues happening overnight, down trees and power lines.
In the last 5 minutes, we saw Georgia Power update its impact map, and now 400